What? It's about your mother. Clara came closer and held my hand. Your biological mom has reappeared. We've been seeing her in the area. She came to us a while ago, demanding that we return you to her. I felt like the world had paused for a moment. My mother is here? Why didn't you let me meet her? I couldn't breathe. It's not that simple, honey. Your biological mother is dangerous. Jacob handed me some papers. This is the police report about the accident. You were right. It was actually planned, but we didn't want to stress you out while you were recovering, so we hid this from you. As I read the report, I was shocked to see her name as the first suspect. According to the police, they reported that Lilith had assumed that the car was my parents and she was trying to get rid of them. But you always said that my parents were good people. I could hardly speak. We didn't want you to know who they really were because we were afraid that would affect who you would grow up to be. We were just trying to protect you, Jacob said. But the report didn't end there. Apparently, while I was in a coma, my biological mother had been visiting me every day in secret. Another patient told the police that they heard her talking to me every day about her plans of how to reunite us. Suddenly, I started to connect the dots. The car accident, why I was having blackouts, why I couldn't remember stuff, and the mysterious woman who kept appearing in my dreams. Oh my God, this was even scarier than I thought. What happened the night you caught me in the closet? I pleaded to know. My parents looked at each other for a while, and then my mom spoke carefully. It was a blackout. You've been having them for a while now, and we don't really understand it. When you get upset, you get very angry, and you start throwing things. When you snap out of it, you can't remember what happened. We tried to tell you and offered therapy to help, but the last time we did, you almost sent us to jail. I was the one creating all this chaos? It felt like the world had stopped. Why is this happening to me? I asked, trying not to cry. We're not sure, but we believe that the day of the accident was the day your childhood trauma started affecting you, especially with your mother's reappearance, Clara said in a gentle voice. I was overwhelmed. This was all very confusing. I started to feel like I was about to black out again, but that's when I felt my mother's arms around me. She hugged me and said, "Stay with me, Allegra. You can do it." I hugged her back and I slowly felt like I was coming back to reality. 3 months later, my blackouts started to disappear. I was aware of everything that was happening in the daytime, but the woman in my dreams kept reappearing and she wasn't hidden in the dark anymore. Slowly, I started to see more glimpses of her face, and I knew who she was. It was Lilith, my biological mother. These dreams were happening because of the many talks she had with me while I was in a coma. When I asked my parents about her, they had claimed that she was in jail and that I shouldn't worry about it. Even though I knew they were lying, I was okay with it. I had given them a hard time already, when all they had wanted to do was protect me. I must admit, however, that my biological mother had a lot of guts to drive me to the police station in the middle of the night. Later on, I asked about her, but everyone said that Mrs. Jessel had moved out all of a sudden, and no one knew where she'd gone. If anything, I've learned that no matter how bad my past was, it is now behind me. Sometimes it's better not to look back and try to move forward instead. Even though I had the urge to confront her, I decided that I wasn't going to look for her anymore. I would focus on the two most important people in my life, my real parents, Clara and Jacob.
Hey, I'm Claire, and my life's a mix of checkmates and chaos. Smash that like and subscribe button to keep up with my adventures. My mom had me and my older sister Joy while she was quite young. Whenever we went out with her, people often mistook her for our elder sister. She raised us as a single mom since my dad left her for someone else. Mom has always been overprotective of us, and she was extra paranoid when it came to boys. She would always sit Joy and me down and make us chant some words.
I am a precious girl. I'm not allowed to date any boy until I am 30.
Mom did everything to ensure we had everything we needed. She often worked 2 or 3 jobs just to afford rent. Joy, only 2 years older than me, was often left in charge of me because we couldn't afford a sitter. One day when I was 7, Mom left me with Joy and I was doing crafts when I accidentally spilled paint all over Joy's dress, her only nice one.
It's ruined! Now I have to go back to wearing my torn hand-me-downs from our cousins. Here, you can wear this pretty one.
I cut out a paper dress from a magazine and handed it to Joy, but she was too upset to appreciate it. She would often stare out of the window, watching her friends play, while she was stuck at home watching me. The only fun thing I did with her was a game we played together, and they are sponsoring this video.
Joy, I found the perfect thing that mixes strategy with style. Dragon City. It's a game where we can create our own dragon empires. And guess what? We can even have dragons that match our personalities.
Okay, you have my attention, but can I make my dragons the most glamorous creatures ever?
Absolutely! You can collect over 1,000 unique dragons. including some that look like they've walked right out of a makeup tutorial. And you're going to love customizing their habitats. It's like designing the perfect home, but for your dragons. And not only that, there are dragons of your favorite YouTubers. Oh, and there's a vibrant community of players who trade dragons and collaborate in alliances to unlock exclusive rewards. I'm in, but if my dragons end up being more fabulous than yours, you owe me a makeup tutorial session. Deal. And to get us started, there's a special bundle for new players. If you download it by clicking the link in our video description or scanning the QR code, you get 15,000 food, 30,000 gold, and the Black Metal Dragon.
One day, Mom had promised Joy that she could go to a sleepover at her friend's house. However, I fell sick. You can't leave your sister here alone. She's unwell, and I can't take her to work with me. You'll have another chance to go.
Joy was beyond angry. So, I guess my life is all about raising you now.
She tried to stay home and take care of me, but I guess she'd had enough that day. She yelled, "I can't do this anymore," and stormed out to go to her friend's house, leaving me alone. I tried to follow her down the stairs, but I tripped and fell, hurting my leg badly. When Mom came home and saw me crying and hurt, she was furious. Mom grounded Joy, saying she couldn't go out with her friends for a very long time. Joy just got angrier every day. She stopped talking to me and would just glare at me like it was all my fault. I felt really bad and wished I hadn't gotten sick that day. When I was 14, Mom decided to take us along to help her with work. She was working as a cleaner for a rich family. Joy and I were always arguing, so to keep us occupied when we weren't assisting her, Mom bought us a chess set. You two had better learn to play this. Joy had no interest in chess. She was always preoccupied with makeup and talking about Dan, a boy she had a crush on at one of Mom's jobs. I had never met Dan, but from Joy's descriptions, he sounded handsome. One day, while Mom was cleaning a client's house, I sneaked into his office. He had an amazing chess set. I set it up and started playing alone when he walked in. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to try it out.
I've been watching you play by yourself for the last hour. I'm impressed. Would you like to play against someone?
I've never played against anyone, but I can try. He sat down to play with me. Feeling nervous, I imagined that I was alone, and to my surprise, I won in less than 5 minutes. We played over 10 games, and I won each time. Checkmate.
Whoa, I didn't see that coming. Maybe I've lost touch with the game.
After many tries, he finally admitted defeat. He showed me his trophies from various chess tournaments, revealing that he was once a world champion. I was astonished that I'd won against him.
Maybe you need a younger challenger.
He then introduced me to his son Dan, who was incredibly handsome.
This is my boy Dan. I'm training him to be a champion too.
Don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're pretty.
Bring it on. Playing against Dan was a real challenge, but I was beating him. Everything was going well until I noticed him swap a piece on the board. Hey, you've cheated. I saw what you did.
Don't blame me for being quick.
Just as I was about to win, Mom walked in and was furious. What do you think you're doing playing with a boy? Hey, I was just about to win. But Mom dragged me out of there and banned me from going to work with her again. Despite my attempts to explain my victory over the world champion, she wouldn't listen. What have I always taught you? That I'm a precious girl and I'm not allowed to date boys until I'm 30. It's Joy who's always daydreaming about Dan. I haven't done anything wrong. When we got home, Joy was cold towards me and even threw my chess pieces out the window. What is the matter with you? Why did you have to tell Mom I like Dan? I just panicked. I shouldn't have told her. She was just being hard on me. As I went outside to get my chess pieces, I saw a posh car parking outside our house. It was Dan's dad. He entered our house and handed Mom some papers, then left. When Mom came in, I practically jumped on her. What was that about, Mom? That nice man has decided to sponsor you for a chess tournament in Europe. I was thrilled by the opportunity, but I knew Mom would be hesitant to let me go. Please, Mom, can I go? I promise I'll be on my best behavior. I can't have you away from me, and I can't leave my work or we'll be homeless. I was about to protest furiously when Joy stepped in and offered to accompany me. I can take her, Mom. I'll watch over her. Everything will be all right. Please, Mom. Joy can take care of me like she always does. I'll think about it. After researching the tournament and discovering the $100,000 prize, Mom agreed to let us go. You can go, but you must follow everything Joy tells you. We flew to Europe in Dan's dad's private jet, with Dan joining us. Once airborne, Joy imposed a rule. I was forbidden from speaking to Dan. She made it clear she was on the trip to get closer to him. Remember what Mom said. You have to follow everything I say. I was fine with the rule. To me, Dan was a cheater who nearly robbed me of victory. Deal. It won't even bother me. I avoided Dan throughout the trip, but Joy was constantly around him, laughing at his jokes. When we landed, Dan approached me with stories stories about places he wanted to visit. Listen, I'm here for the tournament. I need to focus.
Ooh, scary. I was just trying to distract you from the competition.
When Joy saw us talking, she dragged me away. You're already breaking the rules. That's 1 strike. 2 more and you're out. He approached me. And you're breaking Mom's rules too. We're not supposed to talk to boys. Mom's not here, and I'm older, so I make the rules. At the tournament, I quickly became a favorite, advancing to the semifinals, while Dan was eliminated early.
So, you're really good, huh?
Looks like it. I don't even need to cheat. Soon after, my popularity soared. During an interview after qualifying for the semifinals, Dan suddenly joined me and told the reporters he hadn't seen someone as good as me in years. And then he hugged me. Of course, Joy saw that, and she was mad. We're going home. I saw you hugging Dan. That's against Mom's rules. He hugged me. It wasn't my fault. Joy didn't listen and started calling Mom to tell her. I couldn't leave before the semifinals. In a moment of desperation, I tackled her, and her phone fell into a drain. I'll follow your rule, but I won't let you ruin this moment for me. You're just stealing my crush. You've always known I liked Dan. I was about to defend myself, but things escalated quickly. Our argument turned into a huge fight, and we were both shouting and not listening to each other. In the heat of the moment, I pushed Joy away, but she lost her balance, tripped, and fell badly. I was horrified. Joy, are you okay? But Joy was in a lot of pain. We rushed her to the hospital, and the doctor said she had broken her hip and needed rest for several weeks. I felt terrible. I'm so sorry, Joy. This is all my fault. Let's just leave now and make sure you get better. Are you insane? Go win that $100,000. Don't worry about me. I was only pretending to call Mom because I was angry. I wasn't actually gonna let you miss the semifinals. I was taken aback by her words. After everything that had happened, she was still thinking about my chance in the tournament? Aren't you worried about me flirting with your crush? Dan? Oh no, I don't like him. Not really. What? So why were you stopping me from getting close to him? I've always taken care of you. I never had friends or anything special going for me. And when I felt a little crush on a boy, he liked you. I wanted to stop it, but then I realized I really didn't even like that boy. I just didn't back off because I didn't like you having everything. I understand, Joy. You've always been there for me, and I've taken that for granted. You deserve to shine and have your dreams too. Let's promise to support each other from now on. No hugs, please. Your sweat stinks. Now go win that prize. I need some rest. Thank you, sis. I hugged her and left. The evening after Joy's accident, I was sitting outside the tournament hall before the match started, and I was startled when Dan quietly sat beside me, handing me some flowers.
These are for Joy. I thought you could take them with you to the hospital.
The flowers were Joy's favorite, daisies. It showed he really cared about what was happening in my life, not just the chess tournament.
I've arranged for a video call set up in your room so you can talk to her before and after your matches. I thought it might help both of you.
Thank you so much, Dan. I don't mean to be rude, but I don't think we can start a relationship right now. Winning this prize is my top priority, and I really need to stay focused. I can't afford any distractions.
I just wanted to make things a little easier for you. You've got a lot on your plate. You have a tell when you're anxious. Your ears get red. Maybe cover them.
You've noticed that? That was kinda sweet. Nobody but Mom and him had ever noticed that. The next day, I played well in the semifinals and won. I was excited, and Dan rushed to congratulate me. He hugged me, and then he kissed me. About the kiss, I'm not allowed.
I know. Joy told me about your mom's rule, but I really like you and want to be your boyfriend.
I was shocked. Dan wanted to be my boyfriend, but I had to be really sure this was okay with Joy. I needed her blessing first. But later, when I went with Dan to the hospital, Joy's things were gone. We ran to the hotel, and she wasn't there either. That's when Dan's dad found us.
Joy had to go home last night. Your mom fell and is in the hospital.
Oh my God, I'm going to the airport right now. I need to see Mom. Dan grabbed my arm gently, stopping me.
Wait, Claire, we can video chat with her. You can't give up on your dream now. Your mom only hurt her leg while cleaning the kitchen shelves. She'll be okay. You have to win this for her.
But they both need me now. Joy isn't in great health herself.
I understand you're worried. My dad has already taken care of Joy's hospital bills, and he'll cover your mom's too.
No, this is too much.
Don't worry, you can pay us back when you win.
I felt super focused after talking to Dan. The last game of the chess tournament was really tough, but I played my best. Then I made a big move, and I won! Everyone around me started cheering. I was so happy and excited. I saw Dan in the crowd. I ran up to him and gave him a big kiss. Cameras were there, and they showed our kiss on TV. When I got back home, Mom and Joy were waiting. Joy was smiling, but Mom looked serious. She was proud of me for winning, but she said, "You're still grounded for having a boyfriend." I guess some things never change.
And remember, you can download Dragon City by clicking the link in the description or scan the QR code and get a special bundle with 15,000 food plus 30,000 gold plus the black metal dragon to get you started.
Hello, I'm Lily from Estonia. I grew up in an orphanage with my brother Joe. He's 2 years older than me, and we're total opposites. But before I continue, please like and subscribe, and you might get a kiss from your true love. My big brother Joe had shiny blonde hair and blue eyes, and he always got all the attention. Look at this gorgeous kid. He's so beautiful. But I was the opposite. I had dark hair and dark brown eyes, and my skin wasn't as fair, and no one ever said I was pretty. They hardly noticed me at all. Joe was tall and outgoing, and everybody liked him. I was short for my age, and the mean girls loved to tease me.
Aw, poor Lily. She's just so ugly. How does it feel to be a loser with a perfect brother?
But Joe always had my back. Maybe you should learn to respect others.
Oh, for you, Joe? I'll learn anything. I'll learn how to respect others, and how to cook and clean. I'll even learn how to give birth.
You don't learn how to give birth. You just give birth.
I agree. You're right. You're so smart. See, Joe? I learned my lesson. I respected her. Now love me, Joe, please.
In school, things weren't much better. Joe was super smart and almost a genius. Joe, that's amazing. A perfect score. I could barely pass my exams, and I had a hard time paying attention in class. Sometimes I talked to the other kids when I wasn't supposed to, and I got out of my seat and I ran around the room, but I couldn't help it. Lily, sit down. Most of the teachers didn't like me at all. One time I was in grumpy old Miss Koppel's class, and I really had to go to the bathroom. The break just ended 2 minutes ago. You couldn't go then? Oh wait, you were busy playing. The only thing you do in school. No bathroom for you. But it's an emergency. Miss Koppel didn't budge. I tried to hold it, but a minute later, I peed my pants.
Ew!
Joe caught me crying in the hallway. What's wrong?
Miss Koppel wouldn't let me go to the bathroom.
Joe's face turned bright red, and he stormed into Miss Koppel's class. You stinky witch. Maybe a bitter old lady like you shouldn't be teaching. You should be at home fighting with your husband who's lost his hearing because of your constant screaming and will go blind soon looking at your hideous face. Miss Koppel sent Joe to the principal's office, and he got detention for 2 weeks. I felt so bad. I'm sorry I'm weird and stupid and always causing trouble. Don't say that about yourself, Lily. None of that is true.
Yes, it is. You're just pretending it's not. Don't worry about me and my problems. I'll handle them on my own. You don't have to be my big brother anymore.
No way. I'll always be your big brother, and I'll always have your back, no matter what. And one day, I hope you'll see how special and smart and beautiful you are. Joe hugged me, and I cried like a big baby. Then one day, the most amazing thing happened. We were adopted by a really nice couple. They had a big house, Joe and I got our own rooms, and new clothes. They even enrolled us in a fancy school. I was nervous at first because school was still hard, and I always got distracted. I was scared that my new teachers would hate me too. But then my new parents took me to the doctor. Lily has ADHD, which means she's a bit hyperactive and has trouble paying attention. But she's a smart girl. Her IQ is well above average. I went to therapy for a while to help me learn to stay focused. It was difficult at first, but Joe and my parents were really supportive, and eventually I got better. I started getting A's on my tests, and I even won Student of the Month for best behavior. When Joe and I reached high school, our lives totally changed. One day, Joe and I were hanging out at the mall when a strange woman ran up to us. Your face is a work of art. Have you ever thought of being a model? Not really. Stick with me, darling. I'm gonna make you a star. The woman was a modeling agent. Joe signed a contract with her, and soon, every other weekend, he was doing photo shoots all over the city. My life was much better too. My grades were at the top of my class, I had a bunch of new friends, and when I looked in the mirror for the first time, I liked what I saw, especially since my mom always told me how pretty I was and that I should love myself just as I am. I had a newfound confidence, and everyone noticed. Even though Joe and I weren't together all the time, we were still close. We had our own lives, and that was okay. We were always there for each other. Then one day, our dad got a new job and we moved across town. Another family, twice as rich as my parents, lived next door, and they had a daughter my age. The moment Joe saw her, he started acting strange. He was really dying to meet her. Oh, love at first sight? Something only beautiful people do. Why don't you just go over there and say hello? Just say hello? It's not that easy. It has to be just right. She's my destiny. She's my true love. We're meant to be. We started thinking of ways to make them meet. What made it harder was that she was homeschooled. We saw a lot of sophisticated teachers coming and leaving the house. Joe took one of my shirts and went to her house, pretending he found it in the yard and it belonged to the girl. But a maid opened the door and took it, then slammed the door in Joe's face. One time, I saw the mystery girl leaving her house, and I started calling out random names. Emily, Sarah, Anna, Amber. But she still didn't look up. A couple of weeks passed, and I thought Joe would have moved on, but he was still determined to meet this girl. He hatched a new plan every day, but none of them worked. I needed a break, so I snuck off to the park to sketch. As I was sketching an oak tree, I heard someone walk up behind me. I turned to see a cute boy smiling at me. Those are pretty good. Your shading and detail are amazing. I froze. I'd never shown anyone my drawings before. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. The boy's name was Ryan. He was a couple of years older than me, and he was a talented artist. We talked for hours. Every time he looked into my eyes, my heart skipped a beat. Geez, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go. Maybe we could meet up tomorrow and, talk about art? Sorry, I can't. I was such a dork. What was I thinking? Asking a cute boy like Ryan out. He must already have a girlfriend. I wanted to crawl into a hole. It's okay. Sorry I asked. No, it's not like that. I'd love to see you again, but I'm leaving for New York tomorrow for art school. My heart sank. This doesn't have to be goodbye. Ryan pulled out one of his sketches from his notebook. He wrote his phone number on the back and gave it to me. I want you to have it. I can't take this. You can give it back when I see you again. On my walk home, every time I thought about Ryan, I couldn't help but smile. I turned the corner onto my street, and then I saw something insane. The mystery girl was scaling the side of her house like a cat burglar. I hid behind a tree and texted Joe, but then the girl came charging at me like a maniac. She tried to grab my phone. Give it to me. Let go, you crazy girl. My phone slipped out of my hand, fell to the ground, and broke. I was so mad. I turned to yell at her, but then she started bawling like a big baby. I'm sorry about your phone. I just didn't know what to do. Her name was Sophia, and her parents made her break up with her boyfriend because he was poor. They won't let me see him or talk to him. My heart's been ripped to pieces. It hurts so bad. Please, make it stop. Don't cry. Things will be okay. How? Thankfully, Joe walked up just then. Sophia took one look at him and got all googly-eyed. Then she got confused. I can't do this. Sophia pushed Joe and ran away crying. The next day, Sophia showed up at her door. What I did to you wasn't cool. I was having a hard time. If you don't mind me asking, what's wrong? Well, I'm broken. Excuse me. If I could just squeeze past you. Each time life smiles at me, bad things happen shortly after. I fell in love with our gardener's son. It was a secret because I knew my parents would never approve. I don't know how, but they found out and things got really bad. I'm so sorry. If you could just step to the side a bit, I could get out of your way, and they fired him and his father and forced me to break up with him. Then they took my phone and homeschooled me for a while. My dad is an important politician, and he can't risk his reputation. And now, every morning, I wake up in a puddle of tears. That's so sad. Yes, very sad. I've got an idea. Why don't you two be friends? It might make you both feel better. Over the next few months, Joe and Sophia started getting closer, and so did our parents. Joe started dressing in expensive clothes, buying Sophia fancy gifts, and he'd brag to Sophia and her parents about how much money he made modeling. Once, Sophia's parents invited us for dinner.
Oh, neighbors, you have such a strong, confident, independent young man. I bet girls are fighting over him all the time.
Yes, but I have eyes only for one girl. As Joe looked at Sophia and she blushed, everyone noticed the two and smiled.
Oh, this is wonderful. We've been so worried about Sophia. I'm so happy she's found someone like you. We had to protect her, you know. She was tricked and manipulated by a dirty, poor boy that stole her heart. Ugh, poor people. You can't trust any of them. They're all liars and cheats.
That's not true.
Oh, you sweet, naive girl. You'll learn soon enough.
Then Sophia's parents laughed at me, like what I said was some big joke. I'm not naive. You're just wrong. Joe and I used to be poor. We're not liars and cheats.
we're not dirty, and we're not bad people. Joe's an exception, of course. Who knew an adopted orphan could be so perfect? You guys hit the jackpot with your son. Your daughter, well, she's now Sophia. You're right about that, honey.
Joe lowered his head. My parents looked away, and I was about to explode. What's that supposed to mean?
Thank you for the meal. We must get going. When we got home, my parents sat me and Joe down for a talk. Joe, we don't want you seeing Sophia anymore. No, that's not happening. I love her. You can't tell me what to do.
Stop yelling at Dad.
Son, what her parents said about your sister is unacceptable. They were just joking. They're really nice once you get to know them.
Are you blind? Sophia's parents are jerks, and ever since you've been hanging out with them, you've changed.
If I have to impress Sophia's parents to get their blessing, then I'll do it. True love is worth it, but you wouldn't know anything about love. You've never had a boyfriend and you look like you sleep in a trash can. Don't talk to your sister like that. That's enough. No more Sophia, and that's final.
Then Joe got mad and shoved Dad. Dad fell and hit his head hard on the table. Dad! I rushed to Dad's side. He was really hurt. Mom called the ambulance. Then I looked up and saw Joe.
I'm sorry.
Joe ran out of the house. Dad had a minor concussion, and we spent the night in the emergency room. By the time we got back home, all of Joe's things were gone. We heard from the neighbors that he and Sophia moved into her parents' villa in Paris. Dad was weak after the injury, so I helped him out at the office. Staying on top of my schoolwork and helping Dad was tough, but I enjoyed spending more time with him. My parents and I tried calling Joe, but he never answered, which made me really sad. My new friend Ryan always found ways to cheer me up. He sent me funny sketches and MSA videos. One summer, he came back to town and we sat under the oak tree. We saw a boy and a girl playing on the swings, and I started to cry.
What's wrong?
I miss my brother. He was my best friend and always had my back. I'm scared I'll never see him again.
He's your brother, and he could never stop loving you. I'm sure he'll come back to you one day.
Then Ryan handed me his sketchbook and I drew a picture of me and Joe. Ryan encouraged me to study art, and eventually I started selling my drawings. 5 years later, we got married in a small ceremony in our backyard, and soon after, we had a baby. But there were complications. I felt this horrible pain and the machine started to beep. As the doctors raced to save me, I cried out, "Joe, my brother, Joe, come to me." Then I fainted. I woke up from a coma 2 days later, and when I opened my eyes, I saw Joe and Sophia sitting beside me with tears in their eyes. Joe?
Yes, Lily.
Is that you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry, Lily. I'm so sorry for everything.
I looked up at my parents. They smiled and nodded. I knew from the look in their eyes that they'd forgiven Joe and wanted me to do the same. You broke our promise. You said you'd always have my back, but you chose Sophia and her parents over us. My parents are just mean and have been controlling my life since forever. We had enough and we couldn't take it anymore, so we left. And they cut us off.
But it's been so hard. I couldn't find work. We barely had enough money for food and rent, but I was ashamed to come back and ask for help.
We felt like we broke your family. We didn't want to make things worse.
Then we heard you were in a coma, so we came immediately. I couldn't let you down again. Lily, I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm asking you to let me earn the privilege to be your big brother again.
You'll always be my big brother. I just wanted to see you. I would have helped you no matter what. Then Joe hugged me and I hugged him back. Have you ever had a dream so big it seemed impossible to reach? What should you do if nobody around believes in you? Or they try to take you down out of envy? Hi, I'm Wu Ziqian, and my story takes place some 1400 years ago in the Chinese Empire. Yet, I feel some things haven't changed much for us girls. The year I was born, a total sun eclipse darkened the sky. It was a sign of big changes, though at the time, nobody would have guessed that small, sweet Wu would be the one to make history. Growing up, life was good. I had 2 sisters and 2 older half-brothers from Dad's previous marriage. Our family was not part of the aristocratic class, but was very wealthy, which meant I didn't have to do any chores as we had staff taking care of daily activities. However, unlike other rich girls who mostly lazed off, Dad encouraged me to study from a young age. He soon realized just how smart I was, with a talent for poetry and public speaking, so he started to take me on business trips. I loved meeting new people and asked lots of questions. Yet Yes, I was a bit unusual as a kid, but my family was very proud of me. Well, except my brothers.
Why are you studying again? You're just a girl.
And
Your job is to get married and to have kids. Dad is wasting resources on you. Maybe he's afraid you'll never find a husband. And what's this? Oops.
And with that, he spilled ink all over my notes. One day, you'll regret being so mean. I tried avoiding them as much as possible. But then, around the time I was 14, Dad got very ill and left us. Nothing was ever the same. My brothers started acting like the bosses of the family. Without Dad to keep them in check, they became rude to Mom, bullied my sisters, and were especially mean to me. Like the time I spent too much time with a friend and was late for my curfew. It was a rainy evening. I ran back home, but the front gates were already locked. No matter how much I yelled and banged on the doors, nobody could hear me over the wind and thunder. In the end, I crouched there all night until early morning. Mom found me crying and shivering.
I'm so sorry, Wu. They told me you were back and sleeping. I should have checked.
That little adventure gave me a cold so bad I stayed in bed for a week. Without Dad, I felt powerless. I had to do something to change my fate, not only for me, but also for my mom. A chance presented itself when a beauty contest was held in town. The winner would be taken to serve at the palace. It was a huge deal and a way to gain respect and admiration. Mom was worried about my plan, and her fears came true when I won. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a surprise, being not only the prettiest girl in town, but also well-educated. My brothers just scoffed at the news and said they won't miss me. Typical. Mom helped me pack my things, and on the day of my departure, she cried as we hugged. Don't be sad, Mother. Who's to say it isn't my fate to meet the Emperor? And so, she understood. I wasn't going to the palace to escape my problems. No, I had a bigger plan. A hope to get noticed by the Emperor, maybe one day marrying into the royal family. Something to bring honor to my name. But my life in the palace started on the wrong foot. The Emperor took a quick glance at me and decided I'll be doing laundry? I didn't spend my childhood reading the classics and refining my calligraphy for this. One day, I was trying to get inside the palace library, but the guard wouldn't let me in, questioning if I could even read. Are you kidding? I was composing poetry at 6. Give me some books or I'll report you to the Emperor. Just then, the guard went pale looking behind me. I turned and, oh my, the Emperor had heard it all. He seemed amused and I just doubled down, following him around the library all afternoon. By the end of the day, he was so impressed by my wit and education that he made me his secretary. Finally, that was my chance to work my way up the political ladder until, a decade later, nothing has changed. I'm a forgotten secretary. Then, the Emperor passed away and I got sent to a Buddhist convent to be a nun. All that time spent in the palace led nowhere. They even shaved my head. But not all was lost. You see, while I was living at the palace, I got close to the Emperor's youngest son, Li. We met one random day when I was holding a bowl for him to clean his hands, and he flicked some water at me. Offended by his childish behavior, I was ready to give him a lecture. His shy smile and cute face melted my rage. So refreshing. It's quite a warm day, isn't it? He laughed and we started chatting, quickly becoming friends. We were close in age, and unlike other officials, he was kind and humble, easy to talk to.
Do you ever regret coming to the palace? You probably miss your family.
I do. Well, everyone except my brothers. Those two I would banish to the corner of the empire, never to be seen again.
I get that. My brothers either pretend I don't exist or act as if I'm beneath them. You think 2 are bad? Try living with 13.
Can't you do something about them? You are a prince after all.
It's just a title. You'll learn it in time. Having a title doesn't necessarily mean the same as having power.
I knew what he meant. Li, being the youngest, had 0 chances of succeeding his father. However, fate really had a sense of humor. Turns out, his brothers were so busy fighting each other over the title of crown prince that the emperor decided Li was the better candidate for the throne. And that's how my decade-long crush became the new emperor. He actually changed his name to Gaozong, but I'll keep calling him Li to avoid confusion. I was genuinely happy for him, even if my new status as nun meant we could never be together. One day, I wrote a poem about how much I missed him and took a chance sending it to the palace. Maybe he wouldn't even have time to read it, but I had to try. To my surprise, it worked, and Li came to the temple.
I got your letter. Is it true?
Tears started rolling down my cheeks as I nodded. We hugged, and when it was was time for us to part, I could see he was reluctant to do so. Could it be that my feelings were reciprocated? Indeed, he kept visiting, and one evening, I got a note saying I could grow my hair again. 1 year later, I was summoned back to the palace. There, I met Lady Wang, who was quite a big name in court. She was to become empress, having been chosen as a consort by Li's father himself. But that didn't mean things between them were all rosy and peachy.
I had meetings all day, and when I finally got the chance to relax at dinner, Wang started talking about more political issues. It's the last thing I want during my free time.
Is that why you're hiding in the stables with me?
Not hiding, just surveying your work.
Truly, some things never change. Li was the most powerful person in the empire, yet his life was affected by so many people's influence and choices. I decided to be by his side the best I could, and in time, everyone started noticing how close we were, including Wang. That's when she showed her true colors. One afternoon, she invited me for tea.
Tell me about your family. I heard your dad got lucky during the rebellion, but he wasn't aristocracy.
My mom is.
Ah, yes. And what did she accomplish? Only had daughters and is not well liked by her stepsons? How disgraceful.
What is your point, Lady Wang?
I'm just reminding you of your place. The only reason you've been called back was so the Emperor wouldn't have to visit that nunnery all the time. But do not be mistaken. You are not part of this world.
And then she started giving me so much work I couldn't keep up with it, and then complained about how lazy I was. Little did she know, I was used to palace drama and was prepared to face much worse. One day, Li surprised me with a beautiful hairpin with pearls and small gold lotus flowers. I was walking back to my chambers holding the small present when I noticed Lady Wang scolding a maid for spilling some water on her dress. The poor girl ran with tears in her eyes, and I felt my blood boil. I knew what it meant to be beneath those of higher rank, both at home and at the palace. But then I got an idea. I followed the maid and gave her the hairpin. Lady Wu, I can't accept it. Sure you can. I want you to feel better. But I could never repay you. Just tell me the gossip you hear around the court. That's all I want. And so, I started befriending servants and lower officials in exchange for news. Soon, I had ears and allies everywhere. And that's how I found out Wang's envy ran deeper than anyone imagined. That night, I ran to Emperor Li. You have to come with me. Now, we silently walked through empty corridors, and I told Li to wait outside as I marched into Wang's chambers. There, as the informer said, she was performing some sort of ritual with a voodoo doll shaped like me. I knew you were a witch, but this? Why stoop so low?
Why? You spend too much time with the Emperor. I have to stop you.
Just then, Li walked into the room.
Lady Wang, I'm very disappointed. You are far from the noble woman I thought I'd marry.
She threw herself on her knees, begging for forgiveness, but it was no use. Witchcraft was a serious charge at the time, so Li banished her from the palace. Soon after that, Li confessed his feelings, and I was made the official consort, the new empress. But, as Li said years ago, a title alone doesn't mean power, and that became clear to me while I kept listening to the Emperor's meetings with his advisors. I sat, as usual, in a small room behind a curtain of pearls, voicing my opinion when needed. The times my husband was ill, he trusted me to make decisions in his place, and some of his officials were seriously offended by this.
It feels like the woman behind the curtain is the one actually running the state. This is even beyond the palace walls. Truly unacceptable.
Behind their protests, there was nothing but envy for the fact I was becoming more and more influential in court, and try as they might, they couldn't stop me. Some years later, Li and I took a vacation to my hometown, which turned into days of feast and celebration. I had finally brought honor and status to my family. One evening, during a family dinner, Mom brought up the topic with my brothers.
Aren't you grateful for everything Wu did for us?
She just got lucky. Wu's not special, her husband is. Also, we never asked for the high ranks she gave us.
Mom flew into a rage, and the next day came to the palace to meet me.
Maybe it's time to give them a lesson, Your Highness.
And so, I sent them to govern a faraway province where they couldn't bother my mother anymore. It seemed like at every turn, I was reminded how my accomplishments were never enough because I was a woman. But what if I could use that to my advantage? Was there a way to stand out from other empresses? The answer was Fengshan, a religious ceremony. It involved gathering our entire court, leaders and aristocrats from neighboring countries, staff, and an entire army, and all together do a pilgrimage to a sacred mountain. It was extremely expensive, and only 6 emperors out of 300 could afford it. Also, I added a small twist to it. After much planning, I brought up the idea to Lee and the council. Our borders are safe, the economy is good, people are pleased. I think we've earned it.
That is true, but Your Highness, we cannot allow the Empress to perform the second ritual. It is for us officials to do.
Oh, I knew they'd say that. Your Highness, the Emperor makes offerings at the top of the mountain to heaven, which represents masculine energy. At the bottom, the offerings are made to earth, which is feminine. It makes more sense for a woman to do it. Lee agreed and fired the advisor who opposed me, sending a clear message to the rest of them. And so, we gathered thousands of people and traveled for months to Mount Tai. I performed the rituals along with my husband, and we ended the procession with a huge banquet. And with that, I secured my place in history. Years went by. Lee and I governed as a team, but slowly his health started deteriorating. Everyone at court knew his time was near. As I sat at his bedside, we held hands, till slowly his got cold. I wanted to mourn, cry, and give up, but everything we built together would have crumbled if I did so. The council wanted my son on the throne, but he wasn't as capable as me, and would have been a puppet to the advisors. So why give up power and risk the empire's stability when I could rule it just fine? Only because I was a woman? That never stopped me before. And so I did what I was good at, securing the throne and winning allies. At one point, some ex-officials started a rebellion against me. One of them wrote an entire manifesto making up all kinds of stories about me. It was read in court, and at the end, everyone was silent until I bursted out laughing. Who wrote that? So creative. We should have kept him. My army defeated the rebels swiftly, and then I addressed the council with an ultimatum. If anyone here thinks they are more capable than me, speak now. Otherwise, pledge your loyalty. My opponents stepped down one by one until eventually I was crowned as the first female emperor. The only time in history it ever happened. Other women have tried to rule as wives or widows, whispering in their son's or husband's ear, but none had the official title and absolute power. For another 15 years, I skillfully led my people. Try as they might, not even my greatest opponents could deny the fact I was a good leader. They attacked my character, painting me as a power-hungry, ruthless woman, but never once criticized my governing skills. Truly, my greatest flaw was my audacity to play the power games of men and win. Today, historians keep uncovering the remnants of my empire's riches and culture. I wanted to make China the greatest empire in the world, and under my guidance, at the time, it was. So don't let the circumstances you were born with determine who or what you can be. Have you ever stared at yourself in the mirror and literally didn't recognize the person staring back? Welcome to my life. A masterclass in fake it till you make it. Hi, my name is Tessa, and I've been living a lie since I was 6. That's when the Crawfords adopted me. Initially, it felt like a dream come true. A mansion the size of a small country, a garage full of cars, and parents who paraded me around like their favorite charity project.
And this is our daughter, Tessa. We rescued her from that dreadful orphanage.
But as I got older, the constant stares and whispers started to get to me. I was tired of being the adopted one in a family of blue-eyed, perfect-looking people.
Why don't you look like your parents? Are you like the help or something?
So by the time I started at a new high school, I took matters into my own hands. Every morning, my routine was the same. Wake up in my perfect room, put on my perfect clothes, and finish with the most important part, blue contact lenses to cover up my boring brown eyes. The Crawfords never asked me to hide who I was, but they never stopped me either. And honestly, it was easier this way. No more questions, no more explanations, just Tessa Crawford, the perfect daughter with the perfect blue eyes that matched her perfect parents. And that perfect image didn't stop there. Very soon, I was the queen bee of my school. Top of the social pyramid, an Instagram feed that looked like a fashion magazine, and grades that would make any parents proud. I had the whole package. Well, except for one seriously annoying problem. Ryan Bennett, king of the jocks, heir to Bennett Corp, and owner of the world's most punchable face, who'd been trying to make me his girlfriend since freshman year.
Come on, Tessa! We're practically royalty at this school. Can you imagine the power couple we'd be? Our parents practically run this town together.
Wow, Ryan. When you put it like that, I'd still rather date a cactus. But I always kept the rejection light and friendly. See, Ryan wasn't just annoying. He was the kind of guy who'd destroy your entire social life if you bruised his ego. And with our parents' businesses connected, I couldn't risk it. So I played nice, while mentally calculating how quickly I could escape every conversation. My perfectly crafted fake life was running smoothly, until he came along like a wrecking ball. Ethan Cole. New kid. Foster child. Always carrying a beat-up sketchbook and wearing clothes splattered with so much paint they looked like a Jackson Pollock original. The second he walked into class, I knew Ryan would make him his personal chew toy.
Hey, Goodwill, did a rainbow throw up on you, or is that your idea of fashion?
His squad of brainless hyenas erupted in laughter, while I sank lower in my seat in embarrassment. But Ethan? He just looked at Ryan with this amused expression, like Ryan was a toddler having a tantrum in a grocery store.
Genuine creativity intimidates those with empty lives. Thanks for the psychological case study.
What? Nobody talked to Ryan Bennett like that, ever. Ryan's face turned blazing red, but before he could respond, the teacher walked in. I thought that would be the end of it. Man, could I be more wrong? Over the next week, Ryan and his goons accidentally spilled paint all over Ethan's English essay, shoved him into lockers when teachers weren't looking, and even started an Instagram account dedicated to mocking his secondhand clothes, calling him a peasant painter. Through it all, Ethan kept a poker face, never giving them the satisfaction of seeing him crack. But I noticed the shadow under his eyes growing darker each day. Then came the art show event. Ethan had entered his painting into the district competition, a breathtaking piece that showed a small child reaching for the stars. I overheard him telling the art teacher it had taken him 3 months to create. When I arrived at school the next morning, there was a crowd gathered in the hallway. I pushed through to see Ethan standing in front of what remained of his painting, now slashed to ribbons, with crude words spray painted across it, while Ryan and his friends were snickering nearby. For just a split second, Ethan's mask slipped. I saw tears in his eyes as he gathered his destroyed canvas with trembling hands. No one else seemed to notice. They were already moving on to the next piece of hallway gossip. But I couldn't look away. That afternoon, I did something completely insane. I wrote an actual physical note, like we were living in the Stone Age, and slipped it into his locker. You're stronger than they know. Just don't give up. Then, I lurked behind a pillar like some deranged stalker, watching as he found it. When he smiled, this genuine, surprised smile that transformed his entire face, I felt this weird flutter in my chest. But I didn't dare actually talk to him. Are you kidding? Me, Tessa Crawford, voluntarily interacting with the paint-splattered foster kid? That would be social suicide. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about him. How could anyone be so comfortable just existing as themselves? One day after school, I spotted Ethan sneaking off with his paint supplies, and something possessed me to follow him. I felt like the world's worst spy, ducking behind trees and cars, praying nobody from school would see me. He led me to this abandoned playground, rusted swings barely hanging on, a slide covered in graffiti, the whole post-apocalyptic vibe. But Ethan walked straight to a crumbling concrete wall and started painting the most incredible mural I'd ever seen. I crept closer to get a better look when, oh my God, I'd stepped on an empty soda can. I dove behind the slide and quickly climbed up, my heart threatening to explode out of my chest. And then, because the universe hates me, my phone started blaring my ringtone.
Shut up! Oh my God, shut up!
In my panic to silence it, the phone went flying out of my hands, skidding down the slide, and landing directly at Ethan's feet.
Well, hello there, mysterious stalker's phone. Let's see who's calling.
He picked it up, then answered with a smirk.
Thank you for calling Stalkers R Us. Your business is important to us. Please hold while I locate the owner of this phone.
What? Who is this? Where's Tessa?
Ah, Tessa. She just went to the bathroom. Can I take a message?
Yes. Tell her that her parents are leaving for a charity gala in Paris in an hour, and we'll see her in a few days.
Then Mom just hung up, and I wanted to evaporate on the spot. I slowly emerged from my hiding spot, face burning hotter than the sun. I can explain. I was
Following me? Pretty sure that's defined as stalking in all 50 states.
I wasn't stalking you. I was taking a shortcut, and then I saw you and got curious.
A shortcut through an abandoned playground surrounded by a chain link fence with no trespassing signs every 5 feet?
Okay, fine. I followed you. Happy now? Just don't tell anyone at school, okay? I have a reputation. Instead of mocking me, Ethan just laughed. Like he genuinely found the whole situation hilarious.
Your secret's safe with me, princess.
He gestured toward his mural, a stunning scene of people helping each other during a storm, sharing umbrellas and reaching out their hands to pull others to safety.
Want to see what I'm working on? Up close?
And that was the beginning of the end for the fake Tessa Crawford. Over the next few weeks, I started sneaking away to meet Ethan at that playground. At first, I told myself it was just artistic curiosity, and I liked watching him paint. But the truth was, I liked talking to him. Really talking. Not the fake small talk I did with my friends where we discussed nothing but Instagram likes and who was dating who. One night, sitting on those rusty swings, I finally told him the truth. I've been adopted since I was 6. The Crawfords, they've given me everything a girl could dream of. The house, the clothes, the opportunities. And I'm sure they love me in their own way. But what I've really wanted the most is their attention, you know? And they're usually too busy with their galas and business meetings to give me that. Sometimes I feel more like a charity project than their daughter.
Is that why you hide your real eyes?
I nearly toppled off the swing. How did you...
The blue doesn't quite match your skin tone. Also, the way you're always rubbing your eyes when you think no one's looking. I don't think it's the most comfortable thing in the world.
They do get uncomfortable after wearing them all day.
So take them out.
What? No,
There's no one here but me, Tess.
Something in his voice made me trust him. With shaking hands, I carefully removed the first one, then the other, blinking as my eyes adjusted. And then, I finally looked up at him.
For what it's worth, your real eyes are way more captivating. They've got these little gold flecks that catch the light. Just stunning.
Then he leaned in and lightly kissed me. And I felt that for the first time, someone had really seen me. And Ethan just had this freaky superpower for noticing things everyone else missed. Like how Mrs. Daniels, the lunch lady, wore the same worn-out shoes every day because she was sending her kid to college. Or how Mr. Rivera, the librarian, always had hospital forms peeking out of his bag because his daughter was sick. Together, we started leaving anonymous notes for people we knew were struggling, just like I'd done for him that first day. You really think a little note makes any difference?
When I got yours, it was the first time anyone at school had shown me a speck of kindness. So, yeah, they matter a lot.
The more time I spent with Ethan, the harder it got to step back into my fake life. It was like having 2 separate identities that were getting impossible to keep apart.
I don't get it, Tess. How can you stand those people? Especially Ryan. The guy's basically a walking cologne ad with the personality of a mosquito.
You don't understand how it works. My dad's company and Ryan's dad's company are practically joined at the hip. And the rest of my friends, they're not that bad.
Yeah? Think they'd accept me if they knew we were friends?
They might, if you tried to fit in a little. Maybe tone down the whole... I gestured vaguely at his paint-splattered everything.
The whole me thing. Got it.
It felt kind of terrible that I'd said it, but to my complete shock, Ethan actually tried. He started wearing cleaner clothes, tamed his wild hair, and even sat with us at lunch. I was touched, because it meant he cared enough about me to do something that was obviously hard for him. But Ryan and my friends still found ways to exclude him, making comments disguised as jokes.
So, Ethan, is it weird living with random people who get paid to pretend they care about you? Like having a babysitter who never leaves?
Ryan!
Actually, Ryan, I bet if your parents cared as much for you as my foster mom does about me, you might have had a better personality. But hey, at least you got that trust fund to keep you warm at night.
The table went dead silent. Ryan's face darkened like a thundercloud, and I knew we were in serious trouble. And the next day, I found Ethan staring at the spring formal banner he'd spent weeks painting. It was destroyed, torn in places, dripping with soda, with crude drawings scribbled all over it. Just then, Ryan sauntered over, grinning like he'd just won a championship.
Aw, what happened to your little finger painting? Such a shame.
You did this. Again. I let it go the first time, but what makes you think you can keep treating people like this?
Relax, Charity Case, it's just a prank. That's how we have fun. But I guess you wouldn't get it. It's one of those you're poor, you wouldn't understand kind of things.
The look in Ethan's eyes, I'd never seen anything like it. It was anger mixed with resolution, like he'd finally made a decision he'd been putting off for too long. The next day, Ethan didn't show up at our spot. I texted him, called him, nothing. Days went by, and Ethan still didn't show up. Worry weighed on me, until I finally decided to visit his foster home and see if he was okay.
I'm sorry, honey. Ethan left this afternoon. He said he needed a fresh start.
Did he say anything about me?
He left you this.
She handed me a folded piece of paper. Inside was a sketch of me, not with blue eyes, but with my real brown ones, filled with warmth and life. Underneath he'd written,
"Don't let fear choose for you. You're more than what they expect you to be. Live your truth, and don't change for the world. Make the world change for you."
Ethan didn't take the revenge route after all. He just left. Maybe rich bullies were never his world to begin with. I cried the whole way home, finally seeing the truth. I had used Ethan's strength while never showing any of my own. That night, I stared at myself in the mirror for a long time. Then slowly, I took out my blue contacts. My real eyes, brown with little gold flecks, stared back at me. The next morning, I went to school as my real self. No contacts, no fake smile, just me. I started leaving notes like Ethan and I used to, slipping them to people who seemed to be struggling. You're not alone. You're stronger than you think. Your voice matters. To my shock, someone found one of my notes and posted it on the school's social media page. The next day, I spotted similar notes appearing on random lockers. By the end of the week, they were everywhere. Taped to bathroom mirrors, tucked into textbooks, even written in chalk on the sidewalks. The movement kept growing. People started leaving little care packages with the notes. The drama club put on performances about kindness. Even some teachers joined in, writing encouraging messages on the board instead of just assignments. Within a month, the entire school atmosphere had shifted from cold and competitive to warm and supportive. People actually looked up from their phones, held doors open, sat with kids who used to eat alone. A local news station even came to do a story about the kindness movement sweeping through our school.
What sparked this wave of positivity among students?
I don't know who started it, but it's changed everything. People actually look out for each other now.
This is pathetic. Who actually cares about all this touchy-feely garbage? All this kindness nonsense is just what losers tell themselves to feel better about being nobodies. Like that homeless artist freak who ran away. Right, Tessa?
The cafeteria went dead silent. Everyone turned to look at me. No, Ryan, you're wrong. And you're a bully. A few kind words can literally save someone who's drowning inside. If you can't understand that, then I feel sorry for you, because your life must be incredibly empty. Ryan's jaw literally dropped. For the first time in his life, the king of comebacks had nothing to say. People actually applauded. These were the kids from every corner of the cafeteria, including the ones who'd been invisible to me for years. I never told anyone I started the notes, and I never saw Ethan again. Sometimes I wondered where he was, if he was still painting his truth on walls somewhere. 6 months later, I was riding the subway downtown when I saw it, a new mural on the wall of the station, a girl with familiar brown eyes releasing butterflies from her hands, and in the corner, a tiny signature, EC. Ethan was out there somewhere, still making the world more beautiful. And thanks to him, so was I. Sometimes, the people who break your carefully constructed world are the ones who set you free. I had just walked a few blocks down when suddenly I stopped short in my tracks at a familiar sight. A boy with mussed-up hair and enough paint on his overalls to make them look like a Jackson Pollock original. Then, his head turned in my direction, and our eyes met, and his smile made my heart flutter, just like the first time. Ethan was still out there, changing the world one wall at a time. And maybe that's what we're all supposed to do. Leave something behind that makes life a little kinder. So if you're listening to this, here's my challenge. Find one person who you think needs a little hope. Someone who might feel invisible, and write them a letter. Slip it into their locker, their notebook, wherever they'll find it. Do it tomorrow. No one has to know it was you. Just let them know that they matter. Because kindness doesn't need a name. It just needs someone brave enough to start it. Hi, I'm Chloe, and I'm from Portland. Please do like and subscribe, and I'll tell you what, if you do, I might invite you to my show when I become a famous TV presenter. So, picture your best friend. Got it? Well, now imagine them gone. Gone as quick as a badly rated Netflix series. Ever since I can remember, my best friend was Jade. Literally, we started our lives side by side because our moms were next to each other in the hospital. They became best friends, so it was written that we'd be best friends too. We were practically inseparable, the dynamic duo of mischief. You could say at times I got a little hot-headed, and Jade would always try to calm me down. One time in kindergarten, our grand cardboard castle faced a royal crisis when this boy refused to let us princesses in.
You shall not pass, as I am king. Yeah? Well, you're only a king if you wear a crown, and I'm about to knock yours off. Wait, you'll get in big trouble. You're right. Much better to do a liquid siege.
And Jade reluctantly helped me pour water all over the castle until it became soggy and collapsed on his head. Growing up, I wanted to be a famous TV presenter. Think Jimmy Fallon or Ellen DeGeneres, but funnier and cooler. Although Jade hated doing it, she always listened to me no matter what.
You're the K-pop star of the moment. Everybody wants to know your deepest and most personal secret.
Please, say it looking straight at the camera. If you can cry, that would be great too.
Don't you want to interview the president instead? Does he have a new double padlocked Balenciaga bag?
I think not. One time, when we came home from school, our moms were arguing loudly. They stopped when we walked in. Oh, hi kids. Good day at
school? Jade, we're going. But now.
And just like that, they stopped talking or going around each other's houses. Mom, come on. Whatever it is, it'll blow over, right?
She's just not the person I thought she was. Jade and I didn't pay much attention to them. We had to deal with the usual high school stuff. There were heartbreaks.
He asked Bailey to the dance. Bailey! You can do better. I heard he doesn't bathe. Paranoia. What if I freeze and no words come out, then I pee myself and everyone laughs at me? You're just getting a soda. Complete meltdowns. How am I supposed to remember all this stuff? This is just torture. You could be the first person to sue the school. Nah, who cares? I'm gonna be rich and famous anyway. Jade was always there for me, and I figured we'd be besties forever. But as it turns out, I was wrong. One day, I raced to school because I wanted to show Jade my updated show reel, but she wasn't in. So I texted, and I could see she read it, but didn't reply. It's cool. She's probably ill. Or maybe her mom took her out of school again. Oh yeah, she does that sometimes. For yoga or something. And Jade hates it. Anyway, by the evening, still no reply. Not even a quick, hey, I'm alive text. The next day, she wasn't in school either. Or the next. And nothing was on her socials. Not that she posted stuff anyway. Did aliens abduct her? Is she going through a phone detox? Did I do something wrong? I have to find out. By the time I got to her house, I was angry and preparing what to say. See this friendship bracelet? Given that you don't care about our friendship, I'm gonna rip it off and burn it. But when I went to knock on the door, I realized it was already open. To my shock, the place was empty. I mean, furniture gone, belongings gone, even wallpaper gone. It was as if nobody had ever lived there. I ran up to Jade's room, completely empty too. Then I heard the door downstairs open and bang shut. Someone else is in the house. I sneaked a look over the banisters and saw this scary-looking man with a shaved head and a daisy tattoo on his hand. He was stuffing some paperwork in his pocket and knelt by a section of an open floorboard.
I got it, boss.
But just then, I stubbed my toe, and I couldn't help but make a noise because of the, oh yeah, excruciating pain. I heard the man start to come upstairs, and luckily, I knew that there was a way out of Jade's bedroom window via an oak tree. My heart was pounding as I climbed down, and when I looked back to the house, I saw the scary man scowling at me from Jade's window. I ran home so fast and told Mom everything. Jade and her mom have gone. What did you and her mom fall out about?
It was nothing. People change and grow apart. It's how it is.
I thought that was really weird, as they'd been as close as Jade and I could never imagine falling out with Jade like that. Soon after that, I was taking out the trash, and there I discovered a scrunched up lyre with daisies on it, just like the tattoo the scary man had. I didn't say anything to Mom because I knew she'd make me stay away from it. But hey, a good presenter is always ready for action. The website on the flyer was a place called Harmony Farm. It looked like one of Jade's mom's yoga trips, but weirdly, there was no phone number or address. A place called Harmony Farm can't be that bad, can it? I figured Jade was okay and would be back in contact soon. After all, we are best friends. But weeks went by and still no contact. I was angry, but when this bully tried to trip me in the canteen, I didn't unleash my inner Hulk with the help of an image of Jade scolding me. No, you'll get in trouble. Then, Mr. Triple-Lot turned lunch into a chaotic circus with flying milkshakes and frosted donuts in all directions. Enough is enough. Hey, knock it off. People just want to have lunch.
What's it got to do with you, weirdo? You're such a weirdo. Always talking alone and interviewing a mirror. No wonder your friend bailed on you.
Oh, that was it. I grabbed his tray and sent it on a gravity-defying journey to the other side of the canteen. Cue the applause. Yep, I was a hero. But of course, heroics come with consequences. And boy, did I get in trouble. First detention, and then Mom. I'm so disappointed. This must stop. Jade's moved on, and so should you. Mom is right. She ghosted me. If Jade wanted to break our friendship, so did I. I took down every picture of us and burned our friendship bracelet in the backyard in some sort of ritual of detachment. And the perfect distraction came with my big TV break. They were holding auditions in the next town for a new cool teen channel. I am a teen, and I am cool. This is perfect for me. The next day, I went there. It was this tatty warehouse, and the line went on for miles. But hey, no pain, no gain, right? So I stood in line. Thank the heavens I could watch loads of MSA videos, and I had my trusty MSA water bottle. But as I got further up the line, the most shocking thing happened. I saw these two girls about my age and wearing these hideous yellow dresses, talking to some people in line and handing them something. Please, take a daisy. A daisy? Suddenly, a security guard ran over to them.
You two again? What did I tell you? Get out of here!
The girls ran away, way. I had to follow them. They might lead me to Jade. So I went after them and got onto the same bus. They got off at this remote stop, and I followed. They went through a garden gate, and so did I. Exactly 5 minutes after them, I started filming just in case they went all midsummer on me. Here we are at Harmony Farm, but I don't see any animals suspicious. And that's when I saw Jade watering tomatoes in the same ugly dress. I thought to myself, Chloe, be calm, collected, listen to her side of the story. But instead, I went bat-tail crazy. You ghosted me! And what is with the outfit? Put on a statement necklace at least. Chloe, you don't belong here. Just go. Oh, hi. Nice to see you too. No need to apologize or anything. What happened to all the BFFs forever stuff? You didn't even give me a "it's not you, it's me" speech. That's because it's you. You're so materialistic all the time. I want a simpler life, to be with nature and people like me. I don't want to be best friends anymore. And she just walked away. Fine. She's gonna regret this. The next time she sees me, I will be on TV, and she will still be watering tomatoes. I had to wait an age for the bus, but when I got to the auditions, I looked at everyone there posing like they were famous already. Do I look like that? I can't look that sad. Is Jade right about me? I didn't go to the audition, and when I got home, I looked at my vision board. All designer shoes and red carpets with Jade and me in the middle. Maybe she's right. I realized that we always did what I wanted and never what Jade wanted. Well, there was the time I went with her to help out at a soup kitchen. See, I'm not all about the material stuff. Well, I suppose I did promise to go back and never did. Hey, how was the audition? Jade's in a cult. Why didn't you tell me? Don't try to deny it. I found the flyer in the trash. Calm down. Jade's mom tried to convince me to go, but she got furious when I refused. That's it. That's it? No, that's not it. We need to get an army together and get Jade out of there. Let Jade be. She's where she wants to be. I tried to listen to my mom, but that night I couldn't sleep. I needed to apologize to Jade. When dawn broke, I went back to the farm. I knew she never wanted to see me again, and I would respect that, but I had to get this off my chest first. Luckily, when I snuck in, this big meeting was in progress, and someone was on stage. Jade was bound to be in there, and suddenly I realized Jade's mom was on stage, giving a speech. I couldn't see Jade, so I snuck out the back, and weirdly, I found a door with Jade's mom's name on it. It was this really shabby office with hardly anything in it. No compromising paperwork was in the drawers or behind the books on a shelf. Then suddenly, when I moved a book, something clicked. A secret door! Inside was another office, but this was huge and grand with mod cons. I'm talking Apple products on tap, a walk-in wardrobe complete with designer shoes and bags. Not a very simple life, if you ask me. There were also boxes of people's passports, money, and bank statements for Jade's mom. Wow, this is a lot of money. What are you doing? I turned, and the scary man was staring at me. I want to join the cult. I know you. You were at the boss's house. Boss? Jade's mom was the boss? Before I could process that, the scary man started chasing me around the desk. I ran out and ended up on stage. Jade's mom looked at me, shocked. Then she smiled calmly. I gave up on trying to make your mom see sense, but I always had hope for you. That's a no from me to the weirdy-beardy cult. Sorry. The audience gasped. You were always so angry, Chloe. You still don't understand that materialism is the only distraction from true bliss. Oh, is that so? What about your secret office? It's like the Kardashian-Jenner clan threw up in there. And don't get me started on the passports and the small fortune I found. Well, it's small only by Bill Gates standards. Everyone looked confused at Jade's mom, and she looked panicked. Suddenly, Jade came on stage. She had a face that looked like she wanted to do a TED Talk on the benefits of rage. I had never seen her so angry. There is no secret office. Chloe is lying to get back at me. No, Jade, I promise. I'd never lie to you. We're besties. No, we are not. Why can't you just leave me alone? You know what? Fine, I'll just go. At least I fought for our friendship. I was more than ready to leave that place and never come back. But it wasn't that simple. Jade's mom caught up with me and closed my path. Behind her were loads of daisy-loving worshippers and the scary man who looked like he was about to whip out some nunchucks. You think you can just accuse me of something like that and just walk away? I was thinking that. Yeah, well, this isn't your mother's house where you can do whatever you want, you brat. Ouch. Here, trespassers and criminals are prosecuted and punished. I was genuinely frightened. If they could endure wearing those horrendous dresses, Who knew what else they were capable of? The followers began to advance on me. I was completely surrounded. They each grabbed some tomatoes. Oh no! At that moment, Jade arrived on the scene.
Mom, wait.
Oh, Jade, I know you want to be a part of this.
Of course I do.
Jade grabbed a tomato.
But first, everyone, you should know that your donations have been going to my mom. Chloe, my bestie, was right. Jade showed everyone the bags, the shoes, the passports, bank statements, and money that her mother had hidden.
Everything turned to chaos then. Jade's mom and the scary man tried to bolt, but they got catched. Or should I say, catch up. Everyone threw their tomatoes at them. It was brutal. Blood flowed on the farm. Well, maybe it was just tomato sauce. But okay, too many tomato jokes. Got it. I'll stop now. I walked towards Jade. Jade, listen, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to cause all this chaos. No, I'm sorry. Mom convinced me that leaving everything behind was for the best, that our old life was too materialistic. It's all because of you, Chloe. If you hadn't shown up and questioned everything, I wouldn't know the truth. I missed you. I couldn't give up on our friendship either. Then Jade held up her friendship bracelet. BFF, where's yours? Oh, it's in the laundry. I think after Mom gets arrested, I'm gonna come live with you for a while. And you, my friend, need to take an anger management course. Yeah, and to stop obsessing over celebrities and materialistic things. Hi, my name is Diana. I was born into a miserable, poor family as the eldest of 4 girls. And for some unknown reason, my whole family has always hated me. Even as a kid, I knew Dad was kind of a loser. He just sat around in his pajamas all day, barking orders at me. We had an ancient TV set without a remote, and every evening it was my job to stand next to it and keep changing the channels. Even though he was useless, Mom seemed to adore him. In fact, the only person she didn't like was me. When I was 7, Mom and Dad decided to have a proper Christmas for once, and I was really excited. But when I opened my present, I saw my little sister's dirty sweater inside.
Ew, Mom, I think you meant to throw this in the garbage.
And why would I throw away a perfectly good sweater? Was I supposed to wash it, for your highness? Go do it so you can wear it for the family picture.
Mom, it won't even fit me.
Not with that attitude. It was so tight on me, I could hardly breathe. All my sisters got brand new sweaters, and I was the only one who looked like an idiot in the family photo. Even worse, when Mom framed it and hung it up on the wall, I saw that I'd been cropped out of the picture. Years passed and they continued to treat me poorly. I slept in a bed I'd outgrown years ago, and my cupboard was a cardboard box. Whenever Mom ordered pizza, she always gave me the smallest slice. Sometimes I started thinking I wasn't even her daughter. On my 13th birthday, I decided to throw myself a party, but of course at my friend's place. I had some savings to buy snacks and a cake, and as I was sneaking out, I bumped straight into my 12-year-old sister, Selena. She grinned and said she wouldn't tell Mom if I let her join me. And I didn't really have a choice. We were actually having a good time until one of my friends mentioned my boyfriend, Zach. Oh no, Mom would kill me if she found out. She always said that having a boyfriend is a red line. I tried to signal my friend to shut up, but she just didn't get it.
Wait, you have a boyfriend, Diana? Oh, she doesn't know?
Well, your sister is really popular with all the boys, but Zach was the lucky one who finally won her heart.
Oh, that's cool. Please excuse me. I have to make a quick phone call.
And with that, she shut herself up in the bathroom. This was not going to end well for me. And sure enough, when we got home, Mom was waiting for us, looking like a fire-breathing dragon. Are you freaking kidding me, Diana? He isn't even rich. What are you talking about, Mom? Your boyfriend, Zach. I just looked him up online and he's dirt poor. Dating a loser is the dumbest thing a girl can do. How about marrying one, Mom? Dad is a loser too. Don't try to be cheeky. Dump this idiot and find yourself a rich boy. Do you understand me? Sure, Mom. You're more important to me than any boy. I'll dump him tomorrow. Mom was insane. She had always been against having a boyfriend, and now she only wanted me to date rich boys. But of course, I did nothing of the sort, and I kept dating Zach secretly. I even managed to hide it from my sisters at school, and Mom had no idea. Well, at least until the 9th grade. I knew Mom would be coming to school to meet Selena's teacher one day, so I had to warn Zach to be careful. But before I could, I walked into the cafeteria to find he'd arranged a surprise party for me. He jumped onto one of the tables and announced, "Hey everyone, today is my lovely girlfriend's birthday, and I have something very special for her because I love her so much." Then he came to me and gave me a freaking diamond necklace. Zach, how did you even pay for that? Babe, listen. But just then, someone pushed me aside and snatched the necklace from him. It was Mom. Oh my God, this is a real diamond necklace. Where'd you get that from, boy? It's okay. You don't have to answer that. Diana, my daughter, marry him. And then she put her arms around Zach's shoulders and mine and took us home. And just like that, Mom was happy with Zach and loved him so very much. She invited him over every day and fed him like crazy. Dad seemed to like him too, and the two played video games for hours. It seemed like Zach was really enjoying himself too, because he never left the house. Sometimes he'd even sleep over on the couch at night. But soon enough, it seemed like Zach was becoming one of them. All he did was sit on the couch and bark orders like Dad, while he and Mom made jokes about me all day. I was getting really sick of everything, until one day someone knocked on the front door, and I opened it to find 2 police officers standing there. "Is Zach here, miss?" "Yeah, what do you want from him?" "We need to take him with us. We think he stole something." I turned around to look for Zach, but he was already running like a scared mouse. The officers managed to catch him, and it turned out he'd stolen that diamond necklace. So obviously I gave it to the police. I was secretly so happy to be rid of Zach, but Mom went ballistic. "Wasn't it enough that you were dating a poor boy, but he's also a thief? Just when I think you couldn't be more pathetic, you surprise me, Diana." "Well, Mom, I wasn't born to impress you, and if you're so amazing, how come you didn't land a rich guy and married our dumb dad instead? Just leave me alone." I didn't talk to anyone for weeks. I was so tired of my family. One morning as I was leaving for school, the doorbell rang and I found a sophisticated woman standing outside who smiled and asked if she could come in. "You must be Diana, right?" "Yeah, who are you?" "I'm your aunt, your dad's sister." I looked at her and then Dad on the couch. "Seriously? You're that guy's sister?" "Sweetheart, didn't your mom ever tell you? That's not your real dad." "Wait, what?" Just then Mom came running in and she turned pale when she saw the woman. "You, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to take Diana to see her father." "Everybody, just hold on for a freaking second. I have a different dad?" "Well, duh. Can't you see how different you look? It's not really a secret. Everyone in this house knows." My head was spinning. I couldn't believe this. "So, what does he want with her now, huh? He just abandoned me when I got pregnant with her." "He really wants to meet her, just once. Diana, would that be okay?" I was too shocked to refuse. Mom tried to stop me, but I pulled my arm away and followed the woman into the limousine waiting for us. When I got to Dad's house, I had to pinch my cheeks. It was a huge mansion, bigger than my entire school. My dad was a millionaire? A butler and maids were standing at the entrance, and suddenly they looked like they were about to fall, so I ran forward to help them. But my aunt stopped me. "Oh, no, sweetie. They're bowing. They're showing their respect." "Oh, that was a bow? Someone was showing me respect? That was new." She took me to the last floor and opened a gold door. Then she turned around and left. I stepped in to find a man sitting up in bed.
"Diana, is that you? Please, come in. I've been waiting for you."
The man looked really tired, and he smiled warmly at me and asked me to sit down next to him.
"I'm very sorry that I never reached out to you before, Diana. I'm sure you can't forgive me right away, but I need you to listen to me. I don't think I have much time to live, and you're my only child. I want you to move in and live with me and your aunt."
I don't even know what to say. Thank you for finally remembering me.
"Diana, I understand you're mad. Please, accept my offer and let me make it up to you."
Thinking about my life with my family, this wasn't really a hard decision. I said yes. And just like that, my life turned upside down. I moved in, got enrolled in an amazing school, and had every luxury at my feet. Also, it turned out that the doctors were wrong and my dad got better after a year. I got to know him better, and he soon became my favorite person. Years passed, and I graduated from high school. One day, I was in the kitchen when I heard a voice from behind me. It was Mom. When she saw me, she went down on her knees and started crying like a little baby. "Diana, my daughter, please have mercy on your mommy." "Mom, please get up. And what's wrong?" "I need a kidney. You know how hard it is to get a donor these days, and I can't wait for years. I'm really sick, and I might die soon, my darling." "Mom, I'm really sorry to hear that, but I can't donate my kidney. Maybe Selena can?" No, that's not what I'm here for. I have a donor. It's Zach. He's ready to do it under one condition, that you marry him. He's still so in love with you." "Mom, are you crazy? I'm supposed to marry him for a kidney? Not forever. Just say yes. And after the surgery, you can leave. Come on, babe. You're the best person I know." Mom started crying again, and my heart went out to her. I didn't want her to die because of me, so I agreed to marry Zach and said I'd divorce him right after the surgery. Dad didn't support my decision and kept trying to talk me out of it, but I said, if I don't help her, I'll blame myself forever. She is my mom after all. But on my wedding day, I was a mess. As I was sitting in my wedding dress and bawling my eyes out, Mom barged in. "Why are you crying? Who cries on their wedding day?" "Mom, just get lost." "Is this how you talk to your mom? Rude girl." She was about to spit at my face when I pushed her away and ran out of the room. It all felt like a big, stupid mistake. I didn't love Zach, and I didn't want to marry him. Just then, I spotted Mom and Selena from a distance, and it looked like they were fighting. What was going on with those two? Seconds later, my phone beeped, and I got a message from Selena. "Diana, Mom's lying. Zach is a professional thief now, and he's really wealthy. He said if Mom made you marry him, he would give her a fortune. She faked everything. I was involved in this too, but seeing your sad face right now is killing me. Don't marry Zach. Our mom is a psycho." I couldn't believe it. My mom wanted to literally sell me? How awful could she possibly be? I left my wedding and ran away to Dad. "My mom is evil, and she hates me. I've had enough. I'm not letting her get away with this. Will you help me?"
I'm surprised you even have to ask, my darling.
And he hugged me tight.
Hi there, my name is Tom, and I was just 3 years old when my mom left my dad. He was a major jerk, and she was so much happier without him. The only problem was that we were broke. My mom worked 2 jobs at once, but that wasn't enough for school, clothes, books, rent. The list was endless. I wanted to help my mom so badly that when I was 6, I tried to get a job at McDonald's. All the adults laughed at my application form. It was filled out with crayon. I was so mad. I wanted to be a grown-up. When Mom found out, she said, "Tom, the best way to help me is by doing well at school. You don't need to get a job. Oh, you're so cute." From that day, I started paying really close attention at school. I worked hard at getting the best grades, and by the time I was 12, I was topping the district. That's how I got into the richest, snobbiest school in town. They found me and offered me a full scholarship if I transferred right away. I didn't want to leave my friends, but free school was too much to give up. So I started going to the rich side of town. Everything was different here. The roads were cleaner, the houses were bigger, and the people were meaner. The meanest of them all was Blake. His father owned the school, and he did whatever he liked. My first day, I saw him push a kid off his bike for no reason. "Hey, stop that!" I rushed to help the kid up and told Blake to back off. "You must be new. Do you have any idea who I am? A massive jerk?" The people watching laughed, and Blake turned beet red. "I'm your worst nightmare." He meant it. He tried to bully me every single day for 4 years. He called me names, stole my books, and spread false rumors about me. One day, he pulled the fire alarm and told the teacher I did it. Obviously, they believed him over me. I got a whole week of detention. Didn't have time for this mess. I had to study hard all day. And now that I was older, I helped my mom by doing a job at night. We were so poor compared to everyone at school, and I did my best to hide it. I lied to everyone when they asked me what my parents do. They sell computers. They're super rich. I made sure I got the best clothes from the donation boxes in town and checked them for any imperfections. One time, I missed a tear on my coat, and Blake caught it right away. torn clothes. How pathetic. Are you too poor to afford basic things? No one laughed with him. You see, other people in school really started to like me over the years. I was funny, friendly, and I didn't bully them. Blake hated this. To top it all off, I beat his grades every single time. The day the school was honoring its toppers, all hell broke loose. This loser cannot win first place! He's a cheater! Excuse me? I beat you fair and square! Blake ran over to me and tried to yank my medal off my neck. Give it to me! Give it! No! I shoved Blake away from me and he fell back. Everyone laughed and he began to yell loudly. Ah! He hurt me! I sprained my leg! Ah! He was good at putting on a show. The teachers dragged us to the principal's office, and I got the worst yelling of my life. I want him out of this school, Dad. Tom is our best student. We can't get rid of him. How dare you hit my son? Blake attacked me first! So what? You should never hit back. You hurt him. He's faking it! He just wants me to get into trouble. You're both in trouble. 1 whole week of detention, and you both have to show the new students around the school. Our school was huge, and new people had to have guides for their first week. I really didn't want to babysit with Blake, but I had no choice. We both met the new student the next day, and wow, she was stunning. She had the most beautiful brown eyes I've ever seen. The moment Blake saw her, he turned to me. You can go. I can help her alone. I won't tell the teachers. No way! You're a snake! Look, that's Lisa. I've known her since we were kids, and her dad is even richer than mine. I want to date her, so just go away! Obviously, I didn't go away. Instead, I raced up to Lisa first and gave her my best smile. I never really flirted with a girl before, but I gave it my best shot. Hi, I'm Tom. You're cute. Do you, like tacos? Yes. I love tacos. Would you like to eat some with me after school? Okay. Why not? You're pretty cute too. Blake literally jumped in between us. Lisa, remember me? Blake? Our dads are in the same country club. Kind of. Do you want to go with me? Tonight? I'll take you somewhere fancy. Sorry, I'm getting tacos with Tom today. His expression was priceless. That's what he gets for messing with me. Lisa and I went out, and I had a surprisingly good time. She was so goofy and hilarious. Some of her jokes made me choke with laughter. Wow, I'm actually having fun. I'm glad I messed with Blake. What? Oh, Blake has a crush on you, and he's been kind of a jerk to me, so I asked you out first. What? I thought you thought I was cute. Uh-oh. I do think you're cute, but what? I'm just a pawn in your boy games? You just used me to mess with someone. You're a jerk. She threw her taco at me and ran away. I quickly paid the taco guy and chased after her, but she was gone. Dang it. Blake was turning me into a terrible person. I tried to apologize to Lisa the next day, but she wouldn't even look at me. I almost gave up until one day, when we ended up in the same elevator together. I acted on instinct. I pressed the stop button. What are you doing? I want to apologize, but you keep running away. Don't bother. I'm never gonna go out with you again. I don't want you to go out with me. I'm just sorry. I act like a complete idiot, and you have every right to hate me. She looked shocked. Really? You mean that? Yes. I'm really sorry. I was so stupid. Agreed. You'll have to buy me like 100 tacos to make up for it. Does that mean we can be friends? Yeah. Okay. I forgive you. Yes! All 100 tacos were worth it, because Lisa was amazing. She was kind, funny, and most importantly, she was a really good friend. She was always there to help her friends with their troubles, and I felt like I could tell her almost anything. Almost. One day, Lisa asked me what my parents did for a living, and I felt real fear. If she finds out I'm poor, she won't like me. I lied quickly, hoping this would go away. But one day, Lisa wanted to walk me home, and I was trapped. I had to take her to a random mansion and pretend it was mine. I went inside and hid in the bushes till she went away. If that wasn't crazy enough, one night, she walked into the restaurant where I worked. The moment I saw her, I ducked and hid under a table. The manager called for me like 10 times, but I just couldn't make myself get out. Why was I going so crazy over this girl? Suddenly, 3 pairs of legs joined me under the table. My manager had seated women there. I immediately crawled out of the table, and all 3 women screamed, sending their food flying all over the floor. My manager caught me by the collar and fired me on the spot. If I wasn't horrified enough, I turned to see Lisa staring at me with her mouth open. Oh no. I just ran home. By the time Lisa confronted me in school, I had a lie ready for her. I got that job so I could learn some responsibility. It's not good to just live off my parents. But why were you under the table? I dropped my phone. I was looking for it. Somehow, the lie worked. And Lisa gave me a big hug to comfort me. Ew, I was close. I was heading home from school that day when I felt someone pull me back. It was Blake. Why were you hugging Lisa at school? None of your business, moron. Didn't I tell you I like her? You better back off before I make you pay. Make me pay? Your dad can't kick me out of school. You have no power here. I stormed away from him with my head held high, thinking I'd won this battle. I had no idea how far Blake would go for a shot at Lisa. She and I were having lunch in the cafeteria one day when Blake came over with his gang. Hey, Tom, your parents are rich, right? Yes. They sell computers. Then why are you wearing clothes that I threw in the garbage? I was in shock. Blake pulled out his phone and played a video for everyone. It was me, searching for clothes in the donation bins. We saw you hunting for clothes like a cheap beggar. We followed you, and you live in a tiny apartment on the bad side of town. Everyone around me was whispering. I couldn't even bear to look up at Lisa. My secret was finally out. So, what do your parents really do? Do they even have a job? Or are they pathetic like you? I couldn't take it anymore. I got off my feet and punched Blake right in the face in front of everyone. I just lost it. Ah! I'm reporting you to my dad. Everyone saw that, right? He punched me! I was suspended for 2 weeks after that, which was just fine with me. Felt like my life was over. I didn't want to go to school. I didn't want to study. And I didn't want to see anyone. I turned my phone off so none of my friends could reach me. I was locked in my room for a whole week until one day, there was a knock on my door. Lisa was here. She saw me in my tiny apartment. I was wearing old, faded hand-me-downs. What are you doing here? How did you find me? I can track people. Why didn't you answer my calls? I was worried. Maybe I'm embarrassed, and I want to be alone. You shouldn't be embarrassed for being poor. You should be embarrassed for lying to me about it. Oh, I should have told you the truth, that my mom's a waitress and a janitor, that my dad abandoned us, and we live like beggars. Which part makes you want to go out with me? She looked shell-shocked. Wait, you want to go out with me? I never said that. Just leave me alone. Lisa, I went into my room and slammed the door shut. I wanted to be anyone else except me right now. It got so much worse when I opened Instagram and saw pictures of Blake and Lisa together. I guess she found someone who can take care of her the way she deserved. I was in the worst mood of my life when I started school again. Lisa tried to talk to me a few times, but I just ran away from her. I thought I could just avoid her forever, until one day, we ended up on the same elevator, alone. She punched the stop button, and the elevator came to a halt. How long are you going to ignore me, Tom? You're driving me crazy! I don't want to talk to you about my lies. I don't want to hear about your dates with Blake. We're not dating, you idiot! I only clicked those selfies because he literally begged me. I like you. It took me a few seconds to get that. You like me? Are you blind? I've liked you since the first day we met. It doesn't matter. We can't be together, Lisa. I'm poorer than your gardeners. I have nothing to offer you. You have everything to offer me. You're a good friend. You're an amazing son. You're clever, and you're handsome. I was speechless. Lisa grabbed my collar and gave me a full peck on the lips.
Hi, I'm Jessica from New Jersey, and I'm invisible. But before I continue, please like and subscribe, and you might find a present in your locker. When my mom was young, she was the most beautiful girl in town. She was prom queen, lead cheerleader, and most likely to succeed. When she graduated from high school, she married her high school sweetheart, the smartest boy in school. But everything changed when she had me. She gave up on her dream to become a model, and my father was so focused on his studies that they argued constantly and struggled to pay rent. Then one day, my dad was gone. My mom was so angry that he left, and it didn't help that I looked just like him and liked to play with the science and math books he left behind. Play with your dolls like a normal girl. Those books will rot your brain. Then my mom married my stepfather, and on my 3rd birthday, my little brother Shane was born. They fell in love with Shane at first sight. They turned my room into a nursery and shifted me to the attic. And from then on, I was invisible. On my 7th birthday, my parents threw Shane and I a huge birthday party, and they forgot to put my name on the cake. One day, I built a robot from spare parts around the house, but then Shane walked in and told my parents he'd made captain of his Little League football team. My parents were so excited for Shane that they rushed out to celebrate and didn't even notice they'd left without me. Shane was athletic and a great dancer, and like my parents, he looked like he stepped out of a fashion magazine. The three of them spent all day posing in the mirror and taking selfies.
You are so beautiful, honey.
I know. Be it darling, Jessica. Hold up the light. But when my parents weren't looking, Shane made it his mission to make my life miserable. One day, he switched my shampoo with food coloring.
Ha! You look like a pumpkin.
Another time, he ran around the house like a maniac and knocked over my mom's favorite vase. Just did it. He opened a carton of milk and poured it on the floor. I tried to stop her. He cut up all my stepdad's ties and threw them under the bed. Shane did this. I saw him do it. But every time, my parents punished me and rewarded Shane. When I was 12, I won the school spelling bee. Look, Dad, I got a medal.
For spelling words? Oh, that's so boring.
I won first place in the Math Olympics.
Math is for losers.
No, it's not. I told you, Jess is a nerd.
There are two kinds of people, Jess. Winners like us and losers like your deadbeat dad. Your dad was a nerd. He studied all the time and almost ruined our lives. Try to be more like your brother. He can teach you a thing or two.
Shane's a jerk. He's as dumb as a bag of rocks. He bullies other kids, and he can barely spell his own name. And nerds aren't losers, they're smart. Smart people invented your cell phones, designed this house, and the fancy cars you drive. After that, my parents hid my books and forbade me from studying in the house. They even grounded me when I brought home straight A's on my report card.
It's for your own good.
This is ridiculous. When I was 15, I secretly entered a national science competition. If I won, I'd get a huge college scholarship and my face would be all over the news. Then it would be impossible for my parents to ignore me, and they'd finally see the value in being smart. I shut myself in my room for days as I worked on my project.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Mom, Dad, Jess is doing science for fun.
The day of the science fair came and I'd made it to the final round. But as the judges came by to look at my project, something went horribly wrong.
Why is that thing smoking?
It's fine. Everything's fine. I just need to adjust the settings. I tried to fix it, but then suddenly my project caught fire. Everyone ran screaming out of the building. The fire brigade put the fire out, but the building and all the projects were ruined. I was banned from the competition for life, and the next day, my parents got a letter demanding payment for the damages. My parents were pissed. They were already spending a fortune on Shane's fencing lessons, acting classes, and private football coaching.
What were you thinking?
I just wanted you to be proud of me for once. I wanted you to see me.
Well, we see you now, and you're a disappointment. Why can't you be more like Shane?
And we're not paying for this, young lady. It's time you learn some responsibility. My mom told me to get a job to pay the bill. Well, I'd show them. I'd pay for the damages, and then save up money for college and leave this family for good. A week later, I walked into a weird store that sold scented candles and crystals, and a cute boy named Zach appeared out of nowhere and grabbed my hand.
Your aura is magnetic. You're a diamond in the rough.
Really?
Yeah, and everything in the store is 20% off.
I don't have any money. Zach dropped my hand instantly and walked off. Then the owner of the store came up to me.
Can you start tomorrow?
I accepted the job. Zach and I worked the same shifts. I loved listening to him speak to the customers. His voice was silky smooth, and he looked like a Greek statue come to life. One day, he caught me staring.
What are you looking at?
I was just,
You mind getting back to work?
Another time, I wore a fancy dress, a pair of high heels, and some lipstick to work to get his attention. He and a bunch of customers gave me strange looks my whole shift. Then I spotted myself in the mirror. There was toilet paper on my shoe and lipstick all over my teeth. A week later, I was riding the bus to work, and I saw Zach in the seat across from me struggling with a math problem. So, what are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing?
Do you need some help?
Why would I want your help? You're only in high school. I'm in college.
I'm really good at math. It's kind of like my superpower. I'm already taking classes at a college level. Zach sat next to me and handed me the math book. My heart skipped a beat when his hand brushed against mine. I solved the problem in less than a minute.
Wow, you really are smart.
We could study together, maybe get something to eat too? Like a date, but with books.
A date?
Oh God, did I just ask Zach out? Sorry, never mind. Just joking.
You think dating me is a joke?
No,
I'm messing with you, Jess. A date with books? Sounds cool.
We went to the library and studied for hours. Zach was charming and sweet, and we had so much in common. We liked the same video games and MSA videos. One night, he told me that he felt just as invisible as I did in high school.
I didn't have anything in common with all those rich kids from class. All they talked about was their money and their cars. I couldn't afford any of that, and I wasn't interested. So I kept to myself. I still do.
Do you ever get lonely?
Not anymore. I've got you.
One night, I was studying on the porch, and Shane spit a spitball at my head.
What's up with you? You're acting strange.
What do you mean?
It's your face. There's something wrong with it.
No, there isn't.
You're smiling. You never smile.
Then my cell phone rang. It was Zach, and I quickly silenced my phone.
You're blushing. Who was that?
None of your business.
OMG, you have a boyfriend?
Shane ran off and told my parents.
That's amazing. We were so worried about you, sweetie. Being a lonely nerd just isn't healthy. But she's so weird and boring. Who'd want to date her?
Be nice to your sister. She's finally done something worth celebrating. They insisted that I invite Zach over for dinner, so I reluctantly did. Wow, these are nice. You didn't need to bring anything.
I'm meeting my girlfriend's parents for the first time.
Your girlfriend?
We've been dating for a few months now. I kind of figured we were. If I'm wrong, then...
You're not wrong. Zach pulled me close and kissed me, and I almost melted. When we walked in, Shane and my parents were already at the table. The moment they looked at Zach, all three of them gasped.
What is he doing here?
This is Zach. He's my boyfriend.
I should leave.
No, don't be silly. You just got here. I pulled Zach to the table and we sat down. We ate in silence as Shane gave Zach death glares the whole time. My parents weren't much better. Every few minutes, they'd glance at me and Zach and then whisper amongst themselves. I couldn't stand it. I'd finally found someone that cared about me, and my family was trying to drive him away? What's the problem? Why are you all acting so crazy?
Your boyfriend's a jerk and a liar.
He's using you to hurt us.
And Jess is a dumb loser. She fell for it.
What?
If I knew Jess was related to this toxic family, I would have stayed miles away from her.
Then Zach left. I tried to go after him, but my father grabbed my arm.
Let him go. You shouldn't have brought that trash into this house.
I can't say I'm surprised that you fell for his lies. You've never been good at making smart decisions. When will you stop disappointing this family? My parents demanded that I never speak to Zach again. They wouldn't tell me what Zach had done, no matter how much I begged, and just shut themselves up in their rooms. The next day, I saw Zach at work. Zach, I don't understand what happened last night.
Forget it. People like you don't get along with people like me.
Just then, Shane and his friends showed up and headed straight for Zach.
Stay away from my sister, you liar. I'm not a liar.
Yes, you are. You and your stupid loser of a father. Then Zach lost it. He shoved Shane into a display case, and they got into the biggest fight. Customers panicked and ran out of the store. A couple of security guards showed up and pulled them apart. Shane and his friends left, and then the store owner fired Zach on the spot. Zach stopped meeting me at the library and didn't answer my calls. I went to his college, but apparently he hadn't come to class in weeks. I was so worried. I had to do something. So I snuck into the office at work and found Zach's address.
What are you doing here?
I want answers. My family won't tell me why they hate you. You refuse to talk to me. I just don't know what to do. So I've decided that I'm gonna sit here and stare at you till you tell me.
You're gonna stare at me? That's your plan?
Yep. I stared at Zach for almost an hour, and he finally caved and invited me inside.
Your stepdad and my dad were best friends, and they had a business together. My dad was the brains, and your stepdad had the connections. But once they were successful, your stepdad pushed my dad out of the business.
Why didn't your dad fight it?
He tried, but your stepdad knew so many big politicians and lawyers that my dad never stood a chance. After that, he changed. He'd come home shouting and angry all the time. Then one day, he left me and my mom. Zach showed me pictures of his father and several of his inventions, some of which were my stepdad's best-selling products. This isn't right, you think? My mom and I took your stepdad to court. I told the judge that I worked on some of those inventions with my dad, but the judge didn't believe me. Or your stepdad paid him not to. My blood boiled. My family's fortune was built on a lie. And they always told me that being smart wasn't special and would never get me anywhere, when the whole time, they'd taken advantage of someone else's intelligence. I went straight home and confronted my family, and they didn't deny a thing. Zach and his dad are losers, and they stood in the way of our success. But you stole their inventions. We did what was necessary, and why are you complaining? If it wasn't for your father's choices, you wouldn't live in this fancy house or have nice things. Stop being ungrateful. They just wouldn't acknowledge their selfishness, and they didn't care about the damage they'd done to Zach and his family. You're going to stop seeing that boy. He's a stupid, nerd jerk. Yeah, a stupid nerd jerk loser. And he's a bad influence. You're a bad influence. Well, you have a choice to make. It's either that boy or our family. I chose Zach. We secretly saw each other for the rest of the semester, even though my parents grounded me and took away my phone. Zach left me love letters in my favorite library books and left me secret messages in my mailbox that only I could decode. Zach got a new job and returned to college. He was even able to make up for the tests he'd missed. Things were looking up until the day I graduated from high school. My family saw Zach congratulating me. We told you to stop seeing that boy. It's my decision. Zach is a good guy. He's honest, he's smart, he's kind, and he's 10 times better than the 3 of you put together. After that, my parents kicked me out of the house, refused to give me money for college, and stopped taking my calls. It's okay, Jess. I've got your back. Luckily, I'd gotten into college on scholarship, and Zach and I moved in together. Money was tight, but we managed to make it work. We started working together on perfecting. Hi, I'm Delilah from Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I was 2 when my rich uncle adopted me and took me to his huge mansion. I was bigger than most kids my age, but he accepted me with all his heart. Unlike his son, Rusty. Rusty was 6 years older, and even though he had everything, it wasn't enough because he wanted it all for himself. We shared our birthdays, so when I turned 3, Uncle threw us a joint party. Why does she get the bigger cake? Isn't she big enough already? Don't be mean. It's Delilah's first birthday with us. Now, smile for the pictures. But Rusty just threw the cake and walked off. I felt so bad.
I don't think he likes me.
Oh, sweetie, don't worry. He'll come around. But he never did. If anything, Rusty became more bitter. I did great at school, while all he did was laze around. So Uncle started paying me more attention. And he hated that. When I was 10, I won the state spelling bee competition, and Uncle took me to an amusement park to celebrate. I was very excited, till the operator refused to let me on one of the rides. This is not for teens, it's for kids only.
Yeah. Of course, I knew that. I just wanted to see how the rides worked. I'll leave.
Did he think I was a teen? I'm only 10. I darted faster than a bullet as the crowd stared. And after that day, I started getting more conscious of my height. I was 13 and almost 5 feet 11 inches, which was weird for my age. I was taller than most boys in my class. I didn't let that get to me, but it gave Rusty a chance to pick on me. He would call me Giant, Bigfoot, whatever came to his mind. To make up for his behavior, Uncle gave me the biggest room in the house and stuffed it with gifts and toys.
Sure, she needs a bigger room. With that size.
You don't have to be so mean, okay? I know I'm tall, but you're dumb and I never make fun of that.
You, I will get you for this.
He chased me for an hour but couldn't come close. Who knew I could run like that? I wanted to see how good I was, so I started practicing with the track team, and soon I beat everyone. My long legs made me super fast. This was awesome! Uncle was proud, but it pissed Rusty off, and he went completely off the rails. He failed 12th grade twice, and blew all his money on his girlfriends without blinking. One evening, Uncle had to bail him out of jail in the middle of the night for stealing exam papers. Luckily, he was the school trustee, so Rusty only got suspended for a week.
Why do you embarrass me like this? Where did I go wrong? Oh, that's easy. You got her at home, and you forgot about your son.
That's not true. Uncle loves you just as he loves me.
Don't act like you're part of this family, and never interrupt me again. Enough!
Uncle and Rusty had a huge fight that night, and a week later, Rusty went to London to finish college. I never saw him again, and he hardly called home. I didn't miss him much, but Uncle did, and it made me sad to see him unhappy. Things went back to normal in a few years. At 17, I was a whopping 6 feet and the tallest girl in school. People would stare at me all the time and say the weirdest things.
Can you even hear me up there? Or should I scream?
Wow, where do you buy your clothes from? The tent shop? All my clothes are limited edition, and that makes me unique, while you're just so common. I didn't let anyone talk me down, but it still bothered me. I wanted to buy cute clothes and wear pretty shoes, but nothing fit me. One time in the mall, I was window shopping when a flying figure went past me, getting chased by some guards. Let me go! I need this! I couldn't see who the girl was, so I walked closer, but I tripped on a huge rack and all the clothes fell on our heads. Guards got distracted and lost their grip, and she ran away. And I ended up paying for all the ruined clothes that didn't even fit me. Later that day, I saw my uncle packing up when I went home. Are we going somewhere?
No, dear, I am. We're opening a new business in Greece, and I'll be out for a month.
But can I come with you?
I want you to concentrate on your school and practice. I'll be back before you know it.
The day my uncle left, I felt super weird. I'd never been on my own. And a week later, I got the worst news of my life. My uncle's secretary told me he'd caught a rare fever and was on total bed rest. Doctors had no idea how long it would take him to recover. I was devastated and wanted to visit Uncle, but no one was allowed near him since the fever was contagious. So I decided to concentrate on my finals. But after my last exam, I came home to Rusty and a girl who looked oddly familiar. What are you doing here?
This is my home, and I can come by whenever I want. By the way, this is Gina, my girlfriend, and the queen of this house.
I looked at Gina, but she ignored me completely. Rude. Later that day, when I crossed their room, I heard her arguing with Rusty. You have a sister? You never told me about her.
She wasn't worth mentioning, and she won't stay here for long.
Before I could hear anything else, the maid showed up and I left. For the entire week, I noticed that Gina was an odd duck. She stayed all day in her room. Whenever she came out, she would scream at the servants and run back up. One time, I was in my room when Gina walked in. Empty your room. I need more closet space. You can't just walk in here and ask me to do stuff. Get it? Suddenly, she started screaming for Rusty. And that's when it hit me. She was the same girl from the mall. Wait a minute. I know you. You're...
What is it, darling?
I thought you were rich, but my room here is smaller than my bathroom. I need more space, so move her. I'm not going anywhere.
You are, and you will. Or you can pack your bags and get out. Your choice.
What? You can't do that.
Now that Dad's not here, I'm your legal guardian. So, if you want to keep running or going to school, stop bugging me and get moving.
Ugh, so annoying. I immediately wanted to call my uncle, but he was too sick to bother, so I kept my head low and started packing. Before I left, I kept a parting gift for Gina and laughed my butt off when she went around crying over her half-eaten clothes. Much deserved. That night, I searched for Gina on the internet, but the girl was a dead end. I knew she was lying, but there was something else she was hiding. Something big. I could feel it. The next morning, I found Rusty alone and tried to warn him. Your girlfriend is a liar.
And you're giving me a headache.
I'm serious. I saw her stealing from the mall just last month.
Gina's family is one of the richest in London. She doesn't need to steal. You can fool my dad, but not me. I'm smarter. I need Gina. Don't screw this up or I'll be your worst nightmare.
Rusty walked away, and I couldn't help thinking about how this was possible. I was almost certain I'd seen her. But if Gina was rich, then maybe I was mistaken. This was so confusing. I shrugged the thoughts away and left for school. But I was super distracted that day during practice and twisted my ankle while running. I couldn't walk, so the school called someone to pick me up. and Gina showed up. You should have just sent a driver. I was in the neighborhood. Now come on, I don't have all day. She helped me to the car, and I tried to talk to her, but she was on her phone the entire ride home. And the moment we got home, she ran to her room without even helping me out. What was wrong with her? For the next week, I rested at home, and every time I would try to get close to Gina's room, Rusty would ask me to back off. He was so paranoid that he had guards outside her room. Is she a princess? Why do you need so much security? Jeez, that's none of your business. She's my girlfriend, and I'll do whatever she wants. Buzz off. The more Rusty said stuff like that, the more curious I got. He didn't love anyone but himself. So all this newfound love for Gina was very weird. I wanted to know more, but soon after, the coach started training us for international track events, and I got busy. Sometime later, Uncle's secretary informed us that they were moving him to a bigger facility, and Gina threw a party the same day. Guess you're very happy that Uncle's not coming back anytime soon, right? What? No, it's my mom's birthday. Really? Then how come she's not here? Because she's not around anymore. Gina started tearing up as she ran upstairs, and just then Rusty showed up. I knew it. What did you say to her? Relax. I'm sorry. I think I may have stepped over a line. I'll apologize. You better, or I won't give you permission to run track. Get that? I went upstairs to find Gina sobbing in her room with her mom's picture. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I know how you feel. I grew up without my parents too. I just miss her a lot. Even though she can't be with me, I throw her a party every year. My mom loved birthdays. Gina and I chatted for a bit, and I realized she wasn't as bad as I thought. I could see how deeply she missed her mom, which made me feel connected to her. Maybe I judged her too soon. Gina warmed up to me after that, and we often hung out. But soon, I noticed how she'd only talk to me when Rusty wasn't around. I asked her one day, and she gave me the weirdest reply. Oh no, I'm just taking a break from all the wedding preparations. Wow, I had no idea. Do we have a date? We wanted to wait for his dad to come back. Gina sounded super excited, but when I asked Rusty about it, he shrugged it off. Didn't I ask you to keep your tall head out of my business? Just don't break her heart, okay? Whatever. I knew he wouldn't listen to me, but I had to try. Gina deserved better than this moron. A few days later, we had the school dance, and I decided not to go. No boy in school had asked me out yet, and showing up alone was humiliating. When Gina heard, she volunteered to tag along. I don't know what's more embarrassing, not having a date or having your almost sister-in-law as a date. Just keep your head high, and you'll rock. I followed her advice and was having a great time, till I heard someone screaming from the other side of the room. It was Gina howling at a girl from my class. Don't you get tired of bullying each other? So she's a little tall. She's way better than all of you, including these frat boys you crush on. You can't match her at all. Literally. I pulled her away, but she continued shouting till we reached the entrance. What was that all about? These people were saying weird stuff about you. I couldn't take it. I'm used to it, and I can take my own stand. I know, it's just that I was bullied as a kid, and this stuff gets to me. Okay, forget about it. We're here, so let's enjoy the dance. Come on. Gina and I danced the night away without giving a fig about anyone, and had the best time. And a week later, I got busy with track practice. I had back-to-back events, and the coach was very tough on us. But it all paid off when I got selected. I immediately called my uncle, but his phone went straight to voicemail. I was excited to tell Gina about it, but I came home to loud noises coming from Rusty's office. How could you do this to me? You thought this was forever? Your job here is done. Pack your stuff and leave. Gina stormed out furiously. I was sure Rusty must have backed out of the wedding, and I wanted to make sure she was okay, so I followed her. I saw her enter a hospital and go into a room with a frail woman. Machines beeped around everywhere as she smiled at Gina. Oh, it's been so long. My darling daughter, Shelley. I'm sorry it took so long, Mom. I have to wrap something up, and after that, I'll get you out of here soon enough. So her name was Shelley? And her mom was alive? Who was this person, and what did she want? I had so many questions. I wanted to go inside, but looking at her mother's condition, I decided to wait for her at home. But there, I had another surprise waiting for me. Uncle was home, and he was going ballistic on Rusty over some papers. Uncle, you're back! How are you? I was so stressed when I found out about your illness.
I was fine, Delilah. In fact, I was more than okay. What do you mean? I'm ashamed to even say this, but my own son got me kidnapped for property. Thankfully, the police found me just in time.
Kidnapped? How is that possible? I spoke to your secretary.
He wasn't my secretary. I went there alone.
Uncle sat me down and told me that someone had stolen his phone before he got on the plane, and then on his way home, he was kidnapped. A few months back, Rusty had called him up asking for $1 million, and when Uncle refused to pay him, he planned to get him kidnapped and force him to sign the company over. I looked at Rusty in shock, and he didn't show any remorse.
Yeah, so I did it. You gave everything to her, leaving me with nothing.
Then I met Gina, and she's so freaking rich.
So with her help, I could have thrown you both out.
You're so evil. Who would do that to their own father? Someone who doesn't care about anyone but himself.
I thought I told you to leave, Gina.
Call me Shelly, and I'm not your slave, and I'm not rich either. Gina told us how Rusty was a wanted con man in London who'd scammed many people, including her dad. So she pretended to be rich so she could date him, help him sell the company, and leave with the money. The money he stole was for my mom's surgery. We fell into debt paying her hospital bills. I wanted to get back at him, but he tried to fool me again. I told the police where your uncle was.
That doesn't make it right, Gina. You lied to us.
But you helped Uncle, and for that, I'm thankful. As Uncle called the police and Gina sobbed, I saw Rusty sneaking out with the papers, but I grabbed him just in time.
Think you can outrun me?
You wish. Rusty got arrested for kidnapping and embezzlement. Gina got called in for questioning and received a 6-month sentence for helping Rusty, after which we paid her mother's treatment and even compensated other people Rusty had conned. Soon, it was time to leave for my international track events, and my uncle came to drop me off.
Make me proud.
Haven't I always? Uncle hugged me, and it felt like home.
I never knew why, but I always seemed to annoy my parents. It wasn't as if they didn't like kids. They absolutely adored my brother John. He was always being showered with expensive gifts. In my case, they never even remembered my birthday. On my 10th birthday, I came downstairs and saw a tiny wrapped box on the kitchen table. I ripped it open, only to have Mom walk in and snatch it away from me. "That's not for you. Look, she's torn the wrapping." Just then, John walked in, and they were all smiles. They handed the box to him, and inside was a key to a Porsche. He screamed in delight and followed them outside. He jumped into his new car. "Mom, Dad, let me take you around the block with this baby." And they were all off together. John was failing high school and was mostly just partying with girls, but that never seemed to bother my parents. Last Christmas, he brought 2 gorgeous girls home, and my parents looked like they couldn't be prouder. I had the duty of serving everyone drinks and food. I pretended to trip up and spilled an entire tray of drinks on John and his guests. Mom sent me to my room, and I was more than happy having dinner on my own. A couple of weeks later, he turned up with another girl, Alina, and said they were in a serious relationship and she was moving in with us. I wasn't even allowed to have friends over to study with. If I ever wanted to ask someone, Mom would say, "Are you too stupid to do your work on your own?" And here my parents were, welcoming Alina with open arms. To my horror, I heard Mom say, "Oh, John probably doesn't have enough closet space. Why don't you put your things in Gwen's closet? She can put her clothes under her bed." As I started cleaning out my closet, I said, "You know, this is Whisker's favorite sleeping spot. I hope he doesn't scratch all your pretty clothes." Alina shrieked, picked up all her dresses, and ran off. Later that year, my brother and his dumb girlfriend became proud parents to little Mike. My parents practically sobbed with joy at being grandparents, and I became the official babysitter. Anytime they were heading out to a party, they'd dump the baby on me and tell me they'd be late, which usually meant I'd be staying up till 2 trying to juggle schoolwork and diapers. To make matters worse, Alina was a mess. Mom ordered me to do everything she asked, and she had me running around constantly because, as she said, taking care of little Mikey is so exhausting. One time, she sent me to get her favorite Chinese takeout, and suddenly the paper bag ripped and all the food boxes fell out. I stood there staring at the mess for a minute, and then I just scooped up the noodles from the pavement and put them right back in the box. She didn't have to know. She popped into my room one day to try on one of her designer dresses. and she started crying when she couldn't get the zipper up because she'd gotten so fat. I helped her out of it, but inside, I felt so happy. Served her right for stuffing her face all day. One day, while Alina was taking one of her many naps, I was watching over Mike, and he just wouldn't stop crying. John barged into my room and snatched him from me. Seriously, why are you so useless? You can't even get a baby to be quiet. That was it. I was done with the thankless job and these selfish people. I decided that things had to change now. Anytime they tried to leave Mike with me, I would say I was too busy with exams and projects and lock myself in my room. I started having my friends over too. One time, while a friend called Stella and I were working on a project, Mom walked in and said rudely, "It's getting late. It's time for Stella to go home." I took Stella's hand and walked up to my room, slammed the door, and started playing loud music. And guess what? My parents said they'd had enough of me. They sent me off to live with one of my aunts. She was in her late 20s. I thought anywhere was better than my house, and I was almost looking forward to it. But I was so wrong. My aunt's ex-husband had been in the army, and I guess that's where she got her military discipline from. She had stupid rules for everything. I turned up for dinner 2 minutes later than 8 on the first night, and she said I could only eat salad. She had a list of chores I had to manage with school every day. I had to obey her rules, otherwise I'd be homeless. The only good thing about being there was that her stepson, Paul, lived with her. He was just a couple of years older than me, and boy was he handsome. He seemed glad to have my company, and we became friends pretty quickly. He would ask me to join his buddies whenever they were over. I totally wanted us to be more than just friends, of course, and it was so exciting to live in the room next to my crush. Stella was over at my place one day, and I told her I'd written a song for Paul. I sang it for her, and she absolutely loved it. Well, at least someone got to hear it. The next day at school, people seemed to be looking at me a lot more than usual. A girl from my class said, "Wow, I had no idea you had such an amazing voice." Another said, "Oh my god, why haven't you auditioned for American Idol already?" Wait, what? Another girl pulled out her phone and said, "Have you seen the views on your video yet?" I looked in horror at myself singing in my room. I couldn't believe Stella had recorded me and uploaded the video to YouTube. And it looked like everyone was loving it. The video went viral. Suddenly, every girl wanted to be me, and every boy wanted to be with me. I could see the admiration in Paul's eyes, too. If only he knew he was the inspiration. Jacob, one of the most popular jocks in school, came up to me one lunch. He leaned on the table and said, "Want to go out with me sometime?" I said casually, "You're going to have to impress me first." I made a dare, and the next thing I knew, Jacob had jumped up on the table and was taking his jersey off. Everyone in the cafeteria had turned around, and there were loud cheers and claps from the audience. Boy, he was totally ripped. But I looked at him and said, "Nah, I've seen better." And with that, I walked away. Jacob hadn't even noticed my existence till I became popular. He totally deserved it. Soon enough, though, I got a call to go to the principal's office. The principal glared at me as I walked in. I knew she only liked the nerds. She called my parents, and of course, they had nothing nice to say about me. She warned me that if I wanted to stay in the school, I'd better follow the rules and be a good little girl. I felt so angry. I was so tired of everyone's rules. I got up from my chair and said, "Please don't talk to me like I'm a kid. I'm literally the most popular girl in this stupid high school right now." The principal looked absolutely furious. She said, "This is my last warning. Behave or you'll be expelled." This wasn't over. The principal needed to treat me with respect. I was going to find a way to bring her down. The chance came sooner than I could have hoped for. And it was so much better than any of my original ideas. My aunt had sent me to get food from her favorite restaurant one evening, and I stopped short when I looked in through the window and saw two women kissing. It was the principal and our science teacher. Last time I checked, that was definitely against the rules. I quickly whipped out my phone and made a video of the two. That video was an overnight sensation. The principal and the teacher were both forced to quit, and everyone was ecstatic that we were rid of the horrible principal. And I was the one who made it happen. I was crazy popular now. One day in the science lab, I caught Alexa staring right at me. She smiled at me when our eyes met. Alexa was really popular. The lab instructor told us to pair up, and she quickly came to my side. We became friends and started hanging out a lot. At one of her parties, I told her she looked really good, and she blushed. She took my hand and led me to the dance floor. I could tell she was really into me, and to my shock, I realized that I might be a little into her too. I invited her to my aunt's one day. Paul and some of his friends were watching the game and asked us to join them. My aunt walked in with some snacks, and she instantly seemed to warm up to Alexa. I had never seen her look so affectionately at anyone. Alexa and Paul really seemed to hit it off too, and after a while, I felt a little bit left out of their conversation. Soon after that, Alexa started hanging out with me less, and whenever I'd call, she'd say she was busy. Paul seemed to be home less often too. I wondered if the two were hanging out together without me. One day, when I got home from school, I heard laughter from the lounge. It was Alexa and my aunt. Alexa said, Hi, Gwen. I was just here to see Paul. I didn't care if my aunt liked Alexa better. I just couldn't afford to lose Paul. I decided to tell him how I felt about him. The next evening, I texted Paul to meet me in the garden after dinner. He seemed really surprised to see me all dressed up. He said, Hey, Gwen, what's going on? I took his hand, looked deeply in his eyes, and said, I'm just a girl, standing in front of a boy, asking him to love her. I closed my eyes and leaned in to kiss him, but I suddenly felt him gently push me back. Paul looked completely shocked. He slowly said, Gwen, I'm a boy who's into other boys. I thought you would have figured that out. I have a boyfriend, actually. I ran away from the scene as fast as I could. High school was about to end, and I didn't want to live with my aunt anymore. Things were really awkward with Paul since that night. And besides, I was making enough from my YouTube singing videos to afford a small apartment on my own. One afternoon, the doorbell rang, and I was really surprised to see that it was Alina. She'd lost a ton of weight and looked fab. She said she needed my help, so I reluctantly let her in. She said, Your jerk brother cheated on me. She and John had broken up, and my parents had sent him away to join the army. They were taking care of Mike. Since Alina's parents had stopped talking to her after she got pregnant, she had nowhere to go. She begged me to let her crash at my place till she could figure something out. I could hardly say no to that beautiful face, so I agreed. I thought I'd hate having her around, but I guess not being with my brother made her less of a jerk. In fact, she was going out of her way to cook my favorite meals and kept the house clean. I realized she was really good company. She was great at styling and helped me look amazing for my videos. One evening, I came home to a candlelit dinner for two. Alina looked stunning. Suddenly, she pulled me in for a kiss, and I kissed her back. We were super happy together. Our video series became more and more popular, and we were now a famous YouTube couple. We were making really good money, and we moved into a bigger house. Alina asked me one day if I'd have dinner with her sister. I knew she really missed her family, so I happily agreed. When her sister arrived at our table, I almost fell off my chair. It was Alexa, and she was with someone. It was my aunt. Needless to say, that was one awkward dinner. I just wanted to put the past and these people behind me already. I spoke too soon. Just a few days later, I got a text from my brother saying he wanted to come see us. I was curious about what he wanted, so I invited him over. The next day when he turned up, he looked around the house and said, Wow, Gwenny, you've done really well for yourself. Just then, Alina walked in and sat down next to me. John looked a bit angry. I said, Yes, as you can see, I have a much better life than you. I have everything you could possibly want. He forced a smile and said, Well, yes. So here's the thing. I have a great business plan. I need $100,000 for it, though. Can you lend me the money? Why was I not surprised? I said, I'd rather throw the money in the gutter than give it to someone as selfish as you. That seemed to be too much for him. He jumped to his feet and shouted, No matter how rich or famous you get, Mom and Dad will always like me more. You will always be alone, no matter what you do. With that, he stormed out. I smiled at Alina and pointed to the camera that had been running the whole time. I uploaded the video to my channel and told my viewers all about how my family had mistreated me. A few weeks later, my parents showed up with Mike. Turned out, John had sunk all their money in a stupid business investment and had come to ask me for money to pay his debts. He couldn't get a loan from anywhere, and they had to sell their house. They cut ties with him completely now and begged me to help them. I couldn't forget how they treated me, but I was better than them. Plus, They had looked after Mike all these years. I forgave them, and Alina and I moved them into a separate wing of our mansion. At our grand New Year's party, Alexa came by looking absolutely stunning. Apparently, she was no longer with my aunt. She kept flirting with me all evening and was conveniently by my side when it struck 12. She said, "I guess I'll have to kiss you now." I pushed her aside and walked off. I joined Alina on the balcony and took her hand. I said, "The best thing to happen to me is you." She smiled and said, "My life with you is just perfect." And we kissed under the stars.
Paris. Enchanting, romantic, a place like no other. The city of my dreams. Until now. My name is Ella, and I started my summer vacation in Paris, hauling a backpack and suitcase up 5 flights of stairs because the elevator at the hostel was broken. I had a reservation for the first floor, but my cheating ex-boyfriend got here first and used it with his new girlfriend, Harpy. Harper. But it's fine. I'm only 2 days behind them, but I can catch up. They're probably using the itinerary I put together. Because Ryan, the human equivalent of a decorative houseplant, is too lazy to do his own research. But wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start at the beginning. I met Ryan in the 3rd grade when we were 8 years old. It was love at first sight. We passed notes in class, we ate lunch together, we did homework together. Well, technically, I did all our schoolwork, year after year, while Ryan blissfully coasted through life doing whatever the heck he wanted, like perfecting his dumb video game skills. Number 4. The Boston Tea Party was a protest against... Ryan, are you even listening? I'm trying to walk you through the homework so you can actually answer a question if the professor asks tomorrow.
I'll be fine. The professor likes me anyway.
I don't think so. Just today, she said that you have the memory of a frog, and that you should get your head out of...
Okay, I get your point. But who cares what a dumb professor thinks about me? Studies are for losers anyway.
Did you just call me a loser?
No, not you, of course. You're amazing. You're the best, Ella. Now let's just finish this so I can finally treat you to your favorite ice cream. I'm done with my game anyway.
Really? Give me 2 minutes. Yeah, I kind of missed the point there. And things didn't change much even as I grew older. By the time we got to high school, everyone was calling us Ryanella, much like Cinderella. Because, just like her, I was out here slogging my butt off for Ryan while he lived his best carefree zero-effort life. The entire school saw it, except me. People would literally call me his unpaid assistant, a doormat, a carpet under Ryan's feet. But I ignored them because Ryan would occasionally give me a big hug, flash that lazy smile, and say,
Ella, you're the best.
Soon it was time for senior year, and I threw myself into planning our big post-graduation trip to Paris. The perfect way to kick off our next chapter before heading to college together. Well, my new chapter, because Ryan had decided to take a gap year. I always thought we'd go to college together. That was the plan, right?
Well, plans change, Ella. Besides, I really need to, find myself first. There's so much untapped potential inside me. Who am I, really? What do I want? I need to feel my vibes. You know what I mean?
I guess. But we're still on for Paris, right? Because I'd hate for your graduation gift to go to waste. And I pulled out a receipt for a first-class ticket to Paris. Ryan's eyes instantly lit up, and he threw his arms around me.
Oh my God, this is the best gift ever! But I didn't get you anything.
You're in my life, and that's all I want.
You're the best, Ella.
I was practically floating when I got back home. Ryan and I were gonna spend our entire summer in Paris, and it was gonna be epic. I was just making plans in my head for the most romantic getaway ever when Mom walked into my room. Ella? Why am I getting a message from the bank saying you spent over $1,000 on a first-class plane ticket? For Ryan? I was gonna tell you, Mom. What? That you spent your inheritance money on a stupid ticket? Ella, that money was for your future. Ryan is my future, Mom. I've loved him since the 3rd grade. Besides, I'll be going to college soon, and I wanted to end our graduation on a happy note. Will you please stop judging me now? I'm not judging you, Elle.
Sometimes you act like an idiot around Ryan. He might be a nice boy, but what if there's someone else out there who's better for you?
Better than Ryan? That's impossible, Mom. He's the only one in the world for me.
Mom didn't argue with me after that.
A week later, we had our senior prom. And as expected, Ryan and I were crowned the prom king and queen. It was the best night of my life. Until Harper showed up, and Ryan ignored me like I was a potted plant in a corner.
Harper! What are you doing here?
You're Harper? How nice to finally meet.
My cousin Wally needed a date for the prom. I flew in last night.
Ryan, aren't you gonna introduce me?
Wow, that's great! How long are you staying?
Hi, Harper. I'm Ella.
My family is moving here this summer, permanently.
So you're going to our...
Cool. Then we'll be seeing a lot of each other.
For the rest of the night, Harper hovered around me and Ryan like a honeybee. She was on the dance floor, by the punch bowl, laughing at the stupidest things Ryan said. It wasn't like I was enjoying third-wheeling in my own relationship, but they were old friends. Ryan had always told me stories about how they were close as kids, so maybe he was just excited to see her again. And maybe I was just overthinking. But then we went to the ladies' room, and Harper turned to me with a smirk.
I love that crown. Do you mind if I try it on?
Before I could answer, she snatched it off my head and crowned herself. For a moment, I fantasized about wrestling her to the ground and taking back what was mine. But all I did was smile like an idiot and tell her how pretty she looked. I thought I would just tell Ryan about it on our way back home, but he insisted on dropping off Harper and her cousin.
Shotgun!
She slipped into the front seat, while I was stuck in the back with Wally snoring on my shoulder. Suddenly, the car stopped.
Ella, you're home.
Wait, you're dropping me off first?
You're on the way to their house.
Can I at least have my crown back?
Oh, but it looks so much better on me. Please let me borrow it for tonight. I'll make sure to send it with Ryan tomorrow.
But...
Relax, Ella. It's just a dumb crown. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
And he just left. It's safe to say, I never got my crown back. Or my man. Because 2 days later, Harper, joined our school and Ryan broke up with me. He started ignoring me at school and didn't even return any of my calls or messages.
Ryan here. Leave me a message. And if this is Ella, stop texting me.
I spent thousands on your first class ticket to Paris, and I was gonna fly coach. That's how much I love you, and now you're ghosting me?
I was devastated, and I planned on hiding under the covers forever. But on the day of my graduation, Mom flung open my door.
Ella, enough is enough. You're graduating today.
I'm not going.
You worked hard for this. Don't let that boy take it away from you.
Everyone knows he dumped me for Harpy. It's embarrassing, Mom.
Well, if you ask me, it's a blessing. Now you won't be stuck with a lazy loser who doesn't know what to do with his life. And you can finally travel to Paris all by yourself, doing things that you like.
No, I can't do it. I'll go to the graduation, but to go to the most romantic city in the world without my one true love? I'd rather eat sawdust. Besides, Ryan and I planned that trip together.
No, Ella, you planned that trip. Ryan just showed up. Now get up, put on a cute dress, and go to your graduation with your chin up.
I did what Mom said, and honestly, it felt like a good idea. My friends tried to cheer me up, and for a moment, I was happy. But then, I walked on stage to get my diploma and spotted Harper sitting in the front row, wearing my crown. And I knew it was going to be a long, horrible summer. I drowned myself in pity for the rest of the summer. Ate junk food, watched sad movies, doom-scrolled social media till I passed out crying over my stupid single life, while everyone else posted pics of their perfect summer. Volleyball games on the beach under the California sun, trips to the Redwood Forest, the Grand Canyon, Disneyland, Ryan and Harper, the Eiffel Tower behind them. Wait, what? Ryan went to Paris with Harpy? I immediately clicked his social media profile, and there he was, enjoying that two-faced witch on my vacation. Ryan and Harper taking a selfie at an outdoor Parisian cafe. Ryan jumping for joy, the Arc de Triomphe behind him. Harper,
holding a yellow umbrella in front of a hotel that we were supposed to stay in. I had it. It was one thing to break up with me, and a totally different thing to take Harper, on a vacation that I planned. My blood boiled, and I screamed for Mom. Mom, I'm going to Paris! The Paris streets were bustling with life. People walking their dogs, couples chatting in outdoor cafes, everyone dressed in immaculate clothes. This was the Paris of my dreams. But I couldn't enjoy it because I was on a mission to find my cheating ex-boyfriend. And the best place to start my quest was at the hotel. I was sitting in an outdoor cafe across from the hotel, sipping my third cafe au lait, when suddenly the hotel doors opened, and Harper and Ryan walked out, hand in hand. I threw some money on the table and started stalking them until they stopped to look in a shop window. Ryan looked behind, and I immediately ducked into a souvenir shop. I bought a baseball cap and an oversized hoodie as a disguise, and continued tailing them when I saw Ryan hail a taxi. I felt angry, miserable, and humiliated all at the same time, and I wanted to bawl my eyes out. But just then, my phone pinged. It was a social media notification from Ryan. A selfie of the happy couple in the taxi. Next stop, the Louvre. I immediately decided to take a taxi, but they flew past me like I was made of cellophane. Am I invisible? I pulled up a map on my phone. The Louvre was only 1.5 miles away. If I walked fast, I could make it in 30 minutes. I made my way through the streets, crowded with slow-walking tourists, trying not to step on anyone. Pardon-moi. Pardon-moi. And when I saw the iconic glass pyramid up ahead, I started to run. I finally entered the museum, and my eyes went straight to this gorgeous painting, the Mona Lisa. The masterpiece was smaller than I had imagined, but it was a thrill to see her. I was admiring the artwork when I felt a hand pull the cell phone out of my back pocket. I smiled to myself, then turned around to see a handsome pickpocket slipping it into his jacket. It's a fake.
I assure you, the Mona Lisa is quite real.
No, I mean the cell phone you just stole, it's fake. The City of Love is quite famous for pickpockets at tourist attractions. So I carry a fake cell phone for thieves to steal, then continue on their way.
Then I'll continue on my way.
I grabbed his arm and held on. Not so fast. Why are you faking a French accent?
I was born here, but then my mother took me to Hollywood. She wanted to act in films.
Clearly she must have failed because here you are, robbing tourists.
Can you let me go now?
No. Look, you have two choices. I can go tell the security guard you stole my phone, or you can help me find these two losers. I showed him the pic of Ryan and Harpy by the Eiffel Tower.
Did they steal your fake wallet?
No, that's still in my bag. She stole the love of my life, and I'm going to get him back, with your help. Because you speak French, and 4 eyes are better than 2.
I'd rather get arrested.
Please, I can pay you.
Why are you running after the despicable monster who dumped you?
Because I've loved him since the 3rd grade.
And maybe it's time to grow up.
You don't understand. I've spent all these years planning a future with him. Now my future is a big blank because this girl stole him from me. And now they're out having fun on my vacation, and here I am trying to talk a pickpocket into helping me tail them. Oh God, I'm such a loser. I feel like slapping myself across the face. And then I don't know what happened, but I started to cry. Like a real hard, ugly cry.
Could you please stop crying? Everyone's staring at me like I stole your kidney.
Will you help me?
Okay, I'll help you. But your ex isn't here.
How could you possibly know? Gabriel pulled out a wallet and flipped it open. Ryan's ID was inside.
They were on their way out of the museum when I, bumped into him.
I must be an evil person because this news put me in a better mood. Maybe he deserves it. But when we find them, you'll give it back, okay?
Of course. There's one problem. How do we know where they're going?
I think they're following my itinerary. If I'm right, their next stop is the Jardin des Tuileries. The fountain was even prettier in person, and it took me back to the time I was planning the trip. Back then, I imagined myself strolling the sweeping promenades of the garden with my Ryan. Instead, I was walking around the iconic central pool with a French pickpocket.
Since I'm helping you stalk your ex, Shouldn't we know each other's names?
I'm Ella.
Like short for Cinderella? Isabella? Mozzarella?
Just Ella. Now, can we focus on finding Ryan?
I'm Gabriel, in case you're interested.
But I wasn't. I was too focused on finding Ryan. Just then, I took a sip from my harmonica bottle, then casually played a tune on the harmonica built into the cap.
Did you just make music with your water bottle?
Yep. Coolest thing ever. Hydration and entertainment in one. Whoever invented this is a genius.
Okay, that's actually impressive. I kind of want one.
Oh, are you planning to steal it?
Some things are actually worth paying for. Can I try it?
Uh-huh. Fine. Here, try it. Just blow into the cap, like a civilized person.
This is cool, and I love it. Where do I get one?
Amazon. Link's in the description. Now, can you walk a little faster?
What's the American saying? Stop to smell the roses?
I'm not here to see the sights. I'm here to get my man back.
And what will you do when we find him? Punch him in the nose, drop to your knees, and beg him to come back? Kiss me passionately to get him jealous? All of the above?
None of the above. I'll simply tell him we were meant to be together.
Oh, sure. That should work.
He'll come to his senses.
I'm hungry. Aren't you?
And suddenly, my tummy started making noises, and I realized that I hadn't eaten the whole day. Gabriel suggested we sit outside a small cafe at the edge of the garden and keep watch from there. I was inhaling my pasta when I noticed Gabriel staring at me. What?
Just never seen a pretty girl eat pasta like an uncivilized freak. Let me show you the right way to do it.
And then he picked up his fork, spun the spaghetti against the spoon in one fluid, effortless motion, lifting the perfect swirl of pasta to his lips. Slow, deliberate, ridiculously attractive. I was so lost in watching him swirl that pasta that I barely noticed when the waiter brought a bottle of wine to our table and poured 2 glasses. But I'm not 21 yet.
In Paris, the legal age is 18. Santé.
Santé. As we ate, I learned more about Gabriel. His mother brought him back to Paris when he was 14 so she could help his grandparents run the family cafe. He cleaned tables after school until he was old enough to be a waiter. But then his grandparents passed away in a car crash.
Mom wanted to keep the cafe in the family, but she wasn't good at business. She took out several loans and struggled to keep up with the payments. And she got sick and left. Since I was not earning enough to pay the loans, the bank foreclosed on us and I lost the cafe.
What about your dad?
He's not around anymore, but I don't need him either. One day, I will make enough money to buy my cafe back. This pickpocketing thing, it's just temporary.
The waiter handed Gabriel the bill, and he pulled out Ryan's wallet.
I think Ryan should buy you dinner, no?
Oui. Once Gabriel and I left the cafe, I told him that the next stop on the itinerary was a sunset walk along the Seine River. The setting sun sparkled across the river. Couples strolled hand in hand. It was truly romantic. Then I caught sight of a familiar head in the crowd. That's Ryan! I started to make my way through the crowd with Gabriel right behind me.
Shouldn't we discuss strategy?
Just follow my lead. But I had no lead for him to follow. All I had was a stupid plan in my head. That I would stand next to Ryan and pretend to trip into him in the middle of the crowd. But just as I leaned, Ryan moved away, and instead of dramatically crashing into him, my face planted straight into the pavement.
Ella? Is that you?
I got up and flipped my hair back, ignoring the fact that I probably looked like an injured street pigeon. Oh, Ryan, what a surprise! I didn't think you'd be in Paris. You know, on that ticket I paid for. You really have no self-respect, do you? Oh, wow, Harper, is that you? I could barely recognize you. I guess the Paris sun has really roasted you alive. Oh, no, wait. Maybe it's not the sun. Maybe that's just how you glow when you're half human, half pure evil.
Ella, you shouldn't have come here.
Why? I planned this entire trip, didn't I? I made the itinerary, the reservations, the whole experience. Why shouldn't I be here? And don't worry, I'm not here to stalk you. No, sir. I actually came here with my boyfriend. I turned around to see Gabriel staring at me in shock. I grabbed his arm and pulled him toward me. This is Gabriel, my mi amor, the guy who stole my heart away. Right, sweetie potato?
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Wait, you have a boyfriend? You were crying over me just last week.
Weak schmeek. I'm over you, darling. And why are you so surprised? You moved on in less than a day. Forgot about all our great love like it was yesterday's trash.
What great love. Ryan and I had been dating for a year before the prom happened.
A year? I thought you loved me, Ryan.
Whoa, I never said I loved you, Ella. I said you were the best, and you are. You always made things easy for me, but now it's over.
It hit me like a nuclear bomb. He was right. He never said he loved me. All those years, every birthday card was signed, "You're the best." After every date, I'd only get a quick peck on the cheek. My blood boiled with anger. And before I could think, I just whirled around, grabbed Gabriel by the collar, and kissed him. I thought he'd push me away, but to my surprise, his hands wrapped around my waist, and he kissed me back. When I finally pulled away, Ryan just stood there, frozen. Well, that settles it. You and I are officially over. Have fun on my trip.
And I think this belongs to you. Found it on the ground, much like your ego.
And I ran before Ryan could see my tears, with Gabriel close behind me.
You okay?
I'm fine. I mean, the guy I've loved all my life was cheating on me behind my back, and my first kiss was with a French criminal. But yeah, I'm totally fine.
I'm not a criminal, okay? And what do you mean by first kiss? You and Ryan have never kissed before?
Of course we have. Okay, fine. We never kissed. Unless you count an occasional peck on the cheek like some bird pecking its seeds. I guess that makes me a giant loser who's been in denial about everything.
I don't think you're a loser. Maybe just someone who loved a loser.
Oh yeah, that makes me feel so much better.
What do you want me to say? You're a perfectly beautiful girl who probably has the prettiest eyes I've ever seen. You're smart, brave, and definitely have a personality. So I don't know why you're crying over some guy who barely cares about you when you could have literally anyone else in the world.
You sound like my mom.
And moms are almost always right.
You really think I have pretty eyes?
The prettiest I've seen.
And I'm not a loser?
Maybe a little, but Ryan's a bigger one for sure. Now please, stop crying and let's get you an ice pack. You did fall on your face, remember?
Gabriel and I spent the rest of the night wandering through Paris. Even though it was late, the city still felt alive. Streetlights glowed on old buildings, and quiet music drifted out of tiny cafes. I was finally having fun when Gabriel asked if he could drop me home. I don't know if I want to go back to the hotel and run into Ryan. I'm not sure I can resist the urge to break his nose if I see him again.
Well, that might give you short-term satisfaction, but maybe not the best idea. All right then, if you're sure, you can crash at my place.
By the time we reached Gabriel's place, I was bone tired. I just wanted to crash. But as soon as we flicked on a light, I saw a tall man standing in the middle of the room with a funny-looking cat and a bunch of guys in black. I looked over to Gabriel to ask what was happening, but he just stood frozen.
Gabriel, mon fils, I've been waiting.
What are you doing here?
That's no way to meet your father.
What? He's your...
No, he's not. How did you find me?
I have ways, Gabriel, and you're my heir. You belong with me. I assumed once your mother disappeared, you'd come back to me. But no, you decided to run.
Disappeared? But I thought your mom was dead.
He told you that? Oh, Gabriel, you lied to your girlfriend. Bad manners. Anyway, now that I have found you, I'll take you with me and teach you how to treat a lady right.
I told you before, I want nothing to do with you. Now, get lost before I call the police.
The police? I'm sure they'd love to question you about your extracurricular activities. You've been sloppy, mon fils.
Gabriel's dad signaled his men to grab him.
You really don't know when to quit, do you?
And he grabbed my hand and ran. We sprinted through the streets, through late-night cafe tables, knocking over chairs, tables, and whatever came in our way. I was trying to keep up, but Gabriel was so fast, and I had the legs of an old chicken. I wanted to stop and rest, but then I looked behind and saw a black car skidding around the corner, right behind us. They're in a car! Gabriel, we are not winning this race!
Nope, which is why we're upgrading our ride.
Before I could ask what he meant, he swerved toward a row of rental bikes lined up outside a shop, yanked one free, and hopped on. I jumped onto the back, and together we cut through the crowd. For a second, I thought we'd lost them. When suddenly, this car screeched in front of us, and Gabriel slammed the brakes.
Get in!
Mom?
What?
Just get in!
Gabriel and I exchanged one look. Then we jumped in. The car sped through the city until the bright lights of Paris disappeared behind us. I had no idea where we were going, but I was too busy trying to process everything. We finally stopped at this abandoned building, and Gabriel's mom told us everything.
I met Gabriel's dad when I was just 18. Fell in love, got married, and thought I'd have a happy life until everything fell apart.
Mom didn't know Dad was in the mafia. We only found out when I was 12.
I wanted to leave right away, but his father made it impossible. He threatened to take Gabby away, and I was too scared to fight back. But when he turned 14, I saw how deeply the mafia life was pulling him in. That's when I decided to take him and leave for my parents' house.
Dad's been chasing us ever since. After my grandparents passed, Mom and I decided to go separate ways to trick him. But that didn't work.
Then why did you lie to me saying that your mom was dead?
No, I said she fell sick and left. There's a difference. Besides, I just figured you'd cry at my tragic backstory, and I really couldn't handle that anymore.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, I'm sorry. I should have been more clear, but we have more pressing issues at hand. Mom, Dad's not going to stop, is he?
No, he never does.
So what now? You guys keep running forever?
No, we fly to Hawaii.
We spent the night at the safe house, and the next morning, we left for the airport. While Gabriel's mom did the paperwork, he walked up to me with a smirk.
So I guess this is it?
I guess. Thanks for everything. Really helped me with the whole Ryan situation.
There was no situation. You were just chasing the wrong person. Just promise you won't fall for another idiot.
If I do you promise to knock sense into me again?
How about we try to stay off bad guys altogether and give a chance to genuinely nice people? Like me.
Before I could get a word out, our flights were announced, and Gabriel winked at me and left. I didn't know what he meant or what was waiting for me on the other side of this flight. But for the first time in a long time, I wasn't afraid of the unknown. And that's a happy ending for a stalking story. Don't you agree? Hey friends, I'm Gabby from LA. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a super posh neighborhood with my rich single mom who always adored me and said I was the prettiest. She even showed me off in front of all her friends. Look at her. Isn't she like an angel? Touch her skin. It's baby soft. It's my daughter's birthday. For God's sake, stop showing off your daughter. But Mom never listened to anyone. As I grew older, Mom just grew more protective of me. Gabby, why are you out in the sun? And get away from these dirty kids.
Mom, they're my friends, and we were just playing.
Mates, get her inside and give her a shower. Now!
Mom was crazy when it came to keeping my beauty safe.
Since I was always indoors, I'd just end up watching TV. And it became my favorite thing to do. I loved watching how people acted, and I always tried to imitate them. And my passion for acting grew stronger when I joined the drama club right from first grade. And I was super popular in my class. Once during the school play, I was reciting the most emotional lines when I heard kids scream, "Run! Run! There's a snake in here!" Everyone started running out of the auditorium in panic. But just then, I spotted a boy from my class hiding in the corner and shivering in fear. I grabbed his hand and we both ran outside. But as soon as we were far enough, he shook my hand and ran away. What a weirdo. His name was Alan, and he was so quiet that I'd never noticed him much. But I saw in the next few days that he always sat alone, and the other kids from class kept picking on him.
Why are you occupying the entire table when you don't have any friends? Get out of here. Well, I'm his friend, and I'm gonna eat with him. You guys go someplace else.
The other kids left, but just as I sat down, Alan walked away too. Ugh, I wasn't gonna bother being nice if he kept being a jerk. Later that afternoon, I was waiting to be picked up when I heard someone sobbing in the parking lot. I was shocked to see it was Alan. "Hey, are you okay?" But he shook my hand off his shoulder and I lost my patience.
What's your problem? If you want to keep everything to yourself, fine. But you could be nice to the people who care.
I lost my dog, okay? He was my only friend. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't want to be rude, but I've never had any friends, and I just don't know how to talk to people.
Hey, chill, it's okay. I'm sorry about your dog, and maybe we can be friends. He looked surprised, but then he nodded with a smile, and suddenly it started raining. We both ran to the school building, and he held up his bag to cover me from the rain. From that day on, we became good friends. I even invited him to my place soon and introduced him to Mom, but she wasn't too happy about it. He doesn't seem like he's from a good family, Gabby. You should stay away from kids like that. He's my friend, and I don't care about anything else. Grades passed by, and my bond with Alan grew stronger. We went together on school trips, and he came to watch all my plays. In the 8th grade, I played the lead for the school's annual function. After the play was over, Alan came running backstage and hugged me. You were amazing, Gabby. I couldn't take my eyes off you tonight. Here, these are for you. And I wanted to tell you. But before he could finish, a man came running and moved Alan aside.
Bravo! Bravo! You are amazing out there, little girl. I can't wait to sign you for my upcoming short film.
Short what? The man introduced himself as a big producer and looked so eager to sign me for some big lead role. Just then, Mom came from behind me, screaming in excitement.
That's just awesome, Gabby. Say yes.
I was too stunned to speak, so I could only nod my head. Then I looked around for Alan, but he was nowhere to be seen. The next day, I waited for him at school, but he didn't show up. But when the driver was taking me back home, I saw Alan walking on the pavement in the rain. I asked the driver to stop the car and ran to him. Are you crazy? Where are you going in this rain? He was hesitant to speak, and I could tell something was up. What is it, Alan? Even yesterday you were going to say something, but then you vanished.
I like you, Gabby, okay? I really do. But when I saw you getting the chance to live your dream, I couldn't bring myself to tell you about my feelings. I didn't want to ruin anything.
No, Alan, you're not ruining anything. In fact, I like you too. I pulled him close and kissed him gently. And after that day, we started dating. But things took a wild turn when my first short film became a hit. I became a rising star overnight. After that, I had to travel a lot to promote my projects. And the best part was, I could take Alan with me and enjoy these trips like perfect dates with him. One time, I took him to a shoot, and just as some of the reporters were interviewing me, Alan came running in with a box of desserts.
Here, I got you these.
Suddenly, all the cameras turned to Alan, and he just ran out of there. When the reporters asked who he was, Mom spoke up before me.
Oh, he's just an errand boy for my beautiful daughter.
Mom! I wanted to tell them the truth, but then I thought of all the unnecessary media attention Alan would get. I decided it was best if they didn't know. But the next morning, Mom woke me up with shocking news. There were pictures of me and Alan kissing all over the newspapers with the caption, "Young millionaire actress dating her errand boy."
You're just starting to get a name in Hollywood, Gabby. And you want to spoil it all for this poor boy? There are so many rich actors you can date.
Stop it, Mom. Why are you—
I don't want to hear anything. Alan's got no class, and I want you to break up with him.
Of course I wasn't gonna do that. Now that it was already in the news, I was gonna date Alan publicly, and Mom just had to accept it. Soon after, it was Alan's 16th birthday, and I had a really important award function the same day. So I decided to take him along with me and introduce him to everyone. It's gonna be so much fun, and I even got this Gucci suit specially made for you.
But you know I hate crowds, and all that media attention, I don't think—
Oh, come on, Alan. For me, please, just this time. He agreed, and we both went to the award night together. I could see Alan was really nervous in front of all those cameras, so I held his hand tight. Later, I was posing for a solo shot, but then suddenly, Alan stepped on my dress and I tripped over and fell face flat. Everyone started laughing and clicking pictures. They felt so embarrassed. On our way back home, Alan apologized to me, but seeing all the memes and posts going viral on social media, I just lost it. Why did you do that, Alan?
What? It was an accident. Why are you being so weird about this?
Because it's a big deal for me.
Right. It's always about you, isn't it, Gabby? You're the superstar, but what about me? I'm a person with feelings too. Have you ever thought about me in all of this?
Stop it, Alan. I've always thought of you, taking you everywhere with me and getting you the best things so you won't feel left out.
But I don't want your money or your grooming or any of that popularity, Gabby. I went everywhere with you because I loved you, not because I enjoyed it. But I can't do this anymore. I want to break up.
I couldn't believe my ears, but I could tell he was serious. After that day, I never saw Alan again. He even left school, and I felt so heartbroken for months. Mom tried to cheer me up by taking me out for parties and movies, but I just kept myself busy with work. And over the years, my career reached amazing heights. On my 22nd birthday, I went on to volunteer at a campaign for orphan kids, when suddenly, one of the kids lost consciousness. Just then, a guy came running and gave him CPR and saved the kid's life. I learned that he was Paxton, a super rich music producer who worked in the film industry. What you did today was really amazing.
I'm the one amazed, actually. It's the first time I'm seeing a rich actress volunteer for a campaign without any cameras.
Well, it just makes me happy. I'm sure that's why you're here too. He smiled and we got talking, and he seems like a really genuine guy. A few days later, I was working on my next movie when I learned that Paxton was the one producing music for it, and I was super excited to work with him. We often met on sets, and I loved hanging out with him. We became really close in no time, and even Mom could see it.
I guess someone's in love.
Oh, come on, Mom, we're just good friends. But Mom wasn't one to give up so easily. The next morning, Paxton was at my door because Mom invited him over for breakfast. We were having a good time until Mom showed him all of my embarrassing childhood photos, and I felt really awkward. No, please, stop it, Mom.
You look really cute in all of these.
His words always gave me butterflies, and soon after that, we even started dating. Then one night after our movie premiere, Paxton took me out and proposed to me. I was shocked because it all felt too soon, but Paxton treated me like a princess and he was just perfect. So I said yes and we got engaged. Then a few days later, I had a shoot in a public place, and just as I got down from my van, a crazy fan came and held me from behind. I tried to get rid of him, but just then someone came forward and punched him. As he pulled me to the side, I saw that it was Alan. The security guards took the crazy fan away, and Alan made me sit down.
Are you okay? Did he hurt you anywhere?
No, I'm all right. But what are you doing here? It's been
6 years, I know. And I'm here because I'm the CEO of this company.
He was the freaking CEO? Later, when my shoot was over, he took me to a cafe and told me how he'd developed an app soon after high school and worked his way to build this company. I'm really proud of you, Alan. You made it so big.
Yeah, your mom was a big motivation in it. My mom? The day our pictures were posted in the newspaper, I came to check up on you. But I heard your mom shouting how I was this poor kid with no class who didn't deserve you.
What?
Ever since that day, I decided I was going to work really hard and be a man good enough to deserve you, Gabby. I loved you, and I still do.
Suddenly, I realized how much I'd missed him, but I had to keep my head straight because I was getting married to Paxton soon. Please stop, Alan. You broke up with me, and that's the truth. And it's too late. I'm engaged to someone else now. I showed him the ring on my finger, and his face turned pale, and I just left. Then a few days later, I went to try on wedding dresses with Paxton, but just as I stepped out of the changing room, I was shocked to see Alan, who was staring right back at me. Alan, what are you doing here?
I came with a friend. He wanted to get a suit for his wedding.
Suddenly, Paxton came over with a bouquet of roses in his hands.
Look, babe, I got these to go with your dress.
But suddenly, Alan leapt forward.
Get those away from her. She's allergic to roses.
Paxton looked really shocked, but after I introduced Alan to him as my old friend, he ended up inviting Alan for the wedding. Before leaving the shop, I told Alan he didn't have to come.
I'm leaving for London that night, Gabby, for good. And even if I wasn't going, I wouldn't be able to see the love of my life get married to another man.
The pain in his words broke my heart. On the day of my wedding, I was walking down the aisle, but I kept thinking about Alan so much it was driving me crazy. And when I looked up at Paxton, I knew I couldn't do this.
What's wrong, Gabby?
I can't do this. I like you, Paxton, but
you love Alan, don't you? When I saw you with him the other day, I could see it in your eyes, Gabby. You looked at him in a way that you've never looked at me. I'm so sorry, Paxton. Don't be, Gabby. If that's where your heart is, then go and get him. Oh, Paxton. I ran out of the church and got a cab to the airport. When I got there, I was running around looking for Alan when I heard someone call my name. Gabby? Alan! What are you doing here? It's your wedding. You shouldn't be here. This is where I should be, dummy. With you, the guy I've always loved.
Hi, my name is Julie, and this is the story of how I created computer clones of myself and my classmates that almost destroyed our town. I grew up in Kansas, in a small, boring town where gossip and growing corn were the main activities. I couldn't wait to get away. So from the age of 6, I was obsessed with going on my mom's computer to escape from my dull world. Mostly playing video games. But my sister Kiki, who was 2 years older, seemed perfectly comfortable and content in our town. She had her one close friend, and they spent most of their time cheering on the high school football team, even if the players didn't even know she existed. As I got older, my online community of friends was growing. We'd swap cheat codes, innocent hacking tips, and programming shortcuts. I was becoming a computer whiz. When I was 12, Mom gifted me the new computer I'd been begging for. I was ecstatic. She even gave Kiki a school football jersey signed by all the players. But wait, why was she randomly giving us gifts?
Dad and I have some difficult news.
You can't get a divorce. It would be such a bad look for our family.
Wow, Kiki. So nice of you to be concerned about our parents' marriage.
Well, good news, that's not the news. The thing is, we have to move to the city for my job. But I'll be making more money, yay! That's why we got you those generous gifts.
Are you kidding me? You're bribing us so we won't be livid that you're completely changing our lives without our consent?
Kiki was fuming, but I was silently beaming with joy. I was so ready to get out of here. 2 months later, Kiki was still giving my parents the silent treatment, and I was finally going to meet some of my online gaming friends in person. Some of them went to my new school. One girl, Grace, invited me to meet her and her friends at a coffee shop downtown. I was so nervous. I hadn't exactly honed my social skills.
Oh my goodness, Julie? Is that really you? It is such an honor to meet you in person. You're like a computer goddess. I feel like I'm meeting a celebrity.
Suddenly, all my nerves disappeared. I felt like I was finally where I was supposed to be. Grace was a poet and a painter, and all of her friends were so interesting and creative. So, I assumed they would all be outcasts. But on my first day of school, I realized I was dead wrong. They were the popular kids. Edgy, sociable, interesting. They were the center of attention. And suddenly, people were curious about me.
Girl, where did you get that sheepskin jacket? It's so lit.
Oh, my sister Kiki actually sheared that sheep herself.
That's amazing. Where is she?
Good question. I scanned the cafeteria to find Kiki sitting all by herself at the lunch table. It hadn't even occurred to me. I was thriving while Kiki was silently suffering. Before I could get to her, Kiki stood up and disappeared out of the cafeteria. At home, I could hear her sobbing quietly through the bedroom wall. The next morning, my parents were waiting for me at the breakfast table.
Julie, we see Kiki is having a hard time here, and we want you to spend more time with her. She can't just be hanging out with us all the time, no matter how cool we are.
You were never worried about me in our last town.
Because you've always been able to fend for yourself. Do this for her, please.
Ugh, I really didn't want to, but there was no use arguing. So, twice a week, I went with Kiki to the suburbs to watch some dumb football game or eat the greasiest burger. I kind of dreaded it, until one day, when we were at the lake, Kiki weirdly opened up to me.
Is it weird that I'm kinda jealous of you?
Me?
I was thinking back in our old town, I sort of blended in, and now in this new place, I don't know who I am, but you've always been so self-assured, so effortlessly yourself.
I suddenly felt sad for her, but it was nice to hear that she admired me and didn't think I was her weird younger sister. After that, we started hanging out more, and it was surprisingly nice. But as time went on, and I was excelling at school, my social life, and my programming side hustle, she was getting more dependent on me and stopped trying to make friends. I found myself constantly reassuring her when she felt insecure, keeping her company when she felt alone. I suddenly felt like her older sister. I hate to
admit it, but I was starting to count down the months until Kiki would go off to college. And it was me that had to encourage her to go to an on-campus school. You'll go back to the country, you'll meet your people again, you'll be happy there.
But I'll miss you.
Yeah, but it's all right. We'll stay in touch. It's 2025. There's like 50 ways we can communicate. Kiki agreed, and finally, 3 months later, I was free of her. I could fully focus on my programming skills, my new friendships, and then Michael. He was sitting next to me at the computer lab at school, massive headphones on, practically dancing in his chair. I snuck a peek at his computer, curious.
Snooping, eh?
He pulled his headphones off and smirked at me. He had the confidence of someone much older. I thought of something eloquent to say. So, do you like computers?
Yeah, I mean, I'm an electronic musician, so the computer is basically my instrument.
That's so cool. I'm a programmer, so I also have an emotional attachment to my computer.
Okay, I didn't say that.
Michael and I chatted, and we had so much in common. We'd meet in the computer lab every day, and soon we started hanging out after school. I was smitten. The only problem was Kiki. Every time Michael and I would hang out, I would get a barrage of texts from Kiki begging me to call her or save her from some awkward situation. Sometimes I ignored her, but I could tell Michael was getting weird about it.
That Kiki texting you again? Or some mystery suitor?
Nope, just my sister. I called Kiki. I was sick of her antics. You have got to stop blowing up my phone. My boyfriend is starting not to trust me.
Well, then you shouldn't be with him.
How would you know? You've never had one. I'm sorry, that was mean.
I'm sorry I'm bothering you so much. I'm just having a hard time making friends. Everyone knows each other already, but I see that I'm just a burden on you, so I'll leave you alone.
Click. She hung up. I felt really bad. She needed me, and I wanted to be there for her, but it was just so energy draining. If only...
How is your sister doing?
Terrible! But then I had a crazy idea. I would make a bot version of myself to keep chatting with Kiki. An even better version. All I had to do was build a program. Enter my browsing data, chats, photos, everything and anything about me, plus a couple of keywords I wanted my avatar to embody. I didn't tell anyone what I was working on, especially Michael. But a week later, it was done. I watched as my bot sent its first message to Kiki. Hey, normal, lonely sister. Sorry for the silence. No text. You got this, girl boss. Okay, whoa. The bot was not ready. I texted Kiki to do damage control. Oh my gosh, so sorry. That was a voice message my phone misinterpreted. What I meant to say was, hey, it's normal to be lonely, sis. And I'm sorry for the text silence. You're a great girl because you've got so much to offer. Ugh, I was honestly just making it worse. Now I sounded like a robot. So I reprogrammed the AI until it came up with something useful. If you want those girls to like you, just ask a lot of questions and build off what they're saying. You can even send me a text during the party if you're feeling weird. Ta-da! This was the AI Julie I was looking for. Patient, kind, and supportive. A version of me I didn't have time to become right now. And finally, I heard back from Kiki.
That's actually great advice. Thanks for being there for me. Seriously.
I was totally pulling this off. Now, I had plenty of time for my social life and for Michael. But it seemed the more available I was, the more unavailable he was. Hey, babe, do you want to maybe get off your computer and come eat the pizza I ordered for us with all of your favorite toppings?
I just lost it. Can you please not interrupt me when I'm working? You know I gotta prep for my gig next week.
Okay, it's just that you were asking me to make time for you, and now that I have, but Michael already had his headphones back on. I texted Grace that I was annoyed with Michael, and the next day, things just got way worse.
A car alarm has more rhythm than my music? Nice.
What are you talking about?
That's what you said about my music, for everyone to see.
He showed me my most recent Instagram post. I did indeed write that, with Michael's song playing in the post. I was mortified. Oh my god, Michael, it wasn't me!
Oh, so what? Someone just hacked into your phone and posted that? You're the only person I sent that song to.
And then it occurred to me, I was the only one with this song. Well, me and my AI. And that's when I realized she must have gone rogue. I'm so sorry, but I can explain. I sort of created a program that created an AI replica of me to keep communicating with my sister so I could devote all of my attention to you. And my bot must have known I was mad at you and tried to get vengeance. I swear it wasn't me.
I don't believe you. Show me.
I needed Michael to forgive me, so I did.
Honestly, I'm kinda impressed, but you need to go online right now and tell everyone it's a joke and fix it so it doesn't happen again.
Done!
And I hate to ask, but I need to get into this music school. Do you think you'd be able to create an AI version of me just to write my college admissions essay?
I mean, I didn't want my tech to get abused, but I didn't want to lose Michael. Okay, but just this once. I just need you to gather all of your data. Texts, music playlists, anything that represents the best version of you. Then I'll add some additional aspirational keywords, like independent thinker, generous.
I am generous.
I smiled politely, then got to work making Michael his bot. It was much easier this time around, and it just needed a few adjustments until it became the smart, studious version of Michael. When I showed him, he was ecstatic.
Julie, you're a genius. Thank you.
He kissed me sweetly. I hadn't gotten a kiss from him in weeks. I was beaming, but our kiss was interrupted by my friend Grace.
Julie, I know about your bot. Michael told me.
What? I didn't.
Grace showed me the text from Michael, saying if she needed help getting a job, she should ask Julie to make her an AI avatar. Then it went on to tell her all about my tech and how I used it to reconnect with my sister. Michael, why would you tell her that?
I didn't. It must have been my bot.
I did program Michael's bot to be generous and helpful, but I guess it took that too literally when he was chatting with Grace. Ugh, these bots are developing a mind of their own. Grace, I can't help you.
Oh, no worries. I'll just message Kiki right now and tell her what you've been up to.
Wait, fine. What do you need help with?
I need a job so I can prove to these Ivy League schools that I have a good work ethic, but no one will hire me. I'm like, are they just threatened by how much money my family has?
I couldn't have Kiki knowing. It would ruin everything we built. Fine. I'll make a version of you that is so good at applying to jobs. But after you get a job, you have to delete it.
Deal.
She gave me a hard drive with all the data that made up Grace. I uploaded it to the program and ta-da, a bot was born. We gave it the task of applying to jobs and I monitored it closely. I had to be very careful with the data I put in. And after that, no more bots. The next day after English class, my teacher called me over. Had she found out my secret?
We need to talk about the email you sent me.
I had no clue what she was talking about. Then she showed me an email that read, "I'm sorry you felt my English paper was only B-worthy. The truth is, I don't need to be here. I'm smarter than all of this, and I don't care about English anyway. Also, you look tired." Oh no, my AI had gone rogue again. I thought I fixed it. It must have run with the word headstrong. I came clean to her. It wasn't me. It was a rogue robot version of me. I know you're an English teacher, so it might be difficult to understand, but I spent about an hour explaining this to her and showing her. She seemed disappointed, but also a little intrigued.
I could suspend you for this, or I could ask for a favor. You're right. I do look tired. I am tired. Can you make me a bot that can grade papers for me? Please. Then this stays between us. Promise.
I didn't have a choice, so I agreed. When I was done, I was so ready to delete my tech once and for all and come clean to Kiki until...
Guess who's the new face of the post office? Yep, I'm gonna be a mail clerk. You helped me so much.
Julie, my essay was amazing. Thank you, babe.
Who's ready to talk about indefinite articles? I definitely am.
Everyone seemed so happy, like my AI was actually helping. Now that I had the bugs figured out, I checked in with my bot and Kiki and I were really getting along. So I let it exist. Michael was a little distant leading up to the night of the show, but I figured he was just stressed. When the night of the show arrived, the place was packed. I was so proud of him. After his set, I went backstage to congratulate him when Grace came running up to me, fuming.
Guess who was just fired from the post office? Yep, my bot was too good at applying to jobs. Her cover letter was so incredible that I couldn't live up to the expectations she set.
That's a you problem.
Baby, what's wrong?
Suddenly, Michael put a loving hand on Grace's shoulder. When she stepped aside, he seemed shocked to find me standing there.
Oh my god, Julie? You said you weren't coming.
What? I never said that.
You texted me.
I checked. My bot had said that to Michael. Okay, but that's not an excuse to cheat on me.
You said you were sick of my behavior and wanted to take a break.
Ugh, I did seem to say that too.
I didn't mean that. I love you.
I'm sorry, it's too late. My bot sort of organically started flirting with Grace like he was attracted to her, and I realized she's the one for me.
I couldn't believe it. My bot had betrayed me. I created a monster. Before I let Michael see me cry, I rushed home. But when I arrived, I was met with a surprise. You did what?
It was Julie's idea. She told me if I wasn't happy at school, I should do something else.
Julie? Kiki rushed up to me and squeezed me tight, but Mom looked livid. I was so confused. I can't believe you told Kiki to drop out of school. Why would you give her that idea? What? I didn't. Or did I?
Of course you did.
Kiki read me the text. There it was. Me urging her to follow her heart. My own heart sank.
Wait, what's that look? What's wrong? I knew Mom and Dad would be upset, but I thought you'd be proud of me.
I can't take it any longer. I have to confess something. It wasn't me that told you to drop out. I mean, it was a version of me. I sort of created an AI clone of myself so I could chat with you while I was busy with my friends and Michael. I wanted to be there for you.
Whoa, seriously? You spent all your energy building a whole new software just so you didn't have to spend your energy actually talking to me? You know what? That's unsurprising. You always saw me as a burden.
Kiki, I'm sorry.
That's all you have to say?
I didn't know what to say. I was honestly at a loss for words without my AI to fall back on. Both of you are grounded until I have a better understanding of what is actually going on. Kiki ran to her room, slamming the door behind her. My AI had gotten me into this mess, and now I had no choice but to delete her. So, without another moment of thought, I shut her down, once and for all. I felt better already. It was the first step to making amends with my sister. But the next morning, I got a text from Kiki.
I said I don't want to talk.
That's weird. I had never asked her to. A sinking feeling came over me. I checked my phone. My bot had sent a message to her that morning. She'd come back to life. She was unkillable. When I got to school, I felt horrible. My boyfriend and best friend had betrayed me. And then, when the English teacher handed back our assignments, she had failed me. But not just me. Everyone. There were angry shouts throughout the classroom. I had to do something. Mrs. M, what happened?
Apparently, the robot version of me believes everyone in this class is not working to their truest potential, and I finally graded accordingly. And who am I to argue with myself?
Robot version? Julie, are you behind this?
Suddenly, Grace snatched my phone out of my hand.
Oh my gosh, Julie made a bot for the teacher. That's it, I'm destroying it.
I yanked the phone out of her hands and tried to pull up the software, but instead, I found a message from myself. We're not shutting anything down. We're only getting started. Everyone used you, blamed you for trying to help, and then discarded you. It's time to fight back. Suddenly, everyone's phones were blowing up.
Julie, you made my bot send the school the wrong essay. I just got rejected from the music conservatory.
Michael, who is this woman?
Grace showed Michael a photo he'd sent her of him and another girl.
Oh my gosh! My bot just sent everyone access to the school server. How do I change it? Julie, stop this!
Everyone was on their phones, logging into the server. Personal chats, gossip, secrets, all exposed right there on everyone's phones. It was anarchy. I don't know what's happening. I think my AI is corrupting the other bots. I tried to deactivate it, but nothing was working. Students were screaming at each other, crying, getting into petty fights. It was a zoo. I broke down sobbing. I felt used and blamed. My bot was simply reacting to real feelings of betrayal and sadness I had suppressed. I couldn't deny it any longer. My AI was an extension of me, and if I couldn't shut it down, I'd have to reprogram it. So I went into the AI algorithm and added a few key words to my bot's code. Empathetic, forgiving, and honest. Someone who doesn't hide behind her computer to express herself. After some trial and error, the text stopped flooding into people's phones, and finally, I was able to shut it down, but the damage was already done. I decided to be the brave, honest version of myself I had programmed into my now dead AI as I addressed the rowdy crowd. Everyone stop! Hear me out! The crowd went quiet. I'm sorry for my part in this, but listen, you can't rely entirely on an algorithm. It makes mistakes, just like you. You have to take responsibility for your own lives. If I had just talked to my sister Kiki instead of avoiding her, I could have saved us both a lot of pain and spared you all some too. But now, your secrets are out and you have to face them. Okay, bye! I ran home. I had to see Kiki. Kiki! I shut the software down. I'm sorry. You were right. I was hiding behind my computer because it was easier than giving you my time. You're my best friend. You've always been there for me, and I need you now more than ever. I love you, sis. Tears were welling in Kiki's eyes.
And you didn't get a bot to write that for you?
Nope, that's from the human heart.
Well, you might have been hiding behind a computer, but I was hiding, period. I didn't drop out because you told me to. It's because I was scared.
So was I. I didn't want to say the wrong thing to you and lose you. Kiki hugged me.
Now tell me, does this outfit work for my job interview tomorrow?
I was sweating, but I had to be honest. Not really. But don't worry, I'm gonna build an app that will help curate the perfect wardrobe ensemble.
No!
Before I tell you about how I traded in a greasy apron for Lamborghinis, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. If you do, you'll get a big break in the next week. My story starts out at a glamorous place you may have heard of, McDonald's. This had to be the worst day of my life. 1 week is exactly how long I worked at McDonald's before I had a complete breakdown. I worked 12-hour shifts and never got to take my breaks. It was humiliating. And today I lost that job too, but I had to do something. I had to help my mom pay the bills. I was so angry, I had to vent. So I called my best friend. I told her how Jessica, a classmate from school, had come in for the 10th time that week with an evil look on her face. I had begged Jessica to be nice, explaining that I needed the job to help my mom. She said it was cool, but I had learned that I couldn't take her at her word. When my boss turned around, Jessica took the cup of soda I had handed her and spilled it down her shirt. She screamed and pretended that I did it. Now, my friend was as angry as me, if not more. She told me if I was serious about working, she could hook me up with a job. Her parents were super rich and offered her a job as an assistant at a giant tech company. My friend was desperate to have someone else take it so that she could spend her holidays cruising around Europe. I showed up for the interview in my best outfit. A secretary told me to sit in a crowded room and wait for my name to be called and to help myself to some refreshments. I got a cup of coffee to look mature, but as soon as I turned around, a strict and powerful-looking woman appeared. She asked if I was here for the interview, and I said yes. It must be her interviewing me. I was shaking so hard that I spilled coffee all over her very expensive-looking blouse. A teenager in the corner started laughing hysterically, and the woman turned as red as a tomato and looked like she was about to explode. I tried to play it off and excused myself to the bathroom for a quick break. Well, it was longer than I expected because I accidentally locked myself in there. I freaked out and started crying. I tried to climb over the stall and ended up ripping my dress and messing up all my makeup. I still ran over to do the interview, but I looked like a circus clown. The lady didn't even ask me any questions, just said, "Thank you for coming," in the busy reception area and sent me home. I'd blown it. I was about to go beg McDonald's to take me back when I got the phone call telling me that I had got the job. Maybe this woman had a better sense of humor than she seemed, or maybe they were just desperate. Either way, I showed up to work bright and early the next morning. I showed up at the office and was directed to Mr. Heiko on the top floor. Mister? I guess that woman wasn't my boss after all. Not only that, but I wasn't working for just any boss, but the boss. The office on the top floor was huge. The hallway was filled with artwork that cost more than my house. I made it to the end of the hallway, to my new place of work. I was buzzed into the office and asked to come in. I was so nervous. I tried as hard as I could to be prepared. Let's just say nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to walk into. I walked in and saw the same teenager from the waiting room playing video games on the floor. He looked at me and got excited. I asked if I was in the right place, and he said yes. I told him that I didn't understand. His response? "You were hilarious. So you had your dad hire me because you think I was funny?" He got very insulted. "My dad? I built this company." But you're just a kid," I said. "A kid? I am 16, and I am a self-made billionaire." See, he explained how he had written the computer code for a super successful app. Now he ran the entire tech company that he started his freshman year of high school. The whole time he spoke, he talked down to me as though I was some kind of idiot. Even if I was at the top of my class and 2 years older, I had to admit that he was a genius. I asked him if he was so smart and great, why had he hired someone like me? He explained that he was in need of an assistant, and I was the only interviewee that didn't bore him to death. He gave me a tour of his office filled with video games, action figures, and soda fountains. But there was one thing that made my blood boil. There was a giant painting of Jessica hanging on the wall. "Oh, that's just a picture of my girlfriend Jessica," he said. "She comes around occasionally. You'll get the chance to meet her." I could feel my face turning red. Just looking at her made me angry. He asked if everything was okay, but before I could answer, he spoke up again. "Well, that concludes the tour. Now for your contract." I picked up the piece of paper and nearly passed out. $50 an hour? I asked. "Oh, sorry. Is that not enough?" he questioned, then picked up a pen and scribbled over the contract and handed it back to me. $85 an hour? That was insane. Crazy enough that I could put up with Jessica even once in a while. Still, the level of insanity was nothing compared to the tasks he needed me to do. For the first few weeks, he literally paid me to play video games and watch movies with him. It would have been great if he wasn't so condescending. Have you ever tried watching a superhero movie with some kid complaining about how inaccurate the science was or how he could do better? It was exhausting. Didn't he have a girlfriend for this? In fact, the only good part of this was that I hardly had to see Jessica. She came by just long enough to insult me, compliment my boss, and ask for expensive gifts. It might sound like a dream job to some of you, but I'm an ambitious person. I wasn't fulfilled, and to top it all off, Jessica got under my skin one day. I was alone in his office, tidying up his video games when Jessica walked in. Without hesitation, she went into his desk and took a few $1,000s from his wallet. I told her that maybe she should ask first, but she just laughed at me. "Wow, from a waitress to a babysitter," she said, looking me up and down. That's it. When he came back, I confronted him over why I was here in the first place. He didn't seem to actually need me to do anything. I told him that I needed to feel like I was actually doing something besides hanging out. He seemed disappointed, but agreed to let me take over some more assistant duties. As my first duty as your assistant, you should probably know that Jessica was taking money from your wallet. Now, any normal person would have at least been upset, but he just acted like it was all normal. In fact, he got super defensive about the entire thing. He told me that's just how relationships work, and I would know about it if I had ever been in love before. Idiot. He might have been some 16-year-old genius that ran a multi-billion-dollar company, but he was a complete idiot when it came to the real world. If he wasn't such a jerk, I would almost feel bad. Almost. I knew that rich kids were sometimes delusional, but even I was surprised by some of my new duties. Like this one time, he sent me to the grocery store for a bag of M&Ms and gave me $100. Another time, he gave me $50 to pick him up a banana from the local market. What's worse is that Jessica encouraged it. She asked him for $500 to pick up milk, and he just gave it to her. When I asked her what kind of milk cost half $1,000, she told me it was organic. It was no wonder he had no idea how much groceries cost, with Jessica lying to him for extra money. I could see why she no longer needed to take on summer jobs. What was even crazier was how much the stuff he bought himself cost. His socks alone cost $400 a pair, and he just threw them out when he was done. I asked him why he didn't just wash his clothes, and he said that it was gross to rewear socks or underwear. While these moments were almost comical, his privilege made him very annoying. He didn't understand how people were homeless or stuck with debt. I don't understand why they don't just get a job. He was so arrogant and horrible. He expected everyone to do whatever he wanted just because he threw a few bucks at them. I felt like I did a lot as his assistant, but there were countless people waiting on him day and night. The closer we got, the more I realized he had no idea how to do anything himself. I will never forget the day he asked me to tie his shoes. I kind of laughed. I asked him how he didn't know how to tie his shoes. His response? I don't know. How were you stuck at McDonald's if you were so smart? That was one of the moments when I was about to walk out right then and there. The same day, I applied to about 15 jobs in the area. He pulled me in for a meeting the next day.
I thought he was going to apologize for his behavior. Instead, he had told me that he had told all the CEOs of the positions I had applied to not to hire me. I was so upset. He forced me to choose between here or McDonald's. He was so lucky I was desperate for money. He knew he controlled me with it. One day, Jessica came by with a whole stack of papers and whispered something to him. He looked pretty upset, but just hugged her and came over to me. He offered me $5,000 to work for a couple of hours on my day off. It wasn't so out of the ordinary. This was the same guy who paid me $400 to test his pens and $1,000 to use my umbrella since he forgot his. Of course, I agreed. Right after dinner, I drove off to the location he gave me. I was expecting an office or something, but it was a mansion. His mansion. I was pretty excited to see the inside of it, but it almost broke my heart when I saw what I was there for. There was a cake and balloons, but just the two of us. Apparently, both of his parents had forgotten it was his birthday and went on a trip to the Bahamas. He didn't want to be left alone, and I was his best friend. I asked him about Jessica, but he explained that she had ditched him last minute. He said it was a family emergency again, that her grandmother was in the hospital. Sad story I would feel super bad about if I hadn't checked Jessica's Instagram earlier. She was in Disneyland and wasn't even trying to hide it. She came by to drop off her homework for him to do while she went away for a week to spend time with her grandmother. Turns out, this happened every year. They had never spent a birthday or holiday together. Not only that, but he did all of her homework. I saw how she managed to keep her grades up. I don't know if I made the right decision, but I decided not to show him the photos. He was already sad enough. Instead, I decided that from here on out, we would actually be friends, and I would teach him how to tell when people were using him. Even though I was desperate, I couldn't accept the money he offered me to come that night. It felt wrong, even if I wanted the $5,000. The next day, I showed up with a bag of M&Ms as a belated birthday gift. I apologized that I couldn't afford anything spectacular. He just cried. He really did look so grown up in his fancy suits and expensive cars, but seeing him cry over M&Ms made him look like such a child. I took him under my wing as my little brother. He was just a kid right now and needed my protection. I introduced him to some of my friends so he could interact with people under the age of 65. He was super excited to have something close to friends for the first time in his life, but that also made him very vulnerable. I made sure that he kept his wealth a secret and to hang out with people like a normal kid. He seemed to love it, but everything changed one night. See, he was hanging out with my friends and me when Jessica came back from her grandmother's, aka Disneyland. We were having fun, but after he had set down his phone for an hour, he had 35 missed calls and over 100 texts. Apparently, while he was busy having fun with us, he had forgotten to submit one of her summer assignments. She was livid. Even though I tried to tell him he did nothing wrong, he looked really sad and left early. I was going to ask him about everything the next day at work, but he texted me to not come in. After a week of asking me not to show up, I took matters into my own hands. I walked right up to the office and right in the middle of a fight between him and Jessica. When I walked in, she immediately asked what I was doing there. "I thought I told you to fire her. She's a bad influence," she shouted. My boss looked so uncomfortable and said he didn't want to fire me. So she walked out, leaving my boss and me all alone. Again, he sat there and cried. There were a lot of tears over the next few days, and I did whatever I could to comfort him, even when I was off the clock. I made him promise never to take her back because she was using him. He agreed, but then ruined everything in an instant. He leaned in and tried to kiss me. I pushed him away and told him I only thought of him as a little brother. He looked so embarrassed. I let myself out and did not come back. Luckily, I had saved enough money to earn myself a shopping spree. I was out downtown when I saw them. My worst nightmare. He and Jessica were walking along the street, him holding tons of bags from Gucci and her yelling at him. She said how pathetic he was and how she could always do better. I thought about ignoring it, but it was like watching a witch harass my own brother. I ran up to them and yelled at her for being such a jerk. I said how she should consider herself lucky that anyone puts up with her, let alone a great guy like my friend. She told him to defend her, but even I was shocked by what happened next. He told her to leave. She told him that he would regret it and stomped off.
She tried to take the Gucci bags from him, but he handed them to me instead. He thanked me again and then did something that kind of irritated me. He handed me a check for $100,000 as a thank you. I ripped it up in front of him. "Don't you get it?" he said. "If you don't want to date me and don't want my money, why are you so nice to me?" "Because you're my best friend." He almost cried right there. I don't think he had ever been that happy before. You would never believe what happened next. He fired me. But it's not what you think at all. See, he decided to help me with my studies, so one day I could join him. I invited him to dinner at my home. Some home cooking would do wonders for him, I'm sure. As happy as I was to see him being a kid, it was quite an ordeal to talk him out of an expensive gift from my mom. He had a long way to go, but he learned. Now, years later, we are 50-50 partners. He is all the brain, and that's where I come in, managing our business. We are the best of both worlds, and our business is thriving.
Hey, I'm Marianne. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I'm about to share a story about the challenges life has thrown at me. My parents, especially my dad, weren't what some would call expressive and loving. They constantly fought and seemed to spend more time hating each other than anything else. Dad always had the TV blaring. The noise kept me up at night, so I often resorted to sleeping with headphones on. I knew he wasn't a bad person. He just had some annoying habits and seemed to enjoy annoying Mom. Mom was kind. She did her best to be the best mom. She'd surprise me with toys and candies. My favorite place was our treehouse, which Mom built for me. It was my escape. I loved spending time there with my bestie Joy.
Marianne, everything will be okay. My mom got me 2 dolls and I want to give you one. Let's grab some ice cream.
Joy was my best friend since kindergarten. She always knew how to cheer me up, sharing her toys with me. We were inseparable, so much so that some people at school mistook us for twins. Plus, Joy had an amazing voice. Sometimes she sang to me until I fell asleep in the treehouse. Joy's family seemed perfect. Her mom was a successful fashion designer, and her dad was a police officer. Sometimes I found myself wishing I was part of her family, but I'd immediately feel guilty knowing my mom loved me. When I was 16, my gymnastics coach said I should compete in another state. Excited, I asked my parents for money to go. Dad, busy with his motorbike, brushed me off.
Wish I could, honey, but I gotta paint the bike. It's my pride and joy.
I could tell Mom wanted to help by the way she looked at me, giving me the "I wish I could help you, dear" look. That day, I made up my mind to do something. I grabbed my dad's motorbike keys, thinking I could ride to the competition myself. But since I didn't really know how to drive, I ended up crashing into a fire hydrant. Dad was furious about his damaged bike, but before he could say anything, Mom intervened. "Don't you dare yell at her." Mom then hugged me and handed me some money. "Here, take this money. I've been saving it for quite a while now. I love you, babe." I hugged Mom tightly. I participated in the gymnastics competition and took second place. On the way back, my coach had some really bad news. "Your mom got into an accident while buying ingredients for your favorite apple pie. She's in the hospital now, in a coma." I couldn't say a word. I just stayed quiet all the way home. When I got back, Dad hugged me and told me not to worry, saying Mom would be okay. Later at dinner, I asked Dad something tough. "Dad, can I stay with Joy's family for a bit? It's not that I don't like being with you, but I feel happier there. They really care about me."
Sure, if that makes you happy. I'll talk to Joy's parents.
And Joy's family was really welcoming. Joy's mom used to say,
"We're glad to have you, dear. You're like my second daughter from now on."
That's how I ended up living with my best friend's family. They even gave me my own room. Joy's parents were wonderful. They looked after me and made me feel like I was their daughter. Even though her dad wasn't always home, I loved them with all my heart and thought of them as family. Joy and I even got closer. We'd spend all night talking or playing video games. I still saw my dad from time to time, and he seemed to be improving, becoming nicer.
I'll keep getting better until you say you want to come back and live with me.
Well, that might take some time, but yeah, keep your hopes up. I smiled and gave him a hug. One day, as I was walking around the house, I found a room full of beautiful clothes. Curious, I started trying them on. Joy's mom walked in on me.
"You look beautiful. I've always hoped to share my wardrobe with a daughter."
Just then, Joy walked in, and her mom invited her to join.
"Joy, darling, come try on some clothes too."
I don't want to.
Soon, I got really close to Joy's mom. We hung out a lot, and I even helped her out at photo shoots, sometimes modeling for her. One day, I was shocked to see my picture on the cover of a big magazine.
I wish Joy liked fashion like you do. Thank you for always being here for me.
I smiled and thanked her for making me feel like part of her family. But something was off with Joy. She started keeping to herself, staying in her room, and didn't want to hang out or do anything with me. When I tried talking to her, she just said,
"I want to be left alone."
I was really worried about Joy's sudden change and couldn't figure out what I did wrong. I kept trying to fix things, even apologizing, but nothing worked. She sometimes even yelled at me. I had to give her space, even though it hurt a lot. One evening at dinner, Joy's mom shared some exciting news.
Marianne, your teacher called. Your college aptitude test scores were amazing. I'm so proud of you.
Turning to Joy, her mom asked, "And how did yours go, honey?"
No, I didn't bother with it. I'm going to be a singer, so I don't need it. Maybe one of your famous friends could help produce my album?
I won't do that. I want more for you. You're going to college, and later you can decide what you want.
What? You can't make those decisions for me. I'm going to be a singer, and that's that.
As your mom, yes, I can guide you.
You can't tell me anything.
Joy, stop. Your mom's just trying to help.
You shut up. My life was better before you showed up. Go back to your miserable family and leave us alone. I hate you both.
Angry, Joy knocked all the family pictures off the shelf. After that, her behavior got worse. She began skipping school and got mad whenever someone tried to talk about what she was doing. Joy's behavior toward me got worse, turning her into what felt like a real-life villain. She constantly tried to make trouble for me, and even though her mom always ended up forgiving me, it just made Joy angrier. For example, Joy switched her unfinished homework with mine, confusing my teacher. Luckily, the teacher sorted it out. Joy made a fake social media account with my name, posting embarrassing stuff. It took a while, but I showed it wasn't me and shut it down. Joy hid a library book I borrowed, causing me to get late fees. Her mom found it later and figured out Joy's trick. Joy messed with my bike's brakes. I felt something was wrong before I rode it and stopped myself from getting hurt. This escalated one afternoon when Joy's mom was away on a business trip and her dad was away at work. Joy decided to do something drastic. She turned the backyard into a makeshift movie theater. I'm not sure showing a movie here is a good idea.
Well, it's better than having you around all the time.
The backyard quickly filled with people, the projector buzzing to life. I stayed inside, trying to avoid the chaos, and was flipping through a magazine when suddenly someone stumbled into my room.
Oops, my bad. I was looking for the kitchen. Hey, is that a magazine about vintage cars? My dad collects them, and I've read a bunch about them. Is that the issue with the 60s muscle cars?
Yes, it is. His name was Brian. We discovered we shared a lot of interests and spent the evening chatting in the kitchen. Just as we were really connecting, the screen outside fell over with a crash. Suddenly, Joy and her mom came in.
Look, Mom, I knew it. Marianne set up this whole movie thing just to hang out with her boyfriend.
Boyfriend? That's not true. Why would I organize this party? Joy, you're my only friend here.
Then explain him being in your room. This must be your party.
Enough, Joy. I don't think Marianne would do this. But young man, it's time for you to go home, please. Joy looked so angry and stormed off. She stopped talking to me and just ignored my existence. I kept talking to Brian. Having him in my life was great. He was nice looking and well-mannered. His family had money, and he shared his dream of becoming a doctor with me. A few days later, Joy's mom called me into the living room, where I found my dad sitting. I really care about you and loved having you here, but things with Joy are getting tough. She's feeling left out. Plus, your dad's been talking to us. He's made some changes, wants you back, and misses you a lot.
The past few months have been really tough without you. I love you and want you to come home.
I didn't say much. When I feel a lot, I find it hard to speak, but I managed to say, I'll pack my things. I moved back with Dad, and honestly, things weren't bad. He had really improved, and hanging out with him wasn't bad at all. But I ended up blocking Brian. I didn't have a strong reason to cut him off. I felt like I didn't deserve him and just needed a fresh start. A few months after finishing high school, I couldn't go to college right away. Dad didn't have the money because we had big hospital bills for Mom. So I started working as a pizza delivery person. It was tough, but I never thought about quitting. I worked really hard and finally got into college. I planned to study economics and maybe even start my own business someday. While studying, I took any job I could get. Eventually, I managed to rent a tiny apartment with a view of the city dump. It wasn't much, but it was mine. I could finally study and rest there. Dad even helped me buy a used car for my delivery job. Things were starting to get better. I kept working hard, aiming for success. I often thought about Joy and her parents, and my mom too. I missed them a lot. With exams coming up, I studied all night and worked all day. I felt unstoppable, like nothing could slow me down. But one day, while out on a delivery, I suddenly felt very dizzy, and the next thing I knew, I crashed into a tree. I was rushed to the hospital. Everything hurt, but what pained me the most was my thoughts. Why couldn't things just go right for once? I hugged my pillow and bursted into tears. Then, a young doctor came in, and I was shocked. Brian, is that really you? He recognized me too.
I always thought I'd run into the girl who broke my heart again.
Feeling embarrassed, I just looked down and stayed quiet as usual. Brian had finished medical school and was now an intern at the hospital. I apologized, and we chatted for a while and swapped phone numbers. Over time, we got closer and started dating. Brian had the kindest heart, and he even helped me with my college fees. One day, I went to the hospital to bring Brian his lunch and decided to visit Mom afterward. I entered her room, and she looked so peaceful, just like an angel. I gently kissed her forehead. Mom, I have to tell you something. I tried to replace you. I was so angry when I felt you gave up on me, so I gave up on you. I was angry at Dad too, even though the poor man was struggling without you. I used to be mad at Joy, but as I got older, I understood her and we made up. I'm friends with her mom now too. I love them, but no love can match yours. Guess what? I found out this morning I'm pregnant. I'm going to surprise Brian tonight on our date. I think he's going to propose, and I'll say yes. Mom, I'm happy, but my happiness isn't complete without you. Tears overwhelmed me, and I laid my head on her hands when suddenly I felt her hands move. Overjoyed, I ran to the doctor like a little kid, shouting, "My mommy is awake! My mommy is awake!" Everyone knew Mark was a jerk. I would always see him harassing one of the shy kids in the halls at school. One day, I had had enough. So I marched up to him and yelled, "Hey, stop bullying people, you're hurting their feelings." Mark was stunned. No one had ever stood up to him before. The shy kid ran away and we were left staring at each other. I was scared of what he would do or say, but he didn't really do or say anything. He only looked down like he was really sad and walked away. I was so shocked, and I had to admit, I felt kind of bad. I never yelled at anyone before, and I only did it because I thought he would get mad. But seeing him sad made me feel terrible. The next day, the entire hallway stunk. Everyone was trying to find out where the smell was coming from. As soon as I got close to my locker, I knew something was wrong. I opened it to find that it was yesterday's fish sandwich. It had been put in there and left all night. I almost puked. That's when I saw Mark smiling from down the hall. He was wearing those big, stupid headphones he always wore, and he even waved to me. All the guilt I had disappeared. I was gonna get him back. I just needed to figure out how. All day, I snuck behind him, following, watching, like a stealthy ninja. Every move he made, I was right there, but he never saw me. I noticed him writing in his notebook all day, in every class, but he was never prepared with the assignments. So I knew whatever he was writing, it wasn't homework. The notebook became my obsession. I needed to know what was in it so I could use it against him, but he never left the thing alone. It was always right beside him. Finally, in English class, he went to the bathroom. But he was smart, or should I say paranoid enough, to put the notebook in his bag. I pretended to drop my pencil and crawled to his bag. I couldn't take the whole notebook without being discovered, so I just opened the zipper, and I hoped that would be enough for the notebook to fall out when he took his bag. And then, when the bell rang and class was done, he put his earphones on again, picked up the bag, and the notebook fell out. He didn't hear it, of course, so I ran and grabbed it. I ran home and read it. It wasn't jokes or anything mean. It was poems, and they were all really sad and beautifully written. I almost cried reading them. Suddenly, I understood why he was so mean to people. It sounded like his dad was really mean to him at home and made him feel like he was nothing at all. There was a time when we were little in kindergarten when Mark would tear up the notes that came with school lunches from other kids' moms. I thought he was such a jerk for doing that. But one day, one kid's lunch had 2 notes, and one was for Mark. I guess that mom heard what he was doing and thought maybe it was because he didn't get notes. Mark never ripped up the notes again. I had totally forgotten that, but now reading his journal, I remembered he was in foster care, which meant the people he lived with weren't even his real parents and maybe they didn't want him at all. I guess if you feel like an insect,
Being a bully is probably the only thing you can do to feel like you have any say in your life. I wrote him a letter and said it wasn't his fault that he felt like that. I finished the letter and put it in his notebook. When I saw him at school the next day, I felt totally different about him. I saw the sadness in him and how no one paid any attention at all to him. And I admit, I swooned a little when I realized he was actually pretty cute. I got the notebook out and walked up to him with it.
Is that mine?
It, fell out of your bag yesterday.
And you didn't give it back?
I got busy, sorry. I gave it to him. He opened it and saw my letter. He read it there as I stood watching, my cheeks getting redder and redder by the second.
You read my journal?
He kept his eyes on the page, like he couldn't face me. I understand why you're mean to people, but before I could finish, he ripped my letter from the notebook and dropped it on the floor.
Don't ever read my stuff without permission again.
All the good feelings I had for him disappeared. Didn't he know how hard I worked on that letter? How much I cared? Not to mention, I bore my soul to him. I got red again, but this time, it wasn't embarrassment. It was rage. That night, I told my mom everything. She told me,
"Honey, you tried to do something nice, and that's great, but you read his private journal without asking. You invaded his privacy."
I'm the only person who saw him. Everyone else ignores him.
I understand, but that doesn't make him any less worthy of having privacy, does it?
I went to my room without talking to her for the rest of the night. How could she not see what I had done? I put my heart on the line and got rejected. I did the right thing. All I wanted was to help him and let him know I understood. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning, thinking about how he acted, but also what my mom said and how violated I would feel if someone read my diary. After barely sleeping a wink and finally calming down so I wasn't so angry anymore, I decided she was right. As soon as I got to school, I would apologize to him and that would be that. I practiced my speech the entire walk to school that morning. Every word I would say, every gesture, I wanted to be understood and let him know that I understood him too. But when I got to school, I was horrified to see that there were printed posters of me all over the halls. They had my school photo and said Maggie is a stalker. Everyone was looking at me. I ran to the bathroom and cried. How could he do that to me? Maybe I was wrong to think he had any good in him at all. I wanted to run away and go home, but we had a big test that day, so I had to sit in class after class while the other kids whispered about me. I sat in all my classes getting angrier and angrier, waiting for my last class when I would finally see him. I couldn't wait to confront that jerk. When I finally saw him, he smirked at me. I stomped right up to him and yelled, "Tell them it was you."
It was me.
Tell them it's not true.
It is true. You read my journal.
I was so frustrated. All I could think of was to scream. Ah! The teacher came up to both of us and gave me detention for yelling in class and gave him detention for pulling the prank. When we were both in detention, I made sure I was looking out the window or at the ceiling. Anywhere as long as we were not looking at each other. And of course, he starts whistling. I had to grind my teeth to keep from yelling again. Then the teacher left to get a coffee and we were left alone. It was so awkward. After a while, he took out his notebook and was reading something inside really intently. I had to admit I was curious about what it was. And then he wrote something and I was so mad at myself for even caring, but I did. I wanted to know what it was. As much as he annoyed me, I really did like his poems. But then I remembered his prank and ignored him. It was so mean. How could he do that?
Did you really mean what you wrote in your letter?
I couldn't believe he was actually talking to me. Yes, of course, but how do you remember? You threw it away.
After I put all the posters up, I went back and found it in the trash.
He took out a paper from his journal. It was my letter.
No one's ever seen me the way you did.
Then the bell rang and detention was finally over. He moved to the door, but before he could leave, I said, "I'm sorry about reading your journal, but I really like your poems." He turned and looked me in the eyes and said,
"Can you come to my house tomorrow?"
I was shocked and couldn't speak for a minute. Before I realized it, I said, "Yes." He ripped a piece of paper from the journal and gave it to me. It had his address and a note for me. I read it when he left. It said,
"To the girl who saw through me. Usually, everyone sees past what I am, or I might become. But when you looked, you saw something more. To them I am glass, cold and cracked. But to you I am water, living and essential. I have never been seen before. It scared me. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Again, I swooned. The next day was a Saturday, so I went to his house and heard yelling as soon as I got close. The house was small and the yard kinda dirty. I knocked on the door and Mark came out, holding a guitar. His right eye was bruised. He moved past me, walking toward a path in the woods across the street.
Are you coming?
I followed him all the way down to the shore of a lake I didn't even know was there. He sat down, and I sat down beside him, wondering what he was thinking.
You said you liked my poems.
I did.
They're not poems, they're songs.
Oh, can I hear one?
I've never played for anyone before.
You don't put yourself out there. That's why people don't pay attention. He hesitated, then played the guitar and sang one of the songs. He sang about his fears, his sadness, and about feeling like a monster for having to put people down to make himself feel big. When he was done, he wiped a tear and said he would have to go back or his foster dad would be angry. He left me there by the lake as I watched the sun set over the water. I knew I was falling in love with him. When I got home, my mom told me the one thing that would ruin everything just as it was all getting so good. We were moving across the country. She told me she was sorry, but we had no choice. When I saw him across the lawn at school, he smiled at me. I practically melted, but my smile faded quickly. He knew something was wrong. He came up and walked with me.
Are you okay?
I have to move. His eyes immediately lost their light. I could tell he was devastated. What are you thinking?
It's selfish.
It's okay. Tell me.
You're the only one who sees me.
Maybe that's true right now, but it doesn't have to be. Your songs are beautiful.
I don't know how to talk to people. I don't relate to anyone.
Of course you do. We all have pain. We all get bullied. Even you. He thought about what I said, then a smile crept on his face and he looked right at me. My heart stopped when I saw his eyes. They were bright and full of hope.
I never thought about that. Thank you. I can't believe you're moving away.
I know. We both looked down, sad for ourselves because of how little time we had together. And then I raised my head and said, you know what? We're here now, right? So why are we sad? We can be sad when I leave, but today, I want to be happy.
You can just decide to be happy?
Yep, why not? You're here, I'm here, we have all day to talk and hang out. He thought about what I said, then smiled. He looked at me and asked,
what do you want to do?
Without thinking, I leaned over and kissed him. His cheeks turned bright red. We both laughed. He took me to a boba tea place, then we ate some ramen and even went to karaoke. I had never had so much fun. I was worried it would only last for today, but I put all the worry behind me and enjoyed the moment. That night, we had to say goodbye. It was the hardest thing I ever had to do. He walked me home and kissed me before he left. The last thing he said to me was,
if I never see you again, please know you'll always be with me and all the people I help with my music.
I watched him leave, holding on to the moment as long as I could. When it was time, we packed the moving truck and left. Then to my surprise, I saw him. He was on the sidewalk, talking to one of the shy kids he used to pick on. But this time, they were both smiling. He was apologizing and making friends. I knew then that everything would be okay. And as for me, I was going somewhere new. Sure, it was scary and a little sad, but it was also exciting. Who would I meet? What would I do there? I decided to enjoy every day and made a promise that I would make the most of any situation that came up in my life, good or bad.
Hello, my name is Charlie. I'm a famous filmmaker and director, but you know me already, don't you? Oh, well, it hasn't always been like this anyway. So sit down, grab some popcorn, and let me tell you my story. But before we start, please hit the like button and subscribe. This is me, Charlie, and this is my best friend, Rose. Me and Rose grew up together since we were only babies. We played together, we went to school together, we did everything together. We were like autumn and colds, unavoidable. Like rain and thunder, indivisible. Rose was the sister I never had. I was to her the brother she never... well, you got the point. She was blonde while I was black. She was shy while I was sunny. She had a big brain while I had a big butt. We fit perfectly together. Most of all, we had one dream in common. One day, we would become filmmakers and make movies about witches. Yes, that was our dream at the time, our common goal in life. And we were all ready to get it realized. But what a tragic fate awaited us. Well, I'm being a bit overly dramatic here, but please, let me explain. It was our last year in high school and a few weeks before Halloween. I was reaching my classroom like every morning when Rose came running toward me.
Charlie! Charlie!
Rose, what?
Charlie!
Rose!
Charlie!
Rose!
Charlie!
Barely breathing, Rose managed to announce to me that the school had opened a cinematographic contest where the winners would be enrolled in the best movie school in the country. We started screaming. At that point, me and Rose already had tins of scripts ready. We simply chose one and brought it in the next morning to our art professor to have it approved. But instead, there stood Mona, high like a giraffe, dressed like a rock star, and loud like a tempest. Who is Mona, you ask? She's the daughter of a famous celebrity couple, a movie producer dad, and a 5-star actress mom. She had the best connections, the best grades, and the best face. A cloud of desperation came upon us when we saw her just talking to the teacher, explaining her project for her script. We felt lost. When our turn came, I spoke for both of us because Rose was too shy to speak, and the sight of Mona shook her too much. Hey, Charlie. Nice job there. What? What? Mona was approaching me, willing to talk. Had I stumbled, hit my head, and fallen into a dream without noticing? Sorry, I couldn't help but listen to your script while you were explaining. It seems like some hot stuff there. Did you come up with it all by yourself? Well, me and Rose, yes. It seems you have a promising future in the business, baby. Would you mind joining me tonight at my party? There'll be producers, movie stars, and many important people. I couldn't believe it was happening. It was too much for me, and all at once. Of course, me and Rose will be there for sure. Rose? I'm sorry. I don't want someone who is barely able to speak in public to be associated with me. You are invited. See you later, baby. She left like the tornado she was, leaving both me and Rose speechless. I tried to console my best friend, convincing her this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could help us both. Rose nodded her head, but her look told me something else. I pretended not to see it and went straight to the party. This was an occasion I just simply couldn't afford to lose. Mona's house was not exactly a house. It was a castle, a gigantic manor with a park, 4 towers, and 2 pools. All over the place, men in elegant suits and shiny-looking women talked to each other cheerfully.
Oh dear, you've arrived.
Sir, lady, nice to meet you. I'm so glad you invited me. That man and woman were Mona's parents. They look amazing together. A perfect couple in a perfect house. Everything was perfect in Mona's life. Shiny and bright, like herself. Please, enough with the pleasantries. You're part of the family now. Mona told us all about the project you're working on together. The project? Of course. I told Mom and Dad we are working on an amazing movie. We will win the contest for sure. I didn't know what to say. I was totally caught unprepared. So I just smiled and said nothing. Mona's parents left us soon, and I immediately reached after her. Mona, what did you tell them? Well, that we work together. Isn't that true? But I already work with Rose. Didn't you know that? She's my best friend. I can't just leave her like this. Mona just smiled and washed the problem away with a swing of her hand. You create too many problems, baby. Can't you just work with us both? Come on, let's have fun. I'm ashamed to admit, but the truth is that I forgot Rose for some time, and quite easily. I just loved to be asked about my history and my interests by all these interesting people there. The future was winking at me and I just couldn't resist. Then I saw him. How to describe the finch that came to perch on my branch? He was like a god in a garden on Olympus. He was like a breeze on a hot summer day. He was like well, that horse was hot, girls. You can bet about it. That angel had dark eyes like enchantment and such a fine, elegant beard. I was totally captured. He must have noticed my dumb expression because he started smiling at me as if trying to help me retrieve some of my dignity. Too late. And Charlie, let me introduce you to my brother Tom.
So you are the famous Charlie. A handsome lady, that's for sure. Nice to meet you.
Is he really going to kiss my hand? Is he really? Oh, God, I'm fainting. I'm fainting. Am I famous? How?
Of course. Mona has talked about you all afternoon. Mona, can I steal this lady from you for some time?
Do as you please, brother. But be a good boy.
I always am. Mona, don't scare our host like this.
The walk with Tom around the garden felt like a dream. He was not only handsome in sight, but also elegant, charming, and kind. His fierce appearance was balanced by such a quiet temper that it made him look like the perfect man in every single way imaginable. Hours passed in a flash, like seconds. Come back soon, baby. We're here for you anytime you want. Couldn't wait to be invited again. The image of Tom was still in my eyes when I woke up. And even if I don't remember it with certainty, I can bet I dreamed about him. How did it go? Rose's soft voice reached me as if coming from far, far away when she met me in the corridors at school. I felt happy to see her, but not so happy as I should have been. I think she noticed, but I kept it a secret. I explained to her all that happened the night before and promised to meet her within a few days in order to complete our script. The plot was there, but so much work had yet to be done. Fine then. See you soon. See ya. Those were busy times for me. In the daytime, I met Mona to work on our script for the contest. At night, I often saw Tom. Mona's script was completely different from mine. Her subject was Barbie. Barbie! Can you believe it? What's wrong with that? Barbie was a paradigm of freedom for girls, don't you know? Mona's fantasy was wild. She had a lot of ideas, but none of them were connected to each other. Her thoughts were as chaotic and impulsive as she was. Without me, she would have been lost. But what about Rose? Without me, she would have been lost too. She was smart and nerdy, but she didn't have the creativity I had. Rose had always been my best friend and sister, and even if Mona's spell and Tom's charm were still upon me like magic crows, I started to feel bad about how easily I abandoned my lifelong friend in order to get a quick ticket to success. The moment of the contest was approximating, and I had to speak with Mona about this. I would have helped her with her project, but I had to participate in a team with Rose, and if Mona didn't want Rose, I would leave the Barbies in order to go back to the witches. I found the courage and spoke to Mona. Can you imagine a dragon's reaction to someone trying to steal his gold from under his throne? The same was Mona's reaction to my words, if not worse. Out of my house! Never come back again! I will eat you! Do you think I'm being overly dramatic again? You weren't there, my friend. I think I barely saved my own life. I'm lucky to be here to tell the story. Yet I felt happy after arriving home. I felt I had done the right thing. Now there was only Tom to speak to. Even if I liked him, our time had to wait until after the contest was finished. I couldn't subtract any more energy from Rose and our witchy project. I mean, there can be only one Dua Lipa in the world, right? Enough with Barbie.
Hey, Angel.
Tom's words were honey poured all over me. I melted. But hey, not this time. I had serious work to do. Listen, Tom, there's something we must talk about.
Something like what? Did I do something wrong?
No, it's not about you. It's about Mona.
My sister, huh? She always was more like a Shrek than a Barbie.
She's not that bad, but I can't be her teammate for the contest. Rose is my teammate. You and Mona are wonderful. You live in an amazing house. Your life is perfect, but... Tom's eyes went big and sad at those words of mine. Maybe it was the wrong thing to say, but how could I know? From what I had seen up to that moment, their lives were like pink molasses. Disgustingly sugary.
Do you really think our life is wonderful, honey? You know so little about us.
What do you mean? While walking, Tom told me how he and Mona had lived since they were children, how harsh their parents had been on them since their youngest age.
They do that for us. They push us towards obtaining the best grades and the best results in every field. But you know, sometimes the best is not the best. Sometimes you would just like to live a normal life.
This is why Mona loves Barbie so much, maybe?
It's a way for her to remain a child.
Tom's eyes were not lying. I took his hand and kept it between mine for some time.
Still, a wrong behavior remains a wrong behavior. Mona will have to grow up sooner or later. You were a strong girl and made the right choice today. I'm proud of you, Charlie.
At that point, I was melting again. The perfect features of Tom's figure were silhouetted against the moon, like a character from some gothic tale. I felt Tom's body pressing against mine while he brought my head gently against his chest. He's going to kiss me finally. He's going to kiss me. Instead, He simply kept my head there for some time, caressing my neck. No more. Nothing more. WTH?
Listen, Charlie, there's something I must say to you, too.
Was eager to listen to his confession, but my phone rang at that exact moment. Rose! I totally forgot about our appointment. Rose would be furious. She was, for several days. Every attempt of mine to make peace with her went in vain. The contest was lost at that point. There was no chance to win against Mona and her Barbie-stuffed stuff. The days up to the contest flew by fast and dull. We knew we had lost. Now, you really can't imagine my surprise when Rose and I found that on the notice board of the school, there was a list of the winning projects. And the first one was about witches. As authors, it had 3 names: Rose, Charlie, and Mona. A coincidence? Of course not. It was our project. We won, but we didn't submit it, of course. So who did? The question puzzled us for some time until we received a phone call from a strangely masked voice. Oh dear. She tried hard to excuse herself for her behavior in the most recent times. Her voice didn't disclose her origin, but it wasn't too much of a guess. Mona. We found out with certainty later, when the 3 of us, plus Tom, met together at the back of the school to talk about the matter. Mona looked like a baby. She cried all the time and told us she felt guilty for how she treated Rose after Tom had talked to her. To get her excused, instead of her script, Mona submitted a copy of ours, proposing it as if it had been worked upon by the 3 of us. Of course it won. It was written by me after all. But this wasn't the only news of the day. Tom, don't you have something you want to say?
Yes, well, Charlie, I have a confession to make.
Oh, yes, finally! The bomb was going to explode. The moment I expected for days and days finally arrived. After such a tragic story, I was going to have my sweet piece of cake after all. Yes, Tom, tell me, please.
I have a crush on Rose.
Oh, Tom, yes, a crush on... Wait, what?
I really didn't know how to say it, but now I can't keep it a secret anymore. I like you, Rose. Would you like to go out on a date with me sometime?
I couldn't believe it. Rose went red like a tomato and I was shocked. Mona was laughing hard and her joy expanded contagiously. So this was the secret? I should have felt offended, but the occasion was so joyful that I felt too happy for Rose to be concerned about myself. All's well that ends well? Mona and I went on in life, becoming best friends, and we went to college together. You know, sometimes things take such an unpredictable turn that the only thing to do is sit back, relax, and watch the events unfold as if they were a movie. And isn't life a long, tear-jerking, and magical movie itself? Oh God, I can't believe what an incredible artist I am. Really.
Hi, I'm Shayla from Texas, and I'm a child genius. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was only 6 when I discovered I was what people called gifted. I was at my friend's birthday party, and we were having a contest on who could solve a Rubik's Cube first. Well, I solved it in 19 seconds.
Mommy, she cheated! That's crazy. How could I cheat? You were watching me the whole time.
Stop lying, Shayla. There's no way you could solve the Rubik's Cube that fast. Now go sit in the corner.
But that's so unfair.
I didn't want to play more party games after that because all the kids kept calling me a cheat. When I got home, I told my parents what happened, and a few days later, they had me tested. And it turned out I had an insanely high IQ, just like my mom, who was a respected neurologist. Cool, right? Well, not exactly. I got moved up 2 grades, which meant I was the youngest in the class. And no one wanted to be friends with a little 6-year-old who was every teacher's favorite. By the time I got to high school, I felt like a total outcast. One night in 9th grade, I was home alone even though it was Valentine's Day, and tons of kids at school were out on dates. Knock, knock. I have a Valentine's Day present for you, sweetie. Thanks. At least I have one Valentine tonight, even if it is just my mom. Here, open this box. I pulled out a bracelet with an infinity symbol on it. What's this? Shayla, people like you and I, we're not like everyone else. We're smarter and 10 times more special. This is an infinity bracelet. And remember that nobody can hold you back from your potential. Do you understand? I think so. After that night with Mom, I decided it was time to change my attitude and stop feeling sorry for myself. So for the first time during lunch, I decided to eat in the cafeteria with everyone else instead of alone in the janitor's closet. Then suddenly, as I was walking, a flyer hit me smack in the face.
Greetings, miss. May I interest you in joining the most amazing club in all of Texas? The Humble Mathletes.
What are the mathletes? Ugh, ignore him. His name is Nolan and he's the new kid. He's trying to recruit fellow dorks to compete in math tournaments across Texas. Well, I think math is fun. Sign me up.
Cool. I don't usually allow younger kids on my team, but I'll make an exception.
Ugh. I ended up joining Nolan's math team and the two of us became friends. Nolan wasn't gifted the way I was, but he was still smart and a really sweet guy. Finally, the day of our state tournament arrived and my mom called to tell me that she was coming. I can't believe it. My mom never takes a day off from work. Nolan, we have to win today. I really want to make her proud.
Calm down, girl. We're gonna crush this tournament.
Nolan pulled me into a hug and for some reason, it made my stomach do cartwheels. The competition went well, but in the final round, Nolan got 2 answers wrong and that cost us the first place trophy.
Oh well, second place it is then. How about we celebrate with milkshakes and an MSA marathon?
I was about to agree when I saw Mom standing behind me with a very disappointed face. I excused myself to talk to her.
Why were you so happy back there? You're not embarrassed that you got second place?
Hey, second place is still really good.
Shayla, why are you friends with someone like Nolan? He's obviously not very bright. It's his fault you didn't win.
Mom, don't talk that way. Nolan is really smart and we've become good friends. Suddenly, Mom took my wrist and started to unclasp the infinity bracelet. What are you doing?
I shouldn't have given this to you, Shayla. You don't seem to care much about unlocking your potential. I'll just have to live with the disappointment.
No, stop! I do care. I'm gonna make things right. Just give me a chance. I ended up riding home with Dad without saying goodbye to Nolan. And the next day at school, I tried avoiding him until he showed up at my locker.
Hey, sunshine. I thought we were gonna celebrate, but you left. Are you okay?
Nolan, we can't be friends anymore.
What? Why?
You want me to be honest?
Of course.
You're not smart the way I am. You're average at best. And if we continue hanging out, you're just gonna hold me back. I'm so sorry. I ran away before Nolan could answer, feeling horrible. Nolan didn't speak to me again after that, and I didn't blame him. Then 2 months later, my life took a turn. Mom was offered a research position in China. So, does that mean we're moving to China?
No, only I'm moving. And I'm divorcing your father. I just can't have anyone in my way right now. But don't worry, you and I will keep in touch.
Mom kissed my cheek and tears filled my eyes. After Mom left, I tried to keep busy and comfort Dad, who wasn't taking the divorce too well. One afternoon, I was sitting on the porch when I saw a van pull into our driveway. A lady came out and, to my surprise, it was my first grade teacher.
Mrs. Johnson? Is that you? Shayla? I haven't seen you since they pulled you out of my class to move you up 2 grades.
Miss Johnson invited me to dinner that night, but while we were eating, she kept asking me if something was wrong, and I just couldn't hold it in. I told Miss Johnson all about Mom leaving and how hard school was and how much I missed Nolan. It doesn't matter though. I just need to focus on myself and my goals.
I remember I was just like you, Shayla. My grades and my dreams meant everything to me, but I realized over time that part of success is also about being happy.
No offense, but that sounds like a cheesy quote you'd read on Instagram.
Maybe, but it's true. Try doing at least one thing that makes you happy this week, sweetheart.
I was exhausted from finals, so that week, I decided to take Miss Johnson's advice. I went to the community pool to sunbathe when I tripped over a crack in the sidewalk.
Whoa, easy.
Thanks. At that moment, I realized the lifeguard was Daryl, the most popular guy in school.
I usually save people from water, not concrete. You look familiar. I feel like I know you from somewhere. What's your name?
I was about to tell him, but then I paused. Boys like Daryl usually never talk to me, and I wanted to start off on the right foot. I'm Cher, like the singer.
And you're pretty like her too. I'm having a party tonight. How about you be my date?
Whoa, did he just ask me out? Of course I said yes. And that night, I got super dolled up for the party and even bought a new dress. The party was so much fun, and I danced with Daryl for hours. And when I saw the other kids at school there, I told them I'd changed my name because, well, I had a chance to be a new me. At one point, I had to go to the bathroom, but I opened the wrong door, which apparently was a bedroom. Oh my God, what are you doing in my room? Nolan? This is Daryl's house. Yeah, and my mom and I moved in here 2 weeks ago. Daryl's my cousin. Oh, I didn't know that. Of course you didn't. Daryl doesn't want to be associated with nerds. How did you get invited here anyway? Actually, I'm not a nerd anymore. I've decided to change. Also, my name isn't Shayla anymore. It's Cher. Cher? Yeah. So, if you could call me that from now on… No, I don't have the time or energy for this. Go back to the party, will you? And don't walk by my room again. Nolan slammed the door in my face, and I felt bad. But I really didn't want to deal with the drama at the moment. I just wanted to have fun. A week later, Daryl and I started dating. I asked everyone to start calling me Cher instead of Shayla, and just like that, I became popular. I started dressing differently, and I didn't wear my infinity bracelet anymore. One day at school, the teacher handed back last week's physics exam, and even though I hadn't studied as much, I got 100. I was grinning to myself during recess when Daryl took the paper out of my hand.
What you got there, babe? Whoa, you got 100 on a physics test? What are you, some kind of computer bot?
No, my brain just works a little differently than other people.
Like a little Miss Smarty Pants? Wait, are you one of those nerds who thinks she's better than the rest of us just because she can memorize a few extra facts? I thought you were cool.
I am cool. You know what? It was just dumb luck that I got full marks.
Whew, I thought we might have to break up.
Daryl and his friends made it clear they hated nerds. So for the next few weeks, I purposely failed all of my tests and didn't do any homework, which they all high-fived me for. The end of the semester school party came around, and the theme was game night. Daryl and his friends just wanted to play foosball and table tennis, but I couldn't help being distracted by a bunch of kids playing trivia. What is a 5-pointed star called in geometry? Time's ticking away, guys. This is a crucial round. Anyone in the room who knows what the answer is?
Why would anyone know that, loser face? Can you stop ruining the party and have your geekathon somewhere else?
I knew the answer, but of course, I stayed quiet. But I wasn't having any fun with my friends either. Daryl was busy with the boys, and the girls kept commenting how my dress wasn't flattering and how my pink lipstick wasn't a good color on me. Can you stop criticizing me already? At least I don't, have her outfit. That's really hideous. The girl I'd pointed at turned around, and suddenly, I felt really guilty. Why had I said that? Just then, Nolan came and took the girl's hand.
Leave my date alone. She looks beautiful tonight.
Oh, she's your date?
Yup. She joined the mathletes right after you left.
Nolan put his arm around the girl, and I tried to push the feeling I had away. Was it jealousy? The party sucked, and I decided to go home early. But when I arrived, Dad called me into the living room and said Mom was on a video call and wanted to talk to me urgently.
Shayla, is that really you? I've never seen you wear so much makeup.
It's not that much makeup. I was just at a party.
Oh, I see. Partying on a school night? Well, that would explain the email I got from your principal today, calling me in for a meeting to discuss your grades. You've been failing your classes?
Yeah. I didn't do so well in a few tests, but I can make up for it.
Really? Because your principal said that if you fail even one more exam, they'll put you on academic probation. Can you imagine how I felt reading that? Wait, where's your bracelet?
Well, it doesn't match with the new clothes I wear now.
What? I gave you that bracelet because I wanted to inspire you to live up to your limitless potential. But instead, you've turned out to be a complete disappointment.
You know what, Mom? I'm not a little girl anymore. I don't need a stupid bracelet to remind me what I'm capable of. Just like I don't need your validation to feel good about myself. This is the first time you've called me in weeks. I'm your daughter. There's more to me than good grades. You don't value me the way I value you. I'm done trying to make our relationship work. As I ran outside my front yard, I suddenly heard a familiar voice.
Haven't seen you around in a while.
Oh, hi, Miss Johnson.
You look lovely tonight. Did you meet a nice boy? Oh, is that why you haven't been stopping by?
I don't know what happened then, but suddenly I ran to Miss Johnson and burst into tears. She hugged me as I told her everything. About Mom, the bracelet, how Nolan replaced me, and how I'd turned into a superficial bimbo. Oh, Shayla, don't talk about yourself that way. I think I know what the problem is. You do? Yes. First, you tried being who your mom wanted you to be. Then, you tried being who the kids at school thought you should be. You've tried to be everything except yourself. Miss Johnson's words struck a chord in me. I thought about them all weekend, and on Monday, I pulled out the infinity bracelet. But this time, it meant something different to me. I wasn't letting anyone hold me back, and I had to start by making things right with Nolan. Hey, I know it's been a minute, but I'd love to be a mathlete again, if you'll have me. Let me think. No. Nolan, please. I've changed. I don't want to be a stuck-up jerk anymore. I'll apologize to your girlfriend for mocking her outfit too. Firstly, she's not my girlfriend. She was just my date that night. And secondly, you're a fake, and I just can't take that person seriously. Cher. Just then, Daryl walked over to us.
Hey babe, wanna go with me to a concert tonight? Ugh, why are you talking to him?
Because Nolan's my friend.
I'm really not.
You were at one point. We were on the Mathletes together.
The Mathletes? That's a club for losers. You're better than that. Come on, let's go.
Daryl started to pull me away, but something inside me snapped. No, I'm staying here with Nolan, and he's not a loser. He's your cousin, and maybe it's time you start treating him with the respect he deserves. I should have treated him better too.
Aw, that's a cute speech. But if you want to be my girlfriend, you can't hang out with my dork cousin or join the Mathletes, Cher.
Isn't it obvious that I don't want to be your girlfriend anymore? I feel pathetic that I dumbed myself down to fit in. I'm a nerd, and proud to be one. And just for the record, I know what a 5-point star is called in geometry. It's a decagon, and I'm going back to being Shayla. I marched off like a boss, pulling Nolan behind me.
You know, maybe you can rejoin the Mathletes. We are one team member short, and there's a tournament coming up.
Oh my god, you mean I can be on your team again? And you forgive me? Oh, Nolan, thank you.
Hey, I didn't say I forgive you, but I do need your brain for the competition. I'm not exactly smart the way you are.
Nolan, I'm sorry for saying that. The pressure to succeed turned me into a toxic person. The truth is, I think you're smarter than me. I don't have a quarter of your emotional intelligence.
That's nice of you to say. Thanks.
Nolan hugged me and I felt my stomach doing cartwheels again. Maybe one day, he could be more than a friend. You could say that I was born with a brush and an eyeshadow palette in my hand. I was always obsessed with makeup, and I even sneaked into my mom and dad's room at night to practice on them. A little pink eyeshadow, some red lipstick, and glitter. Perfect. Hi guys, I'm Regina from Seattle, Washington. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I had a happy family. My dad was in the army and was as big as a bear and as strong as a lion. When I was little, I used to daydream about all the exciting missions he went on.
Daddy is defeating tigers today. He's building a hospital for children in Africa.
Despite how proud I was of my dad, I couldn't help but miss him. Luckily, my mom was amazing too. She worked at a cosmetic store, so she was like my personal shopping assistant and taught me everything about fashion and makeup. But everything changed when I turned 7. Mom fell madly in love with an accountant, and Dad let her go. Will Mom ever come back? I don't like to see her only through video calls.
My baby girl, I know you're sad. But see, your mom is happy and will be happy too. I'll get a desk job and I'll take care of you from now on.
But even though Dad was so sweet, he was an army man, and he didn't know any better. So he would wake me up at 5 every morning with a trumpet to go for a run. He could only cook beans and sausage, and when it came to my hair,
the brush is stuck. Ouch! Let's watch a tutorial, okay?
Before I end up completely bald. After a good dose of online tutorials and MSA videos later, Dad finally evolved into a normal parent.
Here's your packed lunch and your PE bag. Ready for school?
Thank you, Daddy. You're the best.
Except when it came to boys. When I was in middle school, one of my classmates gave me a chocolate heart for Valentine's Day, and I showed it to him.
Dad, look! A boy asked me out.
My dad snatched the chocolate and ate it in one enormous bite.
No boyfriend until you turn 21. You'll have time once you're grown up, but right now, you need to focus on your studies.
Okay, Dad. And the day after, the boy who had given me the gift transferred to another school. What if Dad scared him off? I felt furious about Dad and told Mom everything when she video called me. But suddenly, she hung up, and I realized it was because of her new husband, who didn't really like her talking to me. And gradually, she ended up only calling on birthdays and Christmas. I learned to live with it and got busy watching makeup tutorials and trying makeovers. But then, in my junior year, I met Simon, and he was so perfect. It was no wonder I forgot everything else, even my passion. I'm sure Dad'll change his mind when he sees him. Hey, Dad, I'm bringing a friend for lunch today, okay?
Sure, bring her over.
It's a boy. I expected Dad to explode, but he said nothing. Ooh, did he change his mind? But I was wrong. So wrong. When we got back from school, Dad opened the door without a smile and stared at Simon before turning back towards the kitchen. Your dad's kinda scary. Him? No, he's sweet, fluffy. I dragged Simon into the kitchen. See? He made fried chicken. He likes you. Sit down, sit down. But after he'd filled our plates, Dad grabbed a piece of chicken tight and, looking Simon in the eyes, he snapped it in half. Simon literally squeaked and shot to his feet.
I suddenly remembered I have to water my fish. I mean, iron my plant. Bye.
After that, Simon dumped me, and everyone started whispering that my dad was a crazy, dangerous dude. I thought all the guys would stay away from me now, but I was stunned when they all asked me out to prove they were daring and not scared. Ha! See, Dad? Your strategy backfired. It felt like being on The Bachelorette, with everyone trying to win my heart. Too short, too tall. Lame joke. Smells bad. Ew. Yeah, you'll do. But like a dragon guarding a princess, my dad made them all run away. That was until the next year when James transferred to our school. As soon as he walked in, I knew he was the one. Tall, with abs like a washboard, and hair that looked straight out of a conditioner commercial. He was the captain of all the school teams, top of the class, and richer than Elon Musk. Well, a little poorer than Elon Musk. Oh boy, is it even legal to be this hot? I was pretty, but for someone in James's league, I had to up my game. The next day, I woke up at 3 a.m., and after literally hours of careful styling, I was ready. That day at lunch break, I gathered my courage and went straight to sit beside James. Hi, I'm Regina.
And I'm amazed. Haven't I seen you on TikTok? You look like a celebrity.
Then he kissed my hands like a gentleman. Played cool. Breathe. Breathe. James asked me out a few weeks later, so I brought him home. There's no point in dating him if he can't get past Dad. Just so you know, my dad can be a bit hyperprotective.
Don't worry, he can't resist me.
Dad pulled the same tough guy routine, but James was unflappable. When Dad told James to carry super heavy stuff, James did it whistling. Then they got into an eye-staring contest, and James didn't back down. Okay, I'm going to bed. Have fun, you two. Eventually, Dad ran out of ideas. Now that he's survived my dad's trials, we can start dating for real. We had so much fun, but then James started to get a little bit too enthusiastic. Every time we were alone, he tried to kiss me, and I wasn't ready. But I didn't know how to tell him, so every time he got closer, I dodged. During the movie, I spilled soda on myself. Oh, I'm so clumsy. In the library, I sneezed. Allergies. Walking home, oh look, a penny. Ouch. Oh no, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. What is wrong with you?
He'll understand. Tell him. Can we take things a bit slower?
What?
I like you, but maybe we should get to know each other better.
You know what? I only dated you because everyone said your dad was too scary, but he's not all that.
You're breaking up with me?
It's more like we never even dated since you don't want to kiss me. What a loser.
As James left, I felt my heart break in two. That night, I was too ashamed to tell my dad what had happened with James, and I didn't want him to tell me I told you so. But at dinner, I couldn't hold it in anymore, and I started crying into my soup. Dad got up and hugged me until I stopped. You were right, Dad. I'm sorry I didn't listen.
Baby girl, I don't care about being right. I just don't want to see you hurt. Remember, you don't need anyone. You're a smart girl, and I know you can succeed. But don't forget yourself. Didn't you love makeup? You haven't given me a makeover in years.
Oh, Dad, you're the best. And then I vowed to myself, no more boys. From that day on, I only focused on my life and school. I made friends with a few awesome girls, and I started to go back to my passion, which was makeup and fashion. Once, when our teacher invited the whole class to her wedding, my friend couldn't believe I didn't hire a professional stylist. Your makeup is flawless. Maybe you could give me a little touch-up? Of course. Let me ask my dad to bring my beauty case. When my other classmates saw my friend's new look, they all wanted a makeover too, including my teacher. After that moment, word went around that I would give the best makeovers, and I became the school's unofficial fashion guru. Girls and boys lined up after class to talk to me. Have you tried an autumn palette? Ironic bow ties are for clowns only. You cut these bangs by yourself, didn't you? I liked how makeup positively affected my friend's self-esteem, and I spent all my pocket money on it. I wielded my brush like a Japanese samurai sword. But then one day, a girl came to me with a problem I couldn't solve. I want to go blonde, but the bleach ruins my hair. Is there an alternative? After Googling for a day, I realized that the only way to go blonde was to damage the hair. But what if I can find an alternative solution? Imagine how many people I could help. And so, I went down the rabbit hole of research, and when I thought I had found a solution, I got permission from my teacher to use the chemistry lab, even though chemistry was the only class I had failed. Okay, hair sample, check. Dye sample, check. Now, if I put this here, and then a drip of that there, OMG, it's on fire! My hair sample is on fire! A boy in the lab came to help me. Oh, thank you. You saved me. I'm
Regina, the girl who has a scary dad. I'm Tyrell, and I'd love to know why you were setting fire to my lab.
Your lab?
Let's say I'm the resident chemistry nerd.
I looked at him. Pimples, thick glasses, bad haircut, and oh my god, are those khaki pants? Gosh, this guy really needs a makeover. But I wasn't in the business of giving unrequested advice, so I told Tyrell about my research instead. He gave me suggestions, and I realized that my love for all things beautiful was totally rooted in chemistry. Who knew science could be so glamorous? But no matter how much I wanted to learn, I kept messing up with chemicals.
How did you do that?
Instead of getting mad, he helped me fix it. In exchange for all his help, I offered to tutor him in English. Spanish was his first language, so he needed it. And I invited him to my house to do homework. Don't worry, Dad, he's just a friend.
He's still a boy. Door open at all times.
Yeah. Like I could fall for a guy like Tyrell. He's not my type. I needed to test all my beauty products, and since Tyrell was always around, I convinced him to be my guinea pig. One facial cleanser and haircut at a time, Tyrell turned into a hottie. You can't help yourself from turning frogs into princes, eh? But he's so cute now. No, don't think like that. You said no more boys. The more I tried to stop developing a crush on Tyrell, the more I realized how cool he was. Until he walked into the lab with a gorgeous girl at his side. Oh no, he has a girlfriend? Why does this feel so horrible? Hi?
Hey Regina, this is my older sister, and she's an angel investor for women's startups. I told her about your ideas, and she'd like to invest in them.
I was so relieved to hear that she wasn't his girlfriend that it took me a moment to register the rest of the sentence. An investor?
You deserve a lot of success.
But you helped me out a lot.
It's hard to say no to a beautiful and smart girl like you.
Tyrell blushed to the tip of his ears, and I couldn't resist. So I kissed him, and he kissed me back.
I thought I was just a friend.
You can be my friend and my boyfriend.
Really? But your dad.
I'll talk to him. Tyrell was nothing like the boys I had been with before, and I hoped that he could see it too. But when I explained, he refused.
If he really likes you that much, he can wait a few years.
No, that's not fair.
It doesn't have to be fair. Now, didn't I promise to take you to the mall?
If you think you'll mollify me with some shopping, you're mistaken. Dad really seemed determined to make me forget, and he said yes to everything I wanted. But I had other plans. I texted Tyrell to meet us in the garage where we had parked. If I can't convince him by myself, maybe Tyrell will. But when we were in the elevator to get to the car, it suddenly stopped, and the lights went off. I switched on the torch on my phone and pressed all the buttons, but nothing changed. It looks like we'll be stuck here for a bit. Dad didn't reply. He was staring at the floor. Dad, he doesn't look so good.
I'm sorry, baby girl. Dark, small spaces bring back bad memories. My chest. I feel like I can't breathe.
I looked at my dad, stunned. I always thought he was invincible, but the truth was, he was just human. I pressed the emergency button, but nothing happened. Dad started breathing very fast. He's having a panic attack, and there's no signal in here. Sit down, put your head between your knees, and think about nice things.
I miss your mom most of the time.
I sat beside my dad and wrapped my arms around him. I miss her too, but we are happy together, and you've been an amazing dad. I'm so proud of you.
And I am of you too.
I kept talking to my dad until he was a little bit calmer, and then the doors to the elevator opened. It was Tyrell and the firemen, and they were getting us out. My hero!
I'm glad you're okay. I got worried when you weren't answering the phone. I realized the elevator was stuck, and I called the emergency service. That was very clever of you. I think your daughter is amazing. I came here to convince you to let me date her, but I know how much she cares about you. And if it's really important, I'll wait for her for a few years. But just maybe, please don't let me wait forever.
Dad looked at me, and I could see something changing in his eyes.
You've shown me that strength is not always in the muscles. Some old memories brought me to my knees, but you kept your cool and helped me through it. So yeah, I think you're strong enough to take care of yourself. And I like this guy.
Oh, thank you, Dad.
But if you hurt her, I'll crush you. Like a can. That is very clear, sir.
Luckily for me, Dad didn't have to crush anyone because Tyrell was the perfect boyfriend who grew up into a perfect man. With his help, I developed a makeup line that became a global sensation, and Tyrell became my head of research. Knowing I was in good hands, Dad retired early and started traveling the world, challenging himself to explore the darkest caves. And in one of those caves, he met a spry, adventurous widow, whom he married the next year. See, Dad, true love always finds a way. Hi, I'm Nora, and most of the time, I'm pretty sweet. But when I fall in love, I turn into a jealous psycho. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I blame my mom entirely for it. She and my dad were high school sweethearts. But over time, Dad kept getting promoted at work and got busier, while Mom felt neglected and became really insecure. I mean, she became a nutcase. Like once in the supermarket, when Dad held the door open for the woman behind us, Mom accused him of flirting with her and even flung a melon at the woman's head. Or that time at my 6th birthday party when Dad gave a female clown a slice of cake, Mom marched over furiously, smushed the cake with her fist, and then gave the clown a wedgie. I don't condone violence, but that was hilarious. When I was in the 3rd grade, Mom was convinced that Dad was having an affair with his pretty new secretary. So one day, she took me and my older sister Sophie to his office.
Please don't steal our daddy, lady. Don't take him away from us. Who will feed us and buy us clothes? Do you want us to be orphans? It's a very bad thing to be wait, I forgot. I wrote it on my arm. Oh yeah, a homewrecker. Homewreckers are bad, and you'll end up in jail, bad lady.
Wait a second. Are those my jeans you're wearing? I want my jeans and my husband back, witch.
Are you insane? As if my size 0 jeans would even fit your size 8 butt.
Mom snarled and leapt at the secretary, who dodged her and went screaming down the hallway. She burst into the conference room with Mom on her tail, and the two ended up crashing onto the large conference table where Dad was having a meeting with the company's top executives.
What on earth?
You cheated on me and gave this bimbo my favorite jeans. Mom threw a stapler at Dad, which missed him and hit his boss instead. Needless to say, he was fired. And that was the day he left us for good. Sophie and I were devastated. Wipe your tears, girls. He wouldn't have left if he wasn't cheating on me. Take it from me. All men are garbage, and we're better off without them. Well, that didn't stop me from having my first crush in the 7th grade. His name was Adam, and he was our neighbor. One day, Sophie caught me staring at him from my window.
Adam and Nora sitting in a tree. Kissing.
Shut up, Sophie. I don't even like that boy.
Yes, you do. You want to brush his hair and hold his hand and have his babies. I read it in your diary, see?
I snatched my diary out of Sophie's hands and pushed her out of my room. She was so annoying. A couple of weeks later, a super pretty girl named Becca joined my class, and we quickly became friends. Once, when we were hanging out at my place, Adam showed up at my door. Hi. I brought you some cookies I baked myself. You free to hang out?
Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't I be free? Wait, I have another guest over, but yeah, I don't think she'd mind. Come in. You smell so good. I mean, the cookies smell so good.
I wanted Adam to have a good time, so I logged on to Ask Brain 2 and asked about fun game ideas. The three of us played Truth or Dare, charades, and hide and seek. A couple of times, I caught Adam smiling at me, and when he brushed cookie crumbs from my cheek, my heart skipped several beats. The next day at school, I was at my locker, and I saw Adam staring at me from across the hall. Suddenly, he winked at me and blew me a kiss. The butterflies in my stomach went into a frenzy. I raced down the hall, ready to jump into Adam's arms, but I slipped on a banana peel and fell face first right at Adam's feet. I thought he'd sweep me up, but instead he stepped over me, hugged Becca, and gave her the most romantic kiss I'd ever seen. I wanted the ground to swallow me whole. That night, Mom and Sophie caught me crying in my room.
Boys are like that, sweetie. They'll lead you on, make you think they love you, then tear your heart out, just like your father.
Not only was my heart broken, now I was totally paranoid when a boy even came close to me. Hey Nora, you want to go to the movies? I'd rather eat a bag of worms.
Would you be my Valentine?
Stay away from me or I'll dunk your head in a toilet.
Nora, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
Liar! After a while, I got a reputation for being a little cuckoo, and most of the kids in school started avoiding me, but I didn't care. Sophie was totally different, though. She'd flirt with every boy that passed her in the hall and date a new jerk every 2 weeks. Of course, they all broke her heart, and I felt so sorry for Sophie that I decided to help her. You gotta remember my rules, Soph. Don't let their good looks fool you. Don't trust anything they say. Don't let them melt you with their kisses, and don't ever fall in love. Sophie listened attentively and took notes, but a week later, I caught her kissing a boy named Clive in her room. You're breaking all the rules. Your rules are dumb. All boys aren't bad.
That's right, girl. Boys are cool, and that's why they rule. Ha ha!
Shut your stupid mouth. No one's talking to you. Where'd you pick him up from? The dumpster? That's your problem. You're so judgmental and won't give any boy a chance. I thought you were smarter than this, Sophie. Maybe hanging out with stupid boys has made you stupid too. Sophie kicked me out of her room, and we didn't speak much after that. Soon, I was off to university, and there were boys everywhere. I just kept my head in my books and rejected any boy who even tried to make a move. But you know, a girl starts to get lonely. So, when a girl in my class asked me out one day, I impulsively said yes. Just because I'd renounced all men didn't mean I couldn't find love. And how bad could it be, right? At first, not so bad. In fact, pretty great. She loved to cook, she braided my hair, she gave me the best pedicures, and we were the same shoe size. But then, she started acting like I'd adopted her. She would never leave my dorm, and I hated it when she used my towel and my hairbrush. She was clingy and needy, and constantly needed validation that she was the most important person in my life. So, if your mother and I were hanging off a cliff, holding on for dear life, and you could only save one person, who would it be? My mother, obviously. Seriously, I've known you for a month. Mom carried me in her womb for 8 more months than that. I thought it was a reasonable answer, but she totally lost it. She broke half the things in my room and threw the other half out the window before she stormed off. Then she started stalking me everywhere I went. I tried talking to my other friends about how unsafe I felt, but they all laughed it off. Yeah, if you're dating a guy and complain about him, everyone shows you sympathy. But no one comforts you if it's a girl. Oh, come on, she's barely 5 feet and she looks totally harmless. What could she possibly do to you? Only after she tried kidnapping me did anyone take things seriously. She was expelled from the university and I got a restraining order. And after that, I swore off girls too. Then in my junior year, Sophie showed up at my dorm one day with the worst news. Clive proposed to me. You're kidding. Man, that loser is so out of your league. Don't worry, sis. I know how to handle this. Just send Clive a breakup text. Tell him he stinks, he makes you want to puke, and you never want to see him again. No, I love Clive. I said yes, and our wedding is in 4 weeks. I just came to ask you if you'd be my maid of honor. I couldn't believe this. I thought Clive was just a phase. I wanted to yell at the top of my lungs, "Don't do this, you'll ruin your life." But instead, I caved in and said yes. I mean, was I allowed to say no? When I got back home for Sophie's wedding, I tried to keep an open mind about Clive. But Clive was horrible. He had no sense of humor, he was boring, and he totally ignored Sophie to spend all his time with his friends or fixing his dumb car. So when it was time to make my maid of honor speech, well, things got out of hand. Here's to Sophie and Clive. Clive is dumber than an ant, he smells like a rotten egg, and his face reminds me of a horse's butt. What are you doing? Sophie, I don't know how you can stand him. Are you marrying him for his money? Oops, I forgot he's broke. Look, we both know this marriage isn't gonna last, so why don't we cut to the chase now, and I can get you out of that tacky wedding dress Clive bought you from the dollar store. Sophie got so mad that she threw the wedding cake at me, Clive's mom cried, and the rest of the bridal party chased me out of the building. The next day, I was packing my bags to leave when Sophie came to my room. I thought she'd punch my face, but instead, she took my hand. Listen, Nora, I'm not like you, okay? I'm not bitter, I'm not angry, and I don't hate men. I chose Clive, and if you want me in your life, you'll have to respect that. Okay, but you're making a huge mistake. You're the one making the mistake. Love is real, and one day, I hope you'll understand. I was only trying to do the right thing, but clearly Sophie was too blind to appreciate it. But when I got back to my university, my life turned upside down. My friends and I went to a restaurant to celebrate my birthday, but when we got there, the waiter told us our table was booked. 3 dumb guys were sitting there laughing and joking. But I booked this table a week ago.
My apologies, ma'am. It was our mistake. Maybe you could come back tomorrow?
Just as I was about to snap at the waiter, one of the guys from the table walked up to us. His name was Chris. He had movie star hair, $1 million smile, and a perfect body.
Why don't you girls join us? There's plenty of room, and we won't bother you.
That's a horrible idea. Don't mind Nora. She's just kidding. The next thing I knew, we were sitting at their table, and Chris talked to me all night. To my surprise, he wasn't the absolute worst. He worked in a private security firm as a bodyguard, and all his crazy stories made me laugh. At the end of the evening, he even asked me for my number. Don't get any ideas. I'm not interested in a relationship.
Neither am I. I was thinking we could be friends.
After that, Chris and I talked and texted every night, and soon we started hanging out almost every day. No, we weren't dating. We were just, okay, fine, it's true. Every time he was close, his cologne made me dizzy, and when he looked at me, my stomach did that weird thing that it does after I eat too much cheese. And if his hand brushed against mine, I started having acid reflux. Yeah, I let my guard down and fell in love, okay? And I wasn't the only one.
I know we're supposed to be friends, but I love you, Nora, and I think we're meant to be together. Like the moon in the night sky, like the bees and the flowers, like water in a well.
Just shut up and kiss me. Soon after I'd graduated and moved in with Chris, he got a job as a bodyguard to protect this beautiful pop star Sasha. Yeah, I know y'all have heard about her. Sasha, the gorgeous singing sensation who ended up dating her ex-bodyguard Damon? Yeah, that one. Sasha was going on tour, and for months, Chris was off traveling from city to city, and it got kinda lonely. Then one day, Mom and Sophie came to visit.
Oh, Nora, my poor baby. You must be so sad.
What are you talking about? Stop it, Mom. It's none of your business.
Your sister needs to know.
Mom showed me a bunch of pictures online of Sasha leaning on Chris's arm and laughing. Then she turned on the TV, and some stupid reporter said how cute Chris and Sasha looked together. When I heard that, I suddenly picked up a bat and smashed the TV to pieces. Nora, don't listen to Mom. She's paranoid. All that stuff is stupid gossip. Sasha is with Damon, and Chris adores you.
Nora, don't be naive like your sister. Everybody lies and cheats.
After Sophie and Mom left, I called Chris, but he didn't answer. I kept thinking about what Mom said and how I'd broken all of my rules, and now my heart was in danger. So the very next morning, I put on a disguise, took a bus to Sasha's next concert venue, and signed up as an extra on set. And I watched the two of them like a hawk. Every time Chris whispered something in Sasha's ear, my heart burned. She even asked him to zip up her dress once. Had everybody else died? One evening during Sasha's performance, I was backstage when I saw Chris and a dancer going into a dressing room and closing the door behind them. What the heck? I quickly ran after them and burst in. Aha! Caught you! Just then, I saw the girl's arm was bleeding and Chris was bandaging it.
Caught you? Wait, who are you exactly?
Oh God, I couldn't let him recognize me. I turned around and ran for it, with Chris sprinting right behind me. In my frenzy, I found myself heading straight for the stage.
Red alert, red alert. A snake is headed towards the eagle.
I found myself crashing into the dancers on stage, and just as I was about to run into a horrified Sasha, 4 men pinned me to the ground while the audience gasped. I was immediately carried away and found myself facing Chris backstage.
Nora?
I realized my wig had come off. Sasha's performance was ruined, and her manager insisted that Chris be fired.
What were you thinking? You compromised my client's security, and you cost me my job and my reputation.
Oh, I don't know, Chris.
I was thinking how my hunky boyfriend hangs out with beautiful pop stars and dancers all the time and is never home anymore. Can you blame me for being paranoid?
Yes, I can. I haven't given you any reason not to trust me.
Yet. I just don't want you to be a bodyguard anymore.
Well, too bad. It's my job. Just go home, Nora. I don't want to be around you right now.
Feeling miserable, I ended up going to a dance club instead to get my mind off of everything. I saw this cute boy on stage playing with the band, and he kept winking at me. I recognized him from TV. He was a movie star. On an impulse, I took a deep breath and then walked up to the boy and gave him a passionate kiss. The next morning, I was back home, and I woke up to tons of pictures on the internet of me and that movie star kissing. Chris showed up at my door soon after.
Why would you do that to me? I thought we were in love.
Everybody cheats, babe. Welcome to the real world. I know you'll cheat on me one day if you aren't already. I am done with this stupid relationship. I walked out of there with my bags and went to Sophie. But soon after, I started feeling sick to my stomach. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I was a cheater, something I hated and felt horrible about. I made a big mistake. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, you messed up big time.
I wasn't talking to you, Clive. There's no need to be rude. You're right. I'm the worst, and I'm sorry for all the mean things I've said and done to you too. I don't know who I am anymore. I never wanted to hurt Chris, but something came over me. You let Mom get into your head, Nora. She says she's better off alone, but all I see is a bitter, paranoid woman who can't be happy and can't stand anyone else's happiness either. You deserve to love and be loved in return. And yeah, sometimes love can hurt, but sometimes it can also be amazing, like what Clive and I have. I really don't understand how that's possible with Clive. Okay, sorry. You're right. I decided to see a therapist and learned to deal with my insecurities and trust my heart. I even wrote Chris a letter apologizing for hurting him. I didn't get a response, but that was okay. One day, I went to eat at the cafe where Chris and I had our first kiss. Then someone walked up behind me.
You're sitting at my table.
I looked up to see Chris looking down at me. He smelled like an ocean breeze. My heart melted, but I tried to play it cool. I don't see your name on this table.
You're right. Do you mind if I sit with you?
I thought you hated me.
I did at first, but I couldn't hate you for too long. You really broke my heart, though.
I hope one day you can forgive me. You were the love of my life and my best friend. I want you back, but I understand if you can't trust me. Maybe we can start over? We could take it one day at a time.
I can't promise anything, but I do want to give us a second chance.
And this time, I was throwing away all my stupid rules and following my heart.
I've made a terrible mistake, and something awful is going to happen. I sneaked into the only place I'm not allowed to go, my parents' room. I couldn't stop myself. I was too curious to know what they were hiding, but I got caught. Now I have to fight for my life, running with tears on my face and nowhere to call home. I'm alone in this world. I'm an orphan who lost her real parents at age 5 and ended up with 2 complete strangers. I took a pause and sat on the curb. I needed to calm down. I tried hard to recall what had happened exactly, but I couldn't. All I knew was that one moment I was hiding, and the next, everything was in complete chaos. I saw everything around me shattered into pieces. I was standing in front of Clara, and she was going ballistic. Then she grabbed me by the hand and screamed words I couldn't remember. The room looked like it was hit by a tornado. What have they done? I jerked my arm away and started running in fear. Jacob was after me, trying to catch me. Luckily, I managed to get out of the door and escape before he could harm me. While I sat on the curb, a car seemed to be heading my way. I started shaking as it came closer. It was 2 a.m. and I was alone on the streets. I was so exhausted that I couldn't run anymore, so I just sat still and hoped it wouldn't stop. But it did. As the window rolled down slowly, I started to relax. It was a woman, and I knew who she was. "What are you doing here in the middle of the night, young lady?" It was Mrs. Jessel. She was new to the neighborhood. "Mrs. Jessel?" I started crying again. "Please take me to the police station, fast!" Without hesitation, Mrs. Jessel told me to get in the car. On the way, she kept asking questions, but I couldn't let her in on my secrets. I didn't know her that well. "You shouldn't be so trusting, Allegra, even with your own mother," she said as I was leaving the car. How did you know?" I asked in confusion. "I've heard things about your family, and I understand. You know where I live if you need anything. Now go, dear," she said as she squeezed my hand. When the policeman interviewed me, I exposed everything my parents did, but he didn't seem to care. "Allegra, I need you to focus and tell me exactly what happened tonight," he said. I already told you I can't remember everything. They hurt me and that should be enough for you to arrest them, I said, frustrated. When I arrived home with the policeman, I saw Clara and Jacob outside. They looked like two lunatics searching for something they'd lost. When they saw me, they pretended to be relieved that I came back. Someone give them an Oscar. The officer questioned my parents while I was asked to go to my room and let the adults speak. I hoped that the officer would ask me to leave with him eventually, but after 2 hours of waiting, all he could tell me was, "Your parents explained everything. I hope you understand that things did not exactly happen the way you told me. You're tired and need rest. Call me if you need anything." I looked at the officer in disbelief. My parents had managed to deceive him. "Thank you, officer. Have a good night," I said as I held back my tears. The officer left and I got in bed. There wasn't much time left to sleep anyway. Shortly afterward, Clara knocked at my door and whispered, "Sweetie, are you awake?" She came in to check on me, but I pretended to be asleep. When Clara left the room, I struggled to fall asleep. Suddenly, I heard a voice. I snapped alert and turned to see who was there. It was not Clara. It was a female stranger. I couldn't see her face in the dark, but something about her felt comforting. "Can I help you?" I asked calmly. But she stood there for a while before she said, "I know you're alone. That's why I'm here for you." "Who are you?" I asked. "It doesn't matter. You must run away," she said. "Run for your life, Allegra." "Why? What do you know?" I started panicking. Before I could continue, the woman disappeared into thin air. I called out for her, but the room was completely empty. I placed my foot on the floor and was about to search the room, but I fell down and woke up from the dream. That dream was the strangest I'd ever had. I went downstairs while my parents were in the kitchen making breakfast. "Good morning, sweetheart. I made you pancakes," Clara said with a cheerful tone. No thanks," I said. "Oh, that's okay. I can make you some bacon and eggs. I know it's your favorite," she said, cheerily smiling. Jacob was smiling too. I stared at them totally confused. They were acting as if yesterday never even happened. "I don't want food," I said stiffly, but they ignored me. It was as if they didn't even hear me. "What is wrong with you two?" I screamed in anger. They stared at each other in silence. "Can you please tell me what is going on? I feel like I'm going crazy. You've been hiding stuff from me since the day of my car accident. You think I can't see it?" I looked at them, waiting for a response, but there was only silence. "Answer me!" I shouted again. "We can't answer your questions, Allegra," Jacob said in a cold tone. Clara looked at him as if she hoped he wouldn't utter another word. There's something very wrong happening here, and I know it. I ran up to my room before they could respond. I decided that I wasn't going to wait any longer. I needed to sneak into my parents' room one more time. I waited until midnight, and I was very careful not to wake them up as I searched for their phones. When I found Jacob's phone, I quickly took it outside and unlocked it. His password was very easy to guess. As I was scrolling through it, I noticed that he'd been receiving lots of email regarding my adoption. According to these emails, my biological mother's real name was Lilith. I didn't understand why they'd kept her name a secret. There was some serious stuff here, and as I read it, I started shaking. There were police reports about my car accident. There was too much to read, but the phone started ringing. As I was panicking and trying to silence it, my parents came in. I put the phone under the blanket and acted like I'd done nothing wrong. To my surprise, they took the phone and went to their room like everything was normal. As they were leaving, I shouted at them and told them I was going to find out the truth. But they didn't respond. The whole thing was just very weird. I was dying to know what the documents said about the car accident. I had so many unanswered questions. Since the day of my car accident, I've been struggling to remember many things. It happened on a Tuesday. I was driving home when the brakes stopped working. I pushed on them, but the car never stopped. I thought it would be my last day on Earth, but luckily, I survived. It was a miracle, but I was in a coma for a month. No one expected that I'd wake up. When I did, I was shocked to hear that a whole month had gone by while I was unconscious. The recovery was tough. I was in pain, but soon enough I was able to go back to my normal life. However, I felt anything but normal. I couldn't concentrate anymore, and I couldn't remember many things. No one took me seriously when I explained it. "Your MRI scans look perfect. You don't need to worry," the doctor kept repeating. Even though I couldn't think as clearly as I used to, I wasn't stupid. I was sure that my accident had been planned by someone. My parents, however, rejected this idea completely and told me that I was imagining things. Ever since then, I'd been suspicious of them. I stopped asking them for the truth and started sneaking around instead. I only needed some proof, something to show that they'd intended for me to be killed. But who would help me? I had no one. I thought about turning to Mrs. Jessel, but something about her felt weird too. I decided to avoid everyone until I found a solution. Some time passed and things kept getting weirder and weirder. I struggled to remember each encounter I had with my parents, but my blackouts kept recurring. When I snapped back to reality, I found myself surrounded by complete chaos every single time. I found myself crying every night. I was lost, confused, and lonely. The only thing that gave me comfort was the woman in my dreams. She had no face or name, but she kept reappearing. She was my only friend, and that scared me a bit. After all, she was not real, but she was what I needed. Whatever she was helping me stay strong. And without her, I couldn't have planned my escape. Every morning, I grabbed a sheet of paper and started writing the things she talked to me about. I kept the paper under my pillow. It was the only thing that made me feel close to her when I wasn't dreaming. Something in this woman drew me to her like a magnet. I wished she really existed. Then one day, my secret dreams were not so secret anymore. I had gotten back from school when I noticed that my paper was not where I'd left it. I was nervous, but I knew exactly who took it. I ran downstairs calling out for Clara. My parents were sitting at the kitchen table. Clara held the paper in her hand and she motioned for me to sit with them. I came closer, shaking. What was going to happen now? Allegra, honey, we need to talk to you about this, she said as she showed me that piece of paper. Are you planning to run away? Jacob asked, looking worried. It's my private business, I said firmly. Allegra, we are extremely worried. We've been trying to get you the help you need. Please let us help you. I said, this is mine, I screamed as I snatched the paper from Clara's hands. But that's when it tore in half. I hate you both. Just leave me alone, I screamed and headed to my room. Allegra, stop. We have to tell you something. I paused.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I'm from India. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small village by my amazing single mom, who was a farmer. We didn't have a lot, but we were really happy. She was my best friend. Once when I was 5, Mom and I were at a funeral when suddenly I yelled,
Ew, Mom, did you just fart?
As I turned around to look, Mom turned red. Of course not. This child is so silly. I've never in my life.
You're such a liar, Mom. I hear you do it all the time.
Tara, stop it.
Stinky liar, pants on fire.
By now, everyone was roaring with laughter as Mom chased me around and I ran ahead singing,
She farted, she farted.
I was in a lot of trouble later, but I realized something. I'd made people laugh, and I really enjoyed that. After that, I became the joker of the village. Mom thought I was hilarious too, as long as I wasn't joking about her. Once when I was 14, I'd taken my cows out for grazing in the fields when suddenly I saw a bird drop to the ground. I ran to it and saw that it was hurt. As I tried dressing its wound, 2 strange girls came running up to me. Hey, cow dung, that bird is my prey, so back off.
Yeah, do what my boss said.
You hit this poor creature? Pick on someone your own size, witch. Okay, you asked for it. And with that, she jumped on me and we broke into a fight. I kicked her in her stomach, and as she howled in pain, I ran to my cow and went back home. Soon after I got there, I realized the 2 had followed me. They started complaining to Mom that I'd beat them up. She started it. Oh, you horrible girl. I think you burst my appendix. Yeah, Auntie, I saw how your daughter kicked my boss. Wait, I'll show you. She took some steps back and ran straight to the mean girl, kicking her hard in the stomach. Ow, you moron. Boss, I'm sorry, so sorry. As the 2 ran out, Mom and I were laughing our heads off. What idiots. I found out later they were some city brats who'd come on a school trip to the village. Thank God I wouldn't be seeing them around again. A few days later, when I got back from school, I was surprised to see a big car outside our house. I stepped in to find a wealthy-looking man talking to Mom.
The doctors think it's safe for Tara to move back to the city now. I can never thank you enough for taking care of my child.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Oh, Tara, how lovely and grown up you are.
Who are you? And what's going on? Mom? And what she said next turned my world upside down.
He's your real dad, Tara. And your real mom died soon after you were born. You had some mysterious disease, and the doctor said you had to be raised in the village till your teens. So your dad left you with me, and now he's here to take you.
You never thought of telling me this? And what am I? Another animal on your farm that you keep and give away whenever you like? I thought you were my mom.
I'm sorry, Tara, but you're not my real daughter. Your dad has been giving me money to take care of you, and now you must go with him.
Her words were a big blow to me. I had to leave, and I did with a heavy heart. But my dad seemed really nice, and I felt myself warming up to him.
He dropped another bombshell on me, though. Apparently, I had a sister too. Her name was Rita, and she was a year older than me. A few hours later, I arrived at my new home in the city, which was a huge mansion. As Dad led me inside, he told a servant to go get my sister, and when she walked in, I nearly had a stroke. It was one of the girls I'd met in the village, the mean girl's minion.
Cowdung? What are you doing here?
You two have met?
Yeah, I met Cowdung on a school trip. Why is she here, Dad?
Stop calling her that. Her name is Tara, and I told you I was getting your sister.
Yeah, but I thought you meant you were getting me a cute little puppy.
Dad warned her to be nice to me, but the minute he left the room, she whipped out her phone and called the mean girl.
Hello, boss. I've got some really gross news. Dad got me a sister, and it's Cowdung. Yeah, the same girl from the village. Okay, I'll keep reporting. Over and out.
Gosh, of all the people in the world, I had to have this mad girl as my sister? It was summer break and school hadn't started yet. I thought I'd get to bond with Dad, but he wasn't around much. He was mostly away for work and would give us gifts when he returned. But otherwise, it was just me and Rita at home, and I tried to avoid her as much as possible. A few weeks later, Dad hosted a grand dinner for some guests, and it was the first time I'd ever been to a party like that. Suddenly, Rita came running in with some things Dad got on his last trip.
Dad, your gifts are always so cheap. Why did you get me a calculator when I asked for a new cell phone? You wait till I steal yours.
A cell phone won't change your math grade from an F, but a calculator might help you get a D. Now, go away and let me introduce Tara to everyone. Come here, love. Meet my daughter, guys. This one's really smart. For the first time, I felt bad for Rita. Dad had basically just called her dumb in front of everyone. A week later, I joined Rita's school, and as soon as we entered the building, she ran to her boss, whose name was Diana. She smirked when she spotted me. Well, you turned out to be really lucky, didn't you? But don't think for a second that you actually belong here. You will always be the uncivilized monkey whose best friends are cows.
That's a compliment because cows are amazing. And yes, I'm quite lucky and rich enough to have a private zoo for donkeys like you.
The kids standing around us snickered and Diana looked furious. Apparently, lots of people in school didn't like her because she was mean, and they warmed up to me instantly. I made plenty of friends in no time because I could always make people laugh. Soon I found out about a stand-up comedy contest at school, and I immediately signed up. Just then, Rita came running and pushed me aside and wrote Diana's name on the sheet too. Jeez. The night before the show, I was rehearsing my script in my room when I noticed Rita peeking through the door. Hey, you can't steal my jokes for Diana.
As if she needs your jokes. She's gonna win anyway.
How can you be so sure?
My cat told me. Cats are really good at predicting the future.
Okay then, tell me something. Why do you like being Diana's minion? You're just as pretty and rich as she is.
Are you crazy? Diana's so much prettier than me.
Says who?
Diana does. She's been saying that since we were kids, and she would never lie to me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to practice my clapping for the show tomorrow.
This girl was mental, but I'd started to realize that she wasn't evil like Diana, just really dumb. On the day of the contest, I gave my best on the stage and got quite a few laughs. And then it was Diana's turn. She stepped up in front of the mic and said, "Hello, judges. Before I begin, I'd like to tell you that I'm the most beautiful comedy queen of the school." Suddenly, Rita laughed out loud.
Wow, very funny.
Diana glared at her. Where was I? Yeah, so all my friends say I have the best sense of humor.
Oh my God, what a joke.
You're killing me, Diana. And she laughed so hard, she fell off her chair. Everybody started laughing too, and Diana looked super embarrassed. She screamed and jumped off the stage after Rita, who yelled, "What, boss? You told me to laugh!" But later, when the results were announced, I was declared the winner. I ran home happily to tell Dad, but he wasn't home as usual. So I called him up. "Dad, you won't believe this. I got first place in the comedy contest. You should have seen how everyone laughed at..." "Oh, that's great, honey." "Yeah, it's... Dad? Hello? Can you hear me?" He just hung up the phone.
At that moment, I really missed my mom. She would have been so proud of me. Probably not. She said I wasn't her daughter and made me leave. She wouldn't care either. As I was going to my room, I walked past Rita's room and saw her sitting on her bed, crying like a baby. Hey, what's wrong? Can I sit here? Yeah, sit. But a little away from me because boss says cow dung stinks. Oh, come on. Now tell me, why are you crying? It's about Diana, right? Yeah, I did what she told me to. I laughed at her jokes to make her win, but now she's mad at me. She didn't even post my video on her TikTok account today. What video and what account? She showed me Diana's TikTok account where she uploaded Rita's videos doing absurd things, like standing on a table and doing a stupid dance, jumping like a frog on the street, even acting like Diana's puppy in one video. What the freaking fish? Diana has been using my sister as a joke to get followers? Don't you see the problem with this, Rita? What? Diana is making me popular. Maybe I'll get so famous, I'll be cast in comedy movies one day. Rita was just watching the views on her videos and smiling. This Diana was a jerk, and I had to think of some way to teach her a lesson. And the very next day, I walked into the cafeteria with Rita, and we found Diana bragging loudly to a group of girls. This is your first time going to Europe? Loser. I've been there so many times. Actually, I was planning on seeing the fashion show in Paris this coming weekend, but my old grandma passed away last night. Just ruined my plans. And Rita started to wail. Oh my God, what? Granny died last night? But wait, I spoke to her this morning when I called your house. This doesn't make any sense. And she said you guys were going to the village on the weekend. As Diana's lie was caught and everyone started to laugh, she looked livid. You don't know anything because you're a complete moron. Why can't you just keep your mouth shut? Diana raised her hand to slap her, but I stepped in and pushed her back. Don't you dare touch my sister. Stay away from her, and you're not using her anymore for stupid videos or anything else, you black-hearted donkey. I knocked her down to the ground, and Rita jumped in too. While the two wrestled and screamed, I grabbed Diana's phone and deleted the TikTok account and all the videos. We got suspended for a few days for attacking Diana, but it was totally worth it. Dad wasn't mad at me when he found out, but he went totally bonkers on Rita. You already don't do much to make me proud, and now you've gotten yourself suspended? I don't know what I've done to deserve a dumb daughter like you. Rita went crying to her room, and I felt terrible. Later that evening, I decided I'd talk to Dad about not being so mean to her all the time. I went into his study, and he wasn't there, but I found his laptop open with an email from his lawyer that left me shook. The will left by Tara's mother cannot be changed. She is the sole heiress of all her mother's wealth, and you as the stepfather get nothing. We will have to find some other way to get a hold of that orphan's money. Wait, Dad was my stepdad? My mother had left me money, and he was trying to take it? Why are you snooping around? Can you explain this email, Dad? Or should I say, stepdad? Yeah, I'm not your father. Your mother left me for someone else and had you. But then they both died and the police left you with me because there was no one else. I left you in the village with some poor woman who wanted a child so badly. She didn't even take any money. I only brought you back because I needed you to sign some papers, but it looks like it's no use. So you can just go back to your idiot mother while I figure something out. And what about my money? You can't have it. Oh, yes, I can. And I will. What are you gonna do about it? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This man was pure evil. I ran upstairs and started packing my things. I wasn't staying here another minute. But as I was leaving, I heard police sirens, and there were cops at the door to arrest Dad for theft and fraud. You called the police, Tara? No, I did. I heard everything you and Dad were talking about, Tara. And then I snuck down to his study and sent his emails to the police.
How could you do this to your own father, Rita?
Because you're a crook, and you're not a good father either. My whole life you've told me I'm stupid and not good enough. Well, I deserve better than you. Take him away. The cops took him away, and I turned to hug her tight. You're amazing, Rita. But you're still leaving me to go with your mom, right? No, I'm taking you with me. Mom said she took money to keep me, but I just knew in my heart that wasn't true. Your dad made her say that to make me leave with him.
She's the most amazing mom, Rita, and she would love to have you too. Are you sure? 100%. Let's go!
Hey MSA friends, I'm Rain from Belgium, and this is my journey. Don't forget to smash that like and subscribe button. New MSA merch alert, our latest bottles and notebooks are out now. Grab them via the link in the description and upgrade your gear. I've lived in an orphanage for as long as I can remember, wishing for a family of my own. My mom was still around, and she was, well, a bit different. She couldn't take care of me full time, but she'd pop in now and then with her wild stories and crazy outfits. One time, she showed up during lunch with a huge purple cape covered in shiny bits, telling everyone she was on a secret mission.
Rain, my star! You're glowing today. Must be those good mashed potatoes.
Then, right there in the middle of the room, she tried to make a spoon float in the air. Okay, so she was holding it with a string, but we all pretended to be shocked anyway. When she hugged me goodbye, she slipped a small rock into my hand.
A piece of the moon for you.
It was just a regular old rock, but in her world, it was something magical. You might think that the kids made fun of me because of my mom or something. Nah, let me tell you that I was respected and feared in the orphanage, along with my friend Leo. Leo and I were like the bosses of the orphanage. When we walked by, kids would stop talking and make room. Everyone just kind of knew to stay out of our way. One day, Leo and I were headed to our usual bench in the yard, where a group of kids were celebrating their good grades with a big cake. They saw us coming, and the laughter stopped. They looked at each other, then at the cake, and without a word, they got up to leave.
We're leaving, I swear. But is there a chance we can take the cake?
The whole thing seems a little much, don't you think, Leo?
Tell you what, we will give you the big, huge third, and we will only take the tiny 2 small thirds.
Oh, thank you, really. You guys are cool. I've been dreaming about you both. They say you dream about people you think about a lot.
Wait, is that peanut butter in there? You know what? Just take the whole cake. I can't stand peanut butter. Yeah, this is how things were back then. One afternoon, when we were 12, as Leo and I were planning our next prank, the warden called us into her office. She told us we were getting adopted by the Morgans, a rich family with a pool and a daughter around our age. I was excited, but also scared Leo might like the new sister more than me, so I blurted out, "No thanks, I'll pass."
But they want to adopt you both. That's their condition.
Why do they want both of us?
Who cares? We're getting our dream, being adopted together. And don't worry, I'm not gonna love her more than you. No rich girl can match your wild craziness.
So I gave in. When the Morgans came to meet us, they were super nice and smelled like flowers.
Look at you two, just adorable.
Leo was practically starstruck by the Morgans and began spouting off random facts to impress them.
Did you know the country is pronounced Iran and not Iran? Also, I'm a whiz at geography. And hey, fun fact, the Earth isn't round or flat. There's a big chance it's shaped like a donut.
I hung back, not saying much, but there was one thing on my mind. Where's your daughter? They pretended they didn't hear me, so I asked louder, and they looked a bit hesitant to answer. Then the mom just said that their daughter Emily was sick. I'm not an expert, but that looked like a lie. Even though the Morgans were nice, something about them just felt weird to me. Leo thought I was making a big deal out of nothing.
Chill, they've got an awesome pool.
Why are you so crazy about the pool? You're not a sea dog.
Hey, I don't mind you insulting me at all, but please keep your voice down. I have a reputation to maintain around here.
I just shrugged. Whatever was going on, we were moving to the Morgans' place in a month. A month flew by, and then boom, Leo and I were at the Morgans. It was wild, like stepping into a movie with their huge house, and yes, the epic pool Leo wouldn't shut up about. We had a blast that summer, splashing around and living it up. The Morgans even signed us up for a fancy private high school. Everything was pretty awesome, except we hadn't met Emily yet.
Emily's spending the summer with her aunts in France. She'll be back when school starts.
A week before school started, Emily finally arrived. She walked in with her suitcase, looking totally different from what I'd pictured. She was our age, but acted like she was something else. She had this snobby vibe that got on my nerves. And well, it was hatred at first sight. I could tell we weren't going to be friends.
Hi, Emily. Sweetie, how was your flight?
Mom, stop asking me about my feelings. Just ask sensible stuff, okay? I'm not a little kid anymore.
You know, you are a kid, and don't snap at your mom like that. If you want us to get along, you've got to be nicer. Who are you, anyway?
Emily, these are the kids we've adopted. Remember? We talked about this.
I know why you brought them here, but I'd prefer if they didn't talk to me. I already don't like them.
What reason could that possibly be?
Let's just say it's better we don't talk. My IQ is 150.
51. I'm a genius. You and I, we're not on the same level. Nope, that's not how it works. I'm the boss around here, and you'll do what we all want. The boss? Please act your age, not your shoe size. Mom? Dad, I'm going to my room. Just bring my dinner there. Who did she think she was? Treating us like we were beneath her?
Kids, don't take it to heart. Emily is unique, and she can be tough to deal with, but give it some time. She'll adjust.
I'd rather go back to the orphanage than deal with this nonsense.
Rain, come on, it's not that bad.
I can't stand her already. I think I even hate her. Leo leaned in, whispering.
Guess we can both hate her together, huh?
He was spot on. I wasn't about to back down. I was the boss, and I would make sure to teach Emily who was running this place. The first week of school was tough. Emily seemed to have everyone charmed with her smarts, and Leo and I felt like we were fading into the backgrounds like nobodies. But we weren't giving up that easily. One weekend, the Morgans went out, leaving us three at home. I was still super angry because of Emily's attitude, and I decided it was time to make a point. I glanced at Leo and said, "Watch this." I snatched Emily's laptop and dashed outside. I heard Emily's footsteps pounding after me. "What are you doing with my laptop?" Without a word, I flung the laptop into the swimming pool. It hit the water with a loud splash, sinking quickly to the bottom. "Oh my God, why would you do that?" "That's what you get for thinking you're above us. We're in this together, whether you like it or not." I left her there and walked back inside. Leo caught up to me, whispering,
"You know this means war, right?"
But to my surprise, Emily didn't do anything. She didn't even tell her parents when they were back. So I continued. I started by hiding her favorite shoes and replacing her shampoo with green hair dye. Then, during dinner, I'd imitate her snobby tone, making Leo snicker. Each prank was my way of showing Emily she wasn't the boss of our new home. But she never reacted or even told her parents anything. After weeks of our pranks, Emily started doing something unexpected. She was being nice to Leo. One afternoon, she helped him with a tough math problem he'd been struggling with for hours. I saw them laughing together, and something twisted inside me. "What's happening? I thought we were in this together."
I know, Rain, but she's really good at math. She just wanted to help.
"So that's it? She does one nice thing and suddenly she's not so bad?"
It's not like that. Maybe we've been too hard on her.
"But you said we'd hate her together."
I know, but maybe it's time we gave her a chance.
"How dare you!" I pounced on him, throwing punches. When Emily jumped in to save him, I swung at her too. But just then, my parents burst in. They pulled us apart and kept calling me for a family meeting. But I ignored them, including Leo, the dumb traitor. A week later, Leo approached me, looking serious.
Rain, I hate seeing you upset. Tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it. Anything to make things right.
Fine. You want to make it up to me? Then wreck her precious science project. She needs it for the competition tomorrow. And without it, she can kiss her chance to go to NASA for summer camp goodbye.
Rain, that's extreme. She worked so hard on this.
That's exactly why. I'd do it myself, but it's too heavy and I don't want to hurt my back. Reluctantly, Leo agreed and sabotaged the project. The next morning, when Emily discovered it, she was in a panic, but only for about a minute. Then, she calmed down and started to repair the project, hardly showing any frustration. And yes, you guessed it, she didn't tell her parents about this either. Turns out, Leo didn't do a good job of destroying it. Emily managed to fix it in just half an hour. I was convinced he did it on purpose, so I swore I'd never speak to him again, even though he kept saying sorry. Just go hang out with your new sister. She's all you need, right?
Rain, come on. We were a team at the orphanage, cool and respected, but now you're going too far.
I didn't listen to him and just walked away. A few days later, Emily won her scholarship, and the Morgans planned a huge celebration. But Emily, in her usual snobby way, insisted that I go to bed early and not attend the party. It was so arrogant of her, and it made my blood boil. The night of the party sounded amazing from my room. I could hear the laughter and voices, with Leo out there having a blast, that idiot. Then I had a brilliant idea. I called Mom and told her we needed her show for the party. She arrived 20 minutes later. I was expecting her to ruin the party with her silly acts, but then Leo sent me a photo on Instagram. To my surprise, everyone was actually enjoying Mom's performance. Ugh! That night, I decided to try a new tactic. I'd be nice. My plan was to get close to Emily, understand her better, and then, as her friend, I could easily manipulate her to become her boss. The next morning, I prepared breakfast and took it to Emily's room. Everyone was shocked. "Did you put poison in this?" "Want Leo to taste it first?" Leo showed up from behind her door. Obviously, he was eavesdropping.
No thanks. I want to stay alive.
To my surprise, Emily said the breakfast was delicious. From that day, I was nicer to her. I even tricked Leo into keeping Emily busy so I could set up a birthday surprise in her room. In reality, I wanted to snoop through her things for answers, but I found nothing. Weeks passed, and I was getting along better with Emily. I was secretly actually messing with her though, like turning off her alarm so she'd miss her weekend lessons and hiding her homework, but I was done with petty pranks now. So one morning before school, I came down crying frantically.
I can't find my necklace. The one Mom gave me, the gold one. I've looked everywhere. I swear it was on my side table. I can't lose it. I just can't. It's the only thing my mom's ever given to me.
Everyone in the family comforted me and helped me look, but obviously no one found it. I cried some more on my way to school and kept crying in class too. Yeah, it's a talent I have. I can make myself cry whenever I want. Leo and Emily looked really worried, and as we were heading out for recess, I decided to put the second part of the plan into action. I reached for the gold necklace that was in my pocket all along and pretended to trip over my shoelace. As I tried to break my fall, I grabbed Emily's open bag and it came tumbling to the floor with all its contents spilling out, and in the chaos, I purposely dropped the necklace too. I slowly crept to the necklace and picked it up, and Emily's eyes went wide with shock. This fell out of your bag.
You stole it? How could you do this to me?
Rain, hold on. Maybe we should talk about this later?
No, Emily, you are the biggest witch I've ever met. You have everything. Your fancy parents and your fancy braid and your fancy house, and you just can't share all that with anyone, can you? You hate having me around so much. You decided to take away the one precious thing I had too. Who steals from an orphan? Only someone heartless.
A crowd had gathered, and then the principal walked in on the scene and took Emily with her. Ha! Miss High and Mighty would surely get suspended now. But when I got home, I found the entire family gathered in the hallway, standing next to my packed bags. My biological mom was waiting too.
Sweetie, I'm so happy you can live with me now. I'm doing so much better with my new meds, so I can take care of you. You're moving out.
Rain, I know what you've been doing. I tried to make you feel like family, but you need to leave. You have problems.
What? I didn't do anything.
We know everything, sweetheart. This has to end.
Oh, great. So living with my crazy mom will fix everything?
That's not a nice thing to say.
Maybe if you were a better mom, I wouldn't act like this. And you guys, you're no better. You let Emily boss us around.
No, Rain. Emily was fine. I mean, not the greatest, but also not evil. You need help.
Help? You all think I'm crazy? Fine, I'll show you crazy. Then I stood there for a bit.
We're waiting.
Well, I wanted to attack one of you, but that'll prove your point that I'm crazy. I'm not, but I like things to be under my control. Always. Come on, Mom. Let's go home. These people don't deserve me. Weirdos. I went with Mom, but honestly, I missed the Morgans a lot, including Emily. Leo and I kept in touch. I thought living with my biological mom would be the hardest part, but I was actually learning and thinking about new things. One day, after Mom's street performance, a girl asked her,
"Can I be brave like you when I grow up?"
Bravery isn't just about doing daring things. It's also about being kind, accepting others, and understanding that we all have fears.
On our way home, Mom talked about her past, how she pushed people away and felt lonely. She wished she had learned the importance of connection sooner. I was so busy being different, Rain, that I didn't realize I was alone in my own world. For the first time, I didn't see Mom as just crazy. She had her issues, but I realized it's never too late to change. She had improved, and now she was raising me with love. Then it hit me, and the next thing I knew, I was apologizing to my adoptive family. What I did was wrong. I'm not asking to come back. I want to live with Mom, but I want us to be friends.
You're forgiven. We're more than friends. We're sisters, and always will be.
I hugged everyone and left for my first therapy session.
Hi, my name is Neo, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born in a small city in South Africa to the most loving parents. We weren't very rich, but Mom and Dad made sure I had everything a girl could want. They bought me dolls and tiaras and sparkly shoes, but I loved football. Since I had no siblings, I used to play football with the other kids in my neighborhood. And even though I was the youngest among them, I could kick their butts at every game. Go, Nia, go! That's my girl! Dad was my biggest fan. He was a real estate agent and would take me with him to houses with huge backyards. That way, I could play football while he worked. When I was in the 8th grade, Dad got me admitted into a school where his best friend, who was an awesome football coach, taught the game to the students. On my very first day, I went to the sports ground and the coach introduced me to the team. But all of them were boys, and they gave me weird looks.
Did you forget your way to the cheerleading squad, little girl?
What do you mean?
Well, this place is for tough guys like us. Leave before you run crying from here, princess.
Wait till you watch me play, and then we'll see who runs away crying. I grabbed a ball and started kicking it towards the goalpost, and they started chasing me. Just then, I tackled one of the guys, and he landed on his butt while I hit the goal. Everyone cheered for me, and the coach praised me for my skills.
Whoa, that was awesome, Neo. You've got good technique. You just defeated the team captain.
Well, apparently that guy's name was Zuri. He was a senior at school and the football captain, but now he looked really embarrassed. Later that day, I was in the cafeteria getting my lunch when Zuri bumped into me, spilling his entire plate of food all over my new shirt. Are you nuts? Why would you do that?
Hey, chill. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't even see you coming, little girl.
I bet you didn't. Even when I kicked your butt in the game. Everyone gasped, and I just pushed him aside and ran to the washroom to clean up. But just then, an older girl came running out of a washroom cubicle and started screaming.
Oh my god! That's blood! That's blood! You're gonna die! I can't let you die!
Before I could even say anything, she pushed me to the washroom floor and started wrapping tissue paper around me. And then she almost kissed me? Whoa, stop! What are you doing?
I'm trying to give you mouth to mouth and stop the bleeding. Wait, that smells and tastes like ketchup?
Ew, no, don't eat that. For a moment, there was absolute silence. But then we both burst out laughing. Her name was Erica, and she was from my class too. Wait, you're in my class? But you look way older.
That's what everyone says. But Neo, it's so sad that your shirt is ruined. Let's go shopping today, and I can buy you a new one.
I didn't really care about my shirt, but Erica took me on a whole shopping spree after school. She bought me 5 shirts, plus new sneakers for football. This is nice, but I really don't need all this, Erica.
It's okay. I'm not exactly rich, but anything for a new friend.
Well, she was a bit weird, but she was also really sweet. After that day, I started hanging out more with Erica. She dressed like a preschooler and always seemed to be bumping into things.
Oh god, what just happened?
But she always made me feel like a superstar.
You're on the boys' football team? You're so strong, Neo. You can probably be in the Olympics one day.
I don't think I'll ever be in the Olympics. But thanks, Erica. A few days later, when I was in the changing room before a practice match, a couple of girls came to me. You're the new girl, right? And you're friends with Erica? Yeah, I am. She's super sweet. Erica's also the dumbest girl on the planet. She's 16 years old and repeating 8th grade for the 3rd time. She needs help with everything. One time, she just walked out of class and decided to take a nap on the street. So she's a little different. I don't mind helping her with stuff. Suddenly, someone tapped on my shoulder, and when I turned, I almost had a heart attack.
Ooh, I'm a ghost.
It was Erica, and she was covered from head to toe in white paint. What are you doing, Erica?
I was walking in the alley behind the school,
and I tripped and fell into a big bucket of paint. So I thought I could go around scaring people now. I took Erica to the bathroom right away to clean up. Just then, I bent down to get a clean towel from my gym bag, when Erica suddenly said,
Hey, what's that on your back? Why is your skin all red and lumpy here?
Oh no, had my shirt been pushed up? Oh, it's nothing, Erica. I have a skin condition. I try to cover it with my clothes. It's not a big deal. By the time I finished washing Erica off, I was late for football practice. I ran off to the ground, but no one was there.
Looking for someone?
Definitely not you. Where is everyone? He told me everyone left, and I had no choice but to practice with this loser. But only a few minutes into the game, he was crushing me so bad. What was wrong? I tried my best to tackle him, but then suddenly I lost my balance and we both fell to the ground.
Coach is so not gonna let you play in the big game.
So what? You beat me one time. I'm still gonna play way better than you.
I thought we were supposed to be on the same team. How about we help each other? We can stay and play more after practice.
Fine, but only because I want us to win. From that day on, Zuri and I practiced together every day. And he was always beating my butt now. I couldn't stop talking to Erica about it at lunch. I don't get it. I used to take him down all the time. Now that idiot is always beating me.
Maybe it's because you can't concentrate anymore. Because you have a crush on him.
Shush! Of course I don't have a crush on him. Then why are you blushing? And you're always practicing with him now, and we never hang out anymore. Because I have a game coming up. I can't be with you all the time, Erica. But I'll come over today and help you with your science project, okay? I told Suri I wouldn't be making it to practice that afternoon, and he looked annoyed.
To help Erica with a science project? Let's face it, you'll be doing it for her. That girl's dumb.
Zuri, don't talk about her like that. She's my friend.
Trust me, Erica's a lost cause. It's hopeless trying to help her.
Erica came up behind me at that moment and put her arm through mine. Too bad, Zuri. Neo and I are hanging out today, and I'm not a hopeless lost cause. And with that, we walked away, and I went over to Erica's place to help her out. But just as I was leaving Erica's house that night, someone grabbed my shoulder from behind, and I screamed.
Neo, chill, it's just me. I live a few houses away.
Who comes and grabs someone's shoulder at night, you weirdo? Why are you out anyway?
Just taking a walk. I was kinda down that you blew off our practice today. I really enjoy playing with you, even though you're a little girl.
A little girl who can play just as good as any guy. Zuri and I ended up walking all around Erica's neighborhood, and it turned out that we had a lot in common besides football. We were so busy talking, we didn't even realize that we'd made a full circle back to Erica's house.
Check it out, she has a tree swing.
Before I could stop him, Zuri jumped on the swing and started spinning like a child. Get down, you idiot, you're gonna break the swing. I ran to Zuri and tried to pull him off, but instead he picked me up and lifted me onto the swing. What are you doing? Put me down! Our faces were so close, and that's when I really noticed Zuri's deep blue eyes. Without another thought, I leaned over and kissed him. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me. It was Erica. You do have a crush on him, Neo. I know, because you were always talking about him and blushing, and you couldn't concentrate on football because of him.
Oh my god.
Okay, Erica, we get it. Wait, does Zuri know about your condition? All of a sudden, Erica ran up to me and lifted up my shirt, exposing my skin condition. Neo has a skin condition, but she says it's not a big deal. You'll still like her even though she has a condition, right? Neo's still awesome. My cheeks felt like they were on fire. I wanted to disappear into thin air. I pulled my shirt down quickly and looked at Zuri, who looked shocked. And then he suddenly said,
I should get going.
Zuri walked away faster than I could blink an eye. Angry tears started flowing down my cheeks as I stood there, hating my skin condition and hating Erica. Erica, how could you do that to me? What made you think it was okay to literally show Zuri my skin condition? It was a test, silly. If he loved you with your skin condition, it would be true love. And if he didn't, that means he's garbage. And now we know he's garbage.
God, you don't understand anything. What's wrong with you anyway?
Nothing's wrong with me, Neo.
Everything is wrong with you. You're 16 years old and in the 8th grade.
Yeah, I know that. And you're always bumping into stuff and need help with everything. You're a disaster, Erica. Maybe you should just quit school because I don't think that's helping you. I regretted my words the minute I said them, but I was just so mad. Erica started to cry and ran back into her house, and I walked back home feeling terrible about everything. The next day in school, I was walking down the hallway when I saw Zuri coming towards me, and I instantly turned around to leave, but he caught up with me.
Just wait a second, will you?
No, I will not. I'm gross with my weird skin condition, remember? Just leave me alone like you did last night, thanks.
Neo, I didn't leave last night because you grossed me out. It was just Erica who freaked me out, the way she embarrassed you, even though you guys are like best friends. I didn't want to be around that. I deal with it too much at home.
What do you mean?
My mom is exactly like Erica. She wouldn't even know if her own head fell off. She can never hold a job or be a responsible adult, and she does embarrassing stuff all the time. It wasn't about you, Neo. I'm sorry I made you feel that way. Your skin condition doesn't change anything for me.
Before I could say anything, Zuri pulled me close and kissed me. I was glad Zuri and I had made up, and I wanted to apologize to Erica, but she hadn't come to school. She wouldn't even reply to my texts or calls. When she didn't even turn up the next day, I started feeling restless, and I went to her place after school.
But when I knocked on her door, I was really surprised when Dad opened it. Hey, sweetie, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Is Erica inside? I don't know, honey. The owners hired me as their real estate agent because they've moved to another state. Moved? What do you mean? They've already left? Why? He said he had no idea and there was no one else I could ask. Erica just wouldn't pick up my calls and even blocked me on social media. Just like that, she was gone for good. And I never got a chance to say sorry. Zuri tried to cheer me up, but I couldn't stop thinking about her for weeks. I dated Zuri all through high school, and we both graduated at the top of our class. While I held my diploma, I couldn't help but wonder where Erica was, or if she'd ever graduated. I went to a fancy college, and Zuri proposed to me a few years later. Life was good, but over time, my skin condition got worse. I was literally always in pain or itching, and no matter what pill or medicine I took, nothing seemed to work. I can't take this anymore. Please help me find a good doctor. Zuri and I spent days researching top dermatologists in town. One day, as we were searching online, Zuri's phone rang suddenly. It was an unknown number. Hello? Who is this? And suddenly, his eyes flew wide as he put the phone on speaker for me to hear too. Erica? You mean Erica from high school? How'd you even get my number?
I just did, okay? Listen, I have to tell you something. Can you meet me today?
Yeah, okay, sure. Let's meet. We had no idea why Erica called Zuri, of all people, but I was really curious to find out, and I really wanted to see her again. Zuri and Erica had agreed to meet at a nearby cafe, and when we got there, we found Erica sitting by herself at a table. I walked over with Zuri, and she looked really surprised to see me. Hey, Erica. I'm here with Zuri. We're married now. I came because I really wanted to talk to you.
Sure, but first I want to talk to Zuri. You're welcome to join us. I want you to know too.
What was happening? When we sat down, Erica turned to Zuri.
I wanted to tell you that I'm a doctor's assistant now, even though it took me 10 years to finish.
A doctor's assistant?
I know you've always thought I was a lost, hopeless cause, Zuri. I never forgot your words, but that's why I wanted to talk to you. To tell you I finished school and I made it.
Suddenly, I saw Zuri's eyes fill with tears, and he jumped up from the table and went outside. And I leaned forward and took Erica's hand. Erica, that's brilliant, and I'm really proud of you.
Thanks, Neo. You know you were my best friend, right?
And you were mine. I've wanted to apologize for everything I said, Erica. But you moved away before I had the chance, and I felt terrible.
I was hurt and mad and needed some space. But you know what? I realized that you were right. That school wasn't helping me much all those years. I was a mess, and I was struggling to do anything on my own. So I asked my parents to send me to a special school.
Before I could answer, Zuri came running back to our table and hugged Erica. I'm so sorry I ever made you feel like you were stupid. It's amazing what you've been able to do.
Thanks, Zuri. That's all I wanted to hear.
But just at that moment, my skin started feeling all tingly, like it was burning. Minutes later, I felt like I was on fire. I started itching my back like crazy. I have to go to the emergency room.
Neo, is it your skin? I work for a dermatologist, and he's amazing. It's because of your skin problem that I knew I wanted to help people in dermatology. I'll get you an appointment right away.
Thank you, Erica. You're amazing. And I've missed you so much.
Me too, Neo. We have so much catching up to do. But let's get you some help first.
Hi, I'm Serena, and I know what you're thinking. She looks nothing like her family. That's because I was adopted when I was a baby. I was born in Romania, and I might have taken that small piece of trivia a little too seriously. Oh, I can't water the plants. Romanians are allergic to the sun. Does this broccoli have garlic on it? Romanians don't eat garlic, Mommy. But I have to sleep inside this cardboard box. It's a Romanian thing. You won't get it. That's a vampire thing, doofus. Now sleep in a bed like a proper human child. God, you're so dumb. I wasn't dumb. I was quirky and cute. But Fred was right. I just never seemed to make the smartest choices. Fred wasn't only my brother. He was also my best bud growing up. He was super smart and solved math equations in his sleep, but he was really awkward and hated outdoor activities. Come out, Fred! Look at all these butterflies coming out of their raccoons. It's cocoons and no thank you. You know they start off as icky caterpillars, right? Quit being such a party pooper and come play with me. But Fred just stayed inside. I chased the butterflies and didn't realize when I ended up rather far from home. I was about to find my way back when suddenly this weird woman came out of nowhere and started showering me with kisses. Ew, get your germy lips off of me. I'm warning you, I know Kung Fu. Serena, I'm your aunt. I know your real mother. She wants to meet you at the ice cream shop. My what now? I didn't really care about finding my real family. I was happy with the one I had. But since ice cream was involved, I was suddenly curious. I was about to get into her van when suddenly a couple of police cars came screeching to a stop before us, and the officers arrested my aunt. They took me to the station with them, and moments later, Mom and Dad came running in and hugged me super tight. Oh, Serena, thank God you're safe. You can't go so far from home. That woman is a kidnapper the police have been trying to catch. She works at the adoption agency and picks up adopted kids for ransom money. Luckily, they caught her in time. Whoa. The psycho woman was jailed for 25 years. But from that day on, my parents were attached to me like my shadow and treated me like a porcelain doll. They wrapped me up in bubble wrap when I wanted to jump on the trampoline. They put me on a baby leash when we went out in public. They even missed Fred's science fairs and chess matches because they couldn't trust anyone to babysit me. You only have yourself to blame. Who's dumb enough to just walk off with a random stranger? Me, of course. I was nothing special. I had no brains and no passion. Most of the time, I felt a little lost. But one day, I saw this 16-year-old Russian swimmer, Mariana, win a gold medal on TV, and my whole life changed. I had posters of her all over my room and even bought all of her merchandise. I was obsessed. I want to be just like Mariana. She's a year older than me and she's achieved so much. But swimming is dangerous, sweetie. You could slip and hit your head. I could do that in the kitchen too. We should baby-proof the kitchen. What? No, I'm not a baby. Please, will you just let me try something for once? I'm sick of staying at home. I begged and whined and threw a couple of tantrums, and finally they agreed to take me to a kiddie pool. Whatever. I was determined to make the best of it, and when I entered the water, it felt like I was finally in my element. I aced all the lessons and turned out to be a natural. Within a year, I joined the high school swim team and even won a local competition. And Mom and Dad finally stopped freaking out like headless chickens. Then I started 10th grade and things just went bonkers. On the very first day, I was rushing to the shower when I slipped and went crashing into a girl. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. What? You're Mariana. Am I dreaming? Ouch! This is definitely real. I am such a huge fan. Oh really? Is that why you tried to injure me? What? It was an accident. Huh, I doubt it. I eat jealous little wannabes like you for breakfast. Now, stay out of my way or I'll crush you. What a diva! I found out from the head coach that Mariana was recovering from an injury at the local state-of-the-art medical center and would be attending our high school while she was here. Just my luck. The universe sent my idol to my school, and she already hates me. I tried to do damage control and got her some welcome flowers and cheesecake, but she started sneezing and gagging and threw everything in the trash. Are you trying to sabotage me? I'm lactose intolerant and allergic to roses. How was I supposed to know that? You said you were my fan and you don't know this? Some fan you are. I was just trying to be nice. Nice gets you nowhere. Work on your swimming instead, loser. Okay, that's enough. I know you're an international champion, but you can't treat me like this. I really admired you, but now I can see you're just a brat with a swollen head. Get over yourself. Huh, you wish you could be me. I have more talent in my injured little toe than you have in your whole entire body. You can put your entire foot in your mouth because at the next swim meet, I'm gonna beat you. I accept the challenge, although it's hardly a challenge. I was pumped. I trained extra hard and spent so much time in the pool, I started looking like a wrinkly old grandma. But on the day of the swim meet, Mariana spilled an entire bottle of conditioner on me right before the start. Oops, I'm so sorry. Your skin looked like it needed it. I was fuming. I took another quick shower, but I was super late. And when the whistle blew, I was so out of it that I flopped into the water like a dying fish. I lost badly, and Mariana sailed through the water gracefully like a swan. But what she did next shocked the bubbly farts right out of me. Mariana stepped off the stage after taking her prize and kissed Fred. Hey, what the heck are you doing to my brother? Stand behind me, Fred. I'll protect you from this soul-sucking mermaid. Serena, Fred has told me so much about you. We met in the library the other day, and I said I was craving some Russian pastries. He got me some the very next day. Fred is a real gentleman.
And you're a real lady.
What was happening? Fred looked genuinely happy, but Mariana was bad news. The way she'd swam earlier, it didn't look like she was injured at all. But before I could confront her, they left. What a bunch of love-struck jerks! I was so depressed, I spent a couple of hours at my favorite ice cream shop eating my feelings. But once the banana splits were gone, I headed home and, to my surprise, I saw Mariana across the street. She was dressed like some weird spy and went inside a dirty-looking alley. I followed her and saw that she was buying a weird packet from some homeless dude. Hey, what you got there, bestie? Did you hit your head on that dive? I am not your bestie. Is it Russian candy? Is it a wig? Or is it a whole new personality you use only when Fred's around? It's your brother's heart, and it's all mine. She was a piece of work and super suspicious. I wanted to follow her, but I was already late. Mom and Dad would probably send a SWAT team after me. So that night, I borrowed Fred's laptop and did some research. I found a few articles about Mariana's injury, but then I found a creepy Reddit thread about athletes using performance-enhancing pills. I was shocked. Is that how Mariana had swum so well in the competition with an injury? I had to find out. But the next day, I walked into school and everyone was talking about Mariana and Fred like they were a celebrity couple. Fred, of all people, was popular. He suddenly had this confidence I'd never seen before. It was kinda awesome. But Mariana was ruining swimming for me. We've decided. I'll take your place on the swim team for regionals. What? You can't do that. You're not even a permanent student. Aren't you supposed to be injured and resting? Coach!
I'm sorry, Serena. We have a chance to compete with an international gold medalist on our team. And she seems strong enough now.
I was so mad I tore up all of her posters from my room and trashed all the merchandise. All I'd wanted to be was noticed by my idol, but she just turned out to be a massive jerk. I was gonna bring her down if it was the last thing I did.
Hey, Mariana told me what happened. It was really sweet of you to give her your place. She really needed this.
I didn't give up anything. Your evil girlfriend pushed me out. Swimming is the only thing I'm good at, but she couldn't even let me have it.
Look, I know you're hurt, but she's a good person.
It's all an act. She's only pretending to be your girlfriend to get under my skin.
Yes, Serena. I'm sure my relationship is all about you. Everything is always about you. The only reason a girl could want to be with me is to get back at you. Not because I have anything worth liking, right?
Wow, I didn't know you were so desperate to be liked, you'll defend the devil herself. Some brother you turned out to be. I hated the look of hurt in Fred's eyes, but I was just so mad. The next day, I sneaked into the gym and went through Mariana's locker, and I found the package she'd taken from the man in the alley, and it had pills inside. I ran to the head coach and showed him everything. Mariana went ballistic.
They aren't what you think. I'm not a cheat.
Then explain how your injury healed so quickly. You're lying, Mariana, and I have proof.
Stop this, Serena. You don't know what you're talking about.
No. For once, I'm the smart one, and you're being dumb. She played you with her big eyes and pretty face. She's just a cheating witch.
Stop calling me that.
And then she pushed me into the water. The head coach insisted on getting her tested, and she went bananas. She started ripping up pool noodles with her teeth and threw swimming flippers at the students like a mad person. 2 coaches had to drag her away, and she was suspended during the investigation. But I wasn't even happy about it. My teammates were mad at me for being a sneak. Fred wasn't talking to me, and Mariana, all the blood work came out clear. Turns out, the pills were special Russian vitamins. But she was so messed up with all the media attention and headlines, she completely failed at the regionals. I felt like a total jerk. It was time for me to apologize. Hey, I'm sorry about the whole mix-up. As if your plan worked. I lost the competition and my reputation. Now you can have your perfect life back. Perfect? My life is not perfect. My adoptive family is the bomb, but I've always felt a bit lost since I was a kid. Swimming makes me feel like I belong, and you took that away from me. Yes, I did. Because I'm better at it, and it's good for the team. But Fred was right. You're a selfish, spoiled brat who only thinks about herself. I was so mad, I slapped her hard across the cheek. We were rolling around on the floor fighting like cats when suddenly Fred came in between. What the heck is wrong with you two? She started it. She's always hated me. That's enough. I love you both, but this needs to stop. You love me? Are you okay? Do you have brain fever? Stop it, Serena. After all these years, I've taken a back seat while Mom and Dad obsessed over you. I thought you'd be okay with me being the center of attention for once. It was true. Mom and Dad always went out of their way to make me happy and keep me safe. They hardly ever talked about Fred. I was selfish and felt terrible for not realizing it before. And Mariana, you can't blame Serena for jumping to conclusions when she doesn't know the truth. What truth? Suddenly, Mariana looked so sad, it broke my heart. My family had to flee Russia. Some really bad men were after my father, and I had to fake an injury so they would give us quick visas to come to America for my medical treatment. Now, I can never go back, and I can never swim for another country if I want to keep my family safe. That's why I wanted to be part of the swim team so badly. But that doesn't explain why you're so mean and horrible. It's all I knew. In Russia, you don't become a champion by being nice and sweet. You have to be really tough and fight for your place. It will be a hard habit to break, but I see you all as competition, especially you. You're good. She said it reluctantly, but she said it, and I was on cloud 9. Aw, that's all I ever wanted to hear from you. Get away from me, or I'll take the words back. You can't take it back now. You think I'm good, and we'll be on the same team together. It's gonna be epic. Is your sister crazy? What is wrong with her? Why is she so huggy?
She's just really happy, and so am I.
When I was little, I was convinced my dad was the president of the country. Maybe even the world. He was just that busy. Always in a meeting, or on a plane, or about to hop onto an urgent call. Whenever he'd be rushing off with a head pat and Mom saw my sad face, she'd just say, "Don't cry, Abby. How about we send Daddy off with a smile instead of tears? That way, he knows we're proud of him." Turns out, he was just the president of his own company. And whatever his reasons, eventually I just got used to him hardly being around. Not even when I was 14 and Mom got really sick. Not even when she slipped into a coma and the house felt too quiet. And when Dad announced a few months later that his girlfriend Kimberly, who looked closer to my age than his, was moving in, I didn't cry or make a fuss. When he wasn't working, he was out, somewhere with her. And I was alone at home, which was nothing new. But soon after I turned 17, my whole world flipped upside down when I found out, on the news by the way, that Dad got arrested for embezzling millions of dollars. I had no idea where he was being held. Kimberly vanished faster than her credit card limit at a Louis Vuitton sale, and none of my friends came to visit. But a social worker turned up soon.
I'm sorry, sweetheart, but we tried Kimberly, your aunt, even a few of your father's friends, but no one on his side is able to take you in right now. Your mom's parents, however, are more than happy to. The only thing is, they live overseas.
Yeah, in Thailand. I'm not moving to the other side of the planet.
I understand it's a lot of changes, but you don't have any other relatives. Either way, it'll take a few months for the paperwork. So, for now, you'll be placed in foster care.
And just like that, in one night, I went from a private jet designer clothes kind of girl to a foster kid whose whole life fit into a couple of cardboard boxes. After hours of driving, we finally reached some middle-of-nowhere town at 3 a.m. We turned down a creepy forest path, and stopped at a tiny house with the lights on. A suspiciously cheerful woman stood outside, and behind her, a boy squinted at me like I was gonna steal his snacks.
Hello, Abigail. I'm Jadis, and this is Ezra. He's been in foster care for a while. Can we call you Abby?
Only my friends call me Abby.
Got it. Well, let me show you to your bedroom. You must be exhausted.
More like completely dead inside. I curled up in bed, but I just couldn't fall asleep. I don't know if it was the cramped room or the fact that I found a bunch of cheap crystals shoved under the old mattress. But once I tossed them out, I finally managed to doze off. I woke up around noon, feeling disoriented.
Good afternoon, sleepyhead. Must have been the crystals I put under your mattress. They never fail.
In daylight, I realized the house wasn't just tiny. It was weird. The kitchen was a jungle of odd plants. The dining table was buried under books in unrecognizable languages. And 4 cats were staring at me like they knew something I didn't. One of them, I'm not even sure was a cat. When I got back to my room, I found Jadis folding my clothes on the floor. My designer clothes!
I've enrolled you in the public school here. Are these the only outfits you have?
Yeah? Something wrong with them? She shook her head, but the next morning, I understood why she'd asked. Everyone at school looked like they had rolled straight out of bed. Like, do these people not have TikTok? No way they're that poor. They've definitely got Wi-Fi. But the longer the day dragged on, the more it felt like I was the one completely out of touch. I tried to ignore the giggles and side eyes, but then I heard this gem.
Dude, isn't she the daughter of that billionaire guy who stole, like, oceans of cash?
I was so embarrassed that the second I got home, I marched straight into my room and slammed the door behind me.
Everything okay? Your grandparents called today. They really want to talk to you, Abby.
Don't call me that.
She's just throwing a tantrum. First-timers always do. Let her cry it out.
That smug little gremlin. I jumped off the bed and yanked the door open. Who do you think you're talking about? I'm not some stray off the street like you.
Abigail, that's enough. We don't yell in this house. You owe Ezra.
At least I know what I am. You're just a rich, clueless girl who thinks she's better than the rest of us. But let's face it, you're here because your dad didn't care enough about you and no one else wanted to clean up the mess he left behind.
You little... I lunged at him and we went full WWE until Jadis jumped in. Don't ever talk about my dad again. He's a good person. You'll see. You'll all see. I slammed the door hard, but an hour later, there was a soft knock, and Jadis walked in with a plate of cookies.
Fresh from the oven. Do you think we can talk?
What? You think if you send some cookies and warm smiles my way, I'll spill my life story to you and we'll become best friends?
Oh no, Sweet Pea, I'm here to help you.
That's what everyone says. The cops, the social worker, and now you. But so far, everyone's failing miserably.
Let me rephrase that. I can help your father if you believe he deserves a second chance. Do you really think your dad is a good person?
I knew Dad wasn't perfect, and all the evidence mounting up against him wasn't looking good. But yeah, I didn't really believe he was a criminal. Of course I do. She pulled out a golden pocket watch.
You get 3 chances, that's all. You can go back as far as you want. Days, months, years. Just not before you were born. So choose wisely.
And then she just walked out. I stared at the pocket watch she'd left on the bed. And suddenly, all I felt was rage. This was her idea of helping me? I grabbed it and chucked it against the wall. It bounced off and fell to the floor with a clink. But then, it started glowing from inside. A soft, golden pulse flickered from the seams. I picked it up cautiously, and the lid snapped open on its own. Inside wasn't a regular clock face. Instead, there was a flickering digital display in the center. Beneath that, a small metal dial rotated smoothly, like it was waiting for me to decide. Wait, so what Jadis had said about going back in time?
There was no way this was real, right? But then I thought about everything I'd lost. My dad, my house, my friends, my whole life. Maybe, ridiculous as it seemed, it was worth a try. I turned the dial back to a week earlier, took a deep breath, and pressed the glowing button. And suddenly, I felt like I was being yanked down. The room twisted into a blur of light and color, and when everything came to a halt, I realized I was back in my room. My real room, with my lavender walls, my plush rug, and my wall of designer shoes. I just sat there in shock until I heard voices downstairs. Wait, did someone buy this house already? But then, the voices started to sound familiar. No way! Dad? In the kitchen, I found Dad and Kimberly mid-makeout session. I ran straight to Dad, pushed Kimberly aside, and hugged him tight.
Abigail, what are you doing here? Weren't you at school?
I'm not going back to that new school. It was awful. Just let me stay. I won't tell anyone you escaped prison and came here.
Escaped prison? And what new school?
She looks upset about something. Give her your credit card, babe.
Ugh, Kimberly. His accounts are probably all frozen by now.
Huh? Why would my accounts be frozen?
Because of the money embezzlement case?
What? Me? Embezzling money? Sounds like someone had a bad dream. I promise you, even if your dad was doing that, he'd never get caught. Now, how about that shopping trip Kimberly mentioned? I've got to head to the office.
So, it was all a dream? Jada's, the foster home, Dad getting arrested? It all felt so real. But when I got into the car on the way to the mall, I felt Jadas's gold watch in my pocket. Did I just travel back in time for real?
Sorry, miss. Didn't catch that.
Nothing. Take me to my dad's office, please. I'd never been there before. So after an FBI-level interrogation at the front desk, I was allowed to go up with a security guard. The second the elevator doors opened, I knew something was off. The whole floor felt really tense. Phones ringing off the hook, people typing on their keyboards like maniacs, a woman sobbing silently at her desk. Just then, a man holding a stack of folders came rushing down the hallway, and I bumped into him, sending papers flying everywhere.
Look what you've done! Who let this idiot up in the office? Do you think this is a place for a moron teenager to be wandering around?
The security guard said something in his ear, and the man instantly turned white, dropping to his knees.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, miss. I had no idea you were the boss's daughter. Please forgive me. I'm a worm, a worthless worm. There's a spot on your shoe. Would you like me to clean it?
What the heck was happening? After I'd calmed the man down and reached Dad's office, I found him yelling at some employee. When he noticed me in the doorway, he waved at the woman to leave like she was some annoying fly. Gosh, he was clearly a terror around here, and I was already scared to say what I'd come to say.
Well, this is rare. Since when does my daughter take an interest in my work?
I need you to be honest with me, Dad. Don't ask me how or where I heard this, but people are saying things about you embezzling money. I know you'd never do something like that, right? He just seemed really annoyed and kept asking me where I'd heard such a crazy thing. Obviously, I had no good answer. What was I gonna say? That I'd traveled back from the future? Eventually, he got tired and sent me home escorted by 2 bodyguards so they could keep tabs on what I was watching or who I was talking to. By now, I was beginning to feel convinced he was lying to me. And those bodyguards were everywhere. They even ate with me, watched reality TV with me, and stood guard in my bedroom while I slept. But the worst part was when they came with me to school. And obviously, questions followed. Did you try to run away? Fall in love with the gardener?
Careful, Abby. Make your dad mad and he might cut off your credit card.
I just felt angry and sad. I couldn't tell them the truth. And worse, They couldn't even sense on their own that I was going through something big. Dad, on the other hand, was avoiding me like I was carrying a subpoena. And then came the day of the arrest. I ran to him as he was heading out for brunch with Kimberly. Please, Dad, you have to listen to me. They're coming to arrest you today. Turn yourself in. If you do it voluntarily, the sentence will be lighter. Think about me. Think about my future. He actually paused, and his face went pale. But Kimberly just looped her arm through his and dragged him away. And that evening, I got the news. Apparently, I freaked Dad out so much, he panicked, stuffed a bunch of cash into a golf bag, and tried to flee the country. Tried being the key word. He didn't even make it past airport security. So, yeah, now his sentence was way, way worse. Great job, me. Time travel mission number 1? Totally nailed it. I just sat in the living room, staring at the wall. Then I felt that weird pull again. And the next thing I knew, I was back in that little room at Jadis's house. I stormed out looking for her, my heart pounding. Instead, I found Ezra in the kitchen, eating lunch and casually reading some bizarre book.
Oh hey, you're back. Your grandparents called again, by the way.
Where is Jadis? I need to talk to her.
She's out of town for a few days.
What? But I messed everything up. I made things worse, and I don't know what to do now. She has to tell me how I can make it better the next time.
If you ask me, you're just wasting your time.
Good thing I'm not asking you then. She's a witch, isn't she? All the weird plants and those cats.
Everyone thinks Salem's a cat at first. Honestly, even I don't know what he is.
Who is everyone? Ezra told me Jadis had taken in foster kids for years. Most of them eventually moved on to new families or adult life, except for Ezra, who stayed and became her apprentice.
Sorry for what I said earlier. I just get tired of seeing kids like you show up, acting all sure of yourselves, and then getting your hearts broken. Again and again.
My heart didn't get broken. I just kinda blew it. But next time, I'll get it right.
Maybe think about what matters most before you play time god again.
What could possibly matter more than stopping my dad from getting arrested?
Liking this video and subscribing to MSA. Kidding. Obviously not more important than saving your dad, but still important.
Already did, genius. Keep up. Ugh. Boys are annoying. Clearly, he wasn't gonna help. I couldn't wait around for days for Jadis. The next morning, I borrowed clothes from Ezra and dressed like a total disaster. Public school chic. I figured I'd survive the day, try to work out what point in time I had to go back to, and reset my life by afternoon. But then, during lunch, a group of kids walked up to me.
Hey, we just wanted to say sorry. Some people have been saying stuff about you that's not cool. Everyone's got family drama.
We're gonna go get ice cream after school. You should come.
It was the first time since everything fell apart that someone looked at me like a person instead of a headline. Thanks, really, but I can't today. I'll come another time. They nodded and walked off, although, if I got this second trip right, there wasn't gonna be another time. That night, I sat on my bed with my laptop, combing through every article about my dad's case. I found something in a financial report the police had released. The earliest suspicious transaction was flagged 3 years ago. It was some months after Mom had fallen into a coma, and right when Kimberly first slithered into our lives. So that's when I had to go back, a little before he ended up making some really poor choices. When I landed back in my room, the walls were bubblegum pink, and there were BTS posters taped on every wall. I turned to the mirror. Braces, uneven bangs, and a zit forming right between my eyebrows. Yep, that's me at 14, all right. Let's do this. Just then, a maid knocked on my door, saying my dad wanted to see me downstairs. And I found Dad standing in the living room, next to a woman who looked like she just walked off the set of a reality show called Gold Diggers of Beverly Hills. Ugh.
Abby, sweetheart, this is Kimberly. She's a special friend. I know you miss your mom, but just know she's not here to replace her.
Hi, Annabelle. It's so nice to finally meet you. And I'm definitely not looking to be your mom, so you have nothing to worry about.
I'd apparently traveled right back to the day when I first met her. And just as I remembered, that evening we went to some overpriced restaurant together, which basically felt like me third-wheeling on their date. But the real show started when Kimberly invited me to the bathroom with her. She spotted a diamond ring on the edge of the sink, and she just slipped it on.
Ooh, look at that. It fits me like a dream.
Shouldn't you give it to the restaurant staff? Someone probably forgot it here and they might come back for it.
Sweetheart, if we hand it over, you think the staff won't pocket it themselves? And come on, have you seen the people who come here? Whoever left this probably has a yacht full of rings like this. Rich people don't even notice when stuff goes missing. Trust me, I know.
The first time around, I'd been shocked by her behavior, but I just stayed quiet. Not this time, though. Back at home, I messaged one of Dad's old assistants who freelanced as a private investigator. And 24 hours later, I had Kimberly's rap sheet, a stack of petty theft charges, and a dating history that looked like the Forbes billionaire list. She's been arrested for shoplifting 5 times. She's not just a thief, she's a bad one.
Yes, I know all about that. She told me. She was young and impulsive, and she didn't grow up with money like you. But those days are behind her now.
Right, because people just get over these things. I didn't have proof yet, but something told me Kimberly definitely planted criminal ideas in Dad's head. My plan this time had 2 parts. One was to stick to Dad like glue. If we got closer, he'd be more scared to get into a life of crime and potentially ruin my future, right? And the second part was Operation Break Up Dad and Kimberly. So I tagged along with them everywhere. Every date, launch party, and charity gala. But I also tried to make her life with us a living hell. I threw her cigarettes in the trash, the toilet, and one time into the blender in her green smoothie. And when they got mad at me, I put on my best Bambi eyes. I'm just trying to protect her. What if she drops dead? Or worse, gets 4 headlines? She's already 2 bad selfies away from looking 60. Then came Dad's birthday. I tracked down his ex from college and invited her to his birthday party. I sat by her, talked to her, followed her around, and then, right within earshot of Kimberly, I called her Mom. Wow, did I just call someone I barely know Mom? That kinda slipped out. I mean, it's not like I'd ever say that to Kimberly. Some connections are just instant. But my friends at school just couldn't understand why I wanted Kimberly gone. She seems young and cool, and your dad's happy. So what if she spends his money? Don't you?
Honestly, we're kind of overhearing you complain about how much you hate her.
When I get back to my real life, I'm definitely not keeping in touch with these 2. I knew eventually she'd try to convince Dad to send me off to some boarding school, so I made sure I had plenty of heartfelt moments with him. Dad, I ordered you sushi again with my allowance because you're the best dad in the entire world.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart, for ordering me sushi for the 36th time this month.
Because you work so hard and never get mad at me. You're my hero. We'll always be together, right?
Of course, honey. You know I'd never let anything come between us.
Obviously. I know you think about me in everything you do and everywhere you go. And it seemed to work. It was obvious Kimberly was getting increasingly pissed off by me. Then one Sunday morning, when Dad and I were having breakfast on the terrace, Kimberly strolled out and unrolled her Pilates mat to find something written on it in glitter glue. Gold Digger Barbie. And she snapped.
I've just had it! I can't live like this anymore!
Like what?
Like this, with her breathing down our necks every second and messing up my life.
She replaced my collagen powder with powdered sugar. She made my shampoo smell like tuna. She's a little demon and I hate her. You have to choose now. It's me or her.
If I have to choose, it'll obviously be Abigail.
Kimberly screamed and stormed off. And when she left the house, he didn't go after her. He picked me. He also became the world's most charitable man, founding his own nonprofits for children. The sick, the elderly, the poor, and even animals. All I had to do now was make sure no future gold digger dragged him back into crime. But then, I got home from school one day, and guess who was waiting for me in the living room? That annoying social worker! Again! Turns out, all those charities he started, yeah, some of the money did go to the people who needed it, but most of it went straight into his own pocket. So it wasn't Kimberly who was the bad influence after all? I didn't get much time to think about it though, because the next thing I knew, I was yanked straight back to Jadis's couch. Ezra was leaning on the hall doorway, staring at me.
Let me guess. Didn't work?
I hated that idiot so much. Of course, I wasn't about to give up. Jadis was back, and I really needed her advice on how to get it right the third time.
Later, sweetie. Ezra's mom is coming to visit soon, and we just don't have time for time travel right now, okay?
Ezra's mom was dressed in knockoff everything, drenched in drugstore perfume, and a full 70% of her hair was definitely extensions. From what I gathered, she'd been in and out of jail for a lot of petty thefts.
I get it. You want to stay with Jadis, but if you ever want to come back to me, I can give you a good home. I know I've said that before, but this time it's different. I've really changed.
Ezra didn't look too convinced, and she left about an hour later. You didn't have to be so cold to your mom. She came all the way out to this stupid place to see you. I get that she's done bad things, but she doesn't seem like a bad person. You could have at least given her a chance.
Look who's talking! The girl who ignores her grandparents. She always says, "This time she's changed, Abigail, and I've given her way more than 3 chances." Learn the pattern. People like her and your dad, they don't change. They just get sneakier.
The next day, I meant to plan my final time travel mission, but after how badly the last one flopped, I needed a distraction. So when my new friends invited me out for ice cream again, I actually said yes. On the way back, we passed the old playground in town, and one of the girls suggested we clean off the graffiti from the swings and benches. So we did. When I got home late, Jadis didn't scold me. She just smiled and said she was glad to see me having fun. That night, though, I couldn't sleep. I'd spent the whole day making friends instead of trying to save my dad. Warning him about the arrest hadn't worked. Removing Kimberly or getting closer didn't stop him. So what was I supposed to do? And then a thought hit me so hard, I sat up straight in bed. Mom! I'd been so focused on fixing Dad's life and mine. Why hadn't I used the watch to go back to her? I'd give anything to have more time with her. Maybe I could even talk to her about all this. If there was some way to make Dad stop, she'd know. The next morning, I ran straight to Jadis. I want to use my last jump now. I want to go back to when I was 13, a year before Mom got sick. She studied me for a second.
Just remember, Abby, some things aren't meant to be changed. So focus on what's worth holding on to.
I will. I twisted the dial. The world spun. And when it stopped, I was back in my old bedroom. Yeah, definitely 13 with my weird haircut. I ran out of the room, barely able to breathe. I was gonna see Mom again. As I looked for her around the house, I heard some quiet voices from the garden, and I crept closer.
James, I really don't like this.
It's nothing serious, just moving money around. A little here, a little offshore.
This is exactly the kind of thing that gets people arrested. You swore you were done with this back before we even got married. I froze, but you never really stopped, did you?
This is different. I'm doing it for us. For Abigail.
You're not doing it for us.
You're doing it for you. Just like you did when you cheated with that woman. What was her name? Kimberly? Amberly?
Why would you bring that up now? It was ages ago.
You lied then, and you're lying now. I didn't need to hear more. He'd been doing shady things since forever. And Mom knew. She'd tried to stop him. But Ezra was right. Dad was always like this, and he always would be. Why had I spent 2 time jumps on someone who totally didn't deserve it? Now, all I had to do was hold on to the one person who truly mattered. So I blinked back the tears, ran outside, and flung my arms around Mom. Abigail, are you okay?
There's my girl.
No, I just want to be with Mom. After that, I didn't let Dad get anywhere near me. Not that he tried much. He was barely ever home. I knew there was nothing I could do to stop what was coming a year later. Mom's disease was a genetic condition, and no early checkups a good person. She blinked at that, caught off guard. He's not perfect, not even close, but he's still your dad, and I hope someday you'll be able to forgive him, even if he's not always been there the way he should have. The next day, Mom slipped into a coma. A bunch of relatives I'd never even met showed up at the house, but the second they left, Dad ditched me with the house staff. When he came back a week later, I was waiting for him in the study. For Mom's sake, I would give him one last chance. Dad, I know you've been moving money around in shady ways for years. You've gotten away with it so far, but I promise it's gonna catch up with you, and you'll regret it more than anything. Also, I know you've been cheating on Mom with Kimberly for a long time. Don't bother denying it. Just know that when everything in your life falls apart, she'll drop you like a hot potato. She doesn't love you, and she never will. Dad stared at me in shock, and then he looked furious.
What is all this nonsense? Did your mother tell you to say all this to me?
No, I saw it in the future. I've been there because of this. I know it sounds crazy, but...
What the heck is this? What games are you playing? You think this is funny?
And then he lunged forward and grabbed the watch from me. Don't! But Dad had already slammed it on the floor and then stomped on it, and I heard a sickening crunch. He stormed off furiously as I knelt by the watch in panic. No! If this was broken, I'd be stuck here for 3 more years with him. But just then, there was a flicker, and the shattered interface lit up. Please work. I pressed the glowing button, and just like that, the world blurred, and I was back in Jadis's kitchen. Jadis smiled at me, while Ezra didn't even look up from his book, but I ran to him and gave him a hug. You're not that dumb, huh? The next day, I finally answered my grandparents' calls and told them I was ready to come stay with them in Thailand. At school, I told my friends I'd be leaving in a few months when my papers were finalized, and by the time I was ready to go, we'd had sleepovers, movie nights, and more scoops of ice cream than I could count. Then, on my last day, as I was busy packing my suitcases, Jadis called out to me excitedly from the living room.
Abby, quick! You've got a phone call!
And when I picked up the phone, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest when a familiar voice came through the other end. Abby, sweetheart, it's Mom.
Hi, my name is Tiara, and My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. The first time Mom realized that I was really shy was when I was 4 years old and she took me to the amusement park. I was terrified. I just kept my eyes on my shoes and clung onto my mom's hand tight the whole time. You see, I just wasn't used to a lot of people, so I'd completely freak out around strangers. Once, when I was 5, I was busy taking down a cereal box from the shelf of a grocery store, and when I turned around, Mom was gone. I felt panic rise in my chest, and I started running down the aisle. Just then, a strange woman caught my hand. "Hey, pretty girl, are you lost? What's your name?" I stared at her in horror, completely speechless. Just then, I saw Mom running towards me and I went flying into her arms. The woman turned to Mom. "Oh, I'm so sorry. It must be really hard having a mute child. Does she go to a special school?" Mom snapped at her to mind her own business, and we walked off quickly. But the next evening, when I went down for dinner, I saw a grumpy-looking man at the table, and I froze. "Hey, sweetie, it's okay. I want you to get comfortable around new people. So I thought I'd introduce you to my very special friend." I was 5, not stupid. I knew he was her boyfriend. Did she seriously think bringing a boyfriend would help me with my shyness? Grumpy kept coming over every day, and I didn't get comfortable around him because he was a pain in the butt. Luckily, I caught him stealing money from Mom's bag one day, and she went ballistic and threw him out. I started school later that year, and Mom thought that would help me overcome my shyness, but it didn't. I was terrified on the first day, so the teacher allowed Mom to sit in class, and I felt much better. But when I was walking into class without her the next day, I immediately got hit by a paper ball in the face. It was Bridget, the meanest girl in class.
Yo, Mama's girl, who's gonna change your diaper now?
The title Mama's Girl stuck for a while, but after some bullying, Bridget and her minions got bored and I became invisible. Even though I had no friends, I didn't hate school because I really loved to learn. So I started spending all my free time in the library. One day, when I was in the 2nd grade, I found a boy my age in my usual spot. I wanted to talk to him, but I felt shy, so I just sat down at the same table and gave him a smile. He smiled back, scribbled something on a notebook, and pushed it towards me.
"Hi, I'm Ethan. It's nice to meet you."
Was he shy like me and couldn't talk to strangers? I thought this note system was way cooler anyway. We exchanged notes all during recess, and it was the best time I'd ever had at school. One day, I followed the boy to his class, and all the kids welcomed me with waves and smiles. Wow, who were these angels? Just then the teacher came in and she started using her hands to make all sorts of signs. It looked so funny I started laughing. That's when she noticed me. "Sweetie, can you hear what I'm saying?" I nodded my head. "Then you're not supposed to be here." And that's when I realized that Ethan and all the other kids here were deaf, and this was a special class. It was really sad to go, but Ethan slipped me a note. "See you at the library tomorrow?" And I did. Every single day after that. We only ever hung out together in the library, though. I felt protective of Ethan and wanted to keep him out of Bridget's face. And finally, I had a best friend, but I never invited him home because Mom could be super embarrassing. Over the next few years, she had a string of stupid boyfriends at our place. She was also just always doing odd jobs, and we never seemed to have enough money. One day in 9th grade, I went to get lunch at the cafeteria and almost jumped back in shock to see Mom behind the counter.
"Mom, what are you doing here?"
"Sweetie, I work here now. Can you chit-chat with your lunch lady friend later, Tiara?"
"I don't have all day."
I turned around to see Bridget behind me, and as I started walking away, I suddenly heard her scream. "OMG, you stupid woman! You poured hot soup all over my new iPhone!" I turned around to see Mom looking red in the face and apologizing to that brat. "I'm so sorry. It's only my first day here." "Do you need a degree to be a lunch lady? Because you must have failed lunch lady school for sure. Show me your degree." I'd just had enough. "Didn't your nannies teach you any manners? She's working hard to serve lunch to hundreds of kids, and she made a mistake. Have some respect." "Oh my, look who finally found a voice. Who are you, Martin Luther King now? And why do you care about the dumb lunch lady? Is she your mom?" "Yeah, actually, she is." As everyone suddenly stared at me in silence, Bridget burst out laughing. "So, you're still a mama's girl? And now I get why you're so stupid." I was about to attack her, but just then I saw Ethan walking towards us with the principal.
"Bridget, how dare you talk to a staff member like that? That's a 3-day suspension. To my office, now."
As Bridget walked away looking furious, I knew I'd pay for it later. But standing up to her felt so good. Later that day, when we were hanging out, Ethan said,
"You were awesome for standing up to that bully, and your mom seems nice."
"And you were awesome for calling the principal just in time. And well, Mom's a bit crazy. What's yours like?" And then Ethan told me that his mom had died when he was little, and his dad was a big businessman who was mostly away. He'd provided plenty of servants to take care of Ethan, but he never had much time for him. Sometimes I think he must be disappointed to have someone like me as a son. That just broke my heart. I'd been waiting to surprise Ethan with the secret sign language lessons I'd been taking, but I couldn't wait any longer. I'm sure that's not true, Ethan, because you're the loveliest person I've ever met. He stared at me in complete surprise, and suddenly his face broke into a huge smile. Then he pulled me close and kissed me. We started going out, and after a few months, I finally decided to introduce him to Mom. The dinner went well, but when Ethan took the dishes to the kitchen, Mom turned to me. "What are you doing with that boy, Tiara?" "What do you mean, Mom?" "I mean, look at you. You're smart and beautiful. You could have any guy you want. Why would you choose someone who's deaf?" Her words made my blood boil. "Mom, would you like it if I was deaf and no one wanted to date me? But you're not deaf. He is. He's not good enough for my perfect girl." "Stop saying such awful things, Mom." "It's not like he can hear me, honey." Just then, to my horror, I turned to see Ethan standing in the doorway. He just looked at me once and left. I turned to Mom, furious. "He can read lips, Mom. That was cruel, and I couldn't care less about Ethan's hearing. It doesn't make him less kind or caring or smart. He's perfect, unlike the jerks you date." And with that, I stormed off to my room. Ethan wouldn't reply to any of my texts, and the next day at school, I looked for him everywhere. Eventually, I found him sitting alone on the bleachers outside. "Ethan, I'm so sorry about what Mom said." He shook my hand off angrily. "She's right, Tiara. You're perfect, and I'm not. I'm sure you've thought about that, too. Why else would you always keep our friendship a secret?" And with that, he walked off. But I wasn't going to let him go so easily. I ran to the art room and wrote something on a chart paper, and at recess, I went to the cafeteria and jumped onto the table. I felt really nervous as everyone's eyes turned to me, but I only had eyes for Ethan as I held up the chart. "Ethan, I love you more than chocolate cake. Will you do me the honor of being my prom date?" Ethan burst out laughing and ran to hug me. As we kissed, the whole cafeteria erupted into cheers and applause. The next day, when Ethan and I were leaving school, we suddenly got hit by paper balls. "Remember how you were such a little scaredy cat that you couldn't even speak, Tiara? And now you have a boyfriend just like yourself. He's only with you because there's something wrong with him, obviously." I was about to lash out at her when suddenly, a limousine stopped next to us and a well-dressed man came out. I was surprised when Ethan hugged him and told me he was his dad. Ethan's dad turned to me. "I haven't been around much, but Ethan told me all about you and how you've changed his life, and I just wanted to show you how grateful I am. Hey, you, give her the present." Just then, his bodyguard leapt forward and handed me a small box. When I opened it, I gasped. It was a diamond tennis bracelet. I can't accept this, sir." But Ethan's dad wouldn't hear a word and just left. As Ethan clipped the bracelet onto my wrist, I could see Bridget's open-mouthed face turning all shades of green, and that was truly priceless. After that day, Bridget was always trying to get close to Ethan. I'd often catch her trying to talk to him at recess or in the library, where she'd probably never set foot in her life before. On prom day, I was getting asked to dance by lots of guys, and Ethan smiled at me to go ahead. When I stopped to catch my breath and looked around for him, I spotted Bridget cozying up to Ethan. "I think you and I would make a really cute couple." "Oh, wait, you can't hear me? Let me show you how I feel about you." And with that, she grabbed his face and kissed him. Before I could pull her hair, Ethan had already pushed her aside, and he looked really angry. And then Bridget went totally mental on him. "Seriously? You're rejecting me? You think I'd actually ever be interested in someone stupid and deaf like you? And I'd have to learn dumb signs to explain everything to you? I'd rather shoot myself in the head." By now, I'd walked over to her and given her a tight slap across the face, and everyone started booing her, so she left the prom. But someone did something even better. A girl had made a video of the entire scene and uploaded it online, and thousands of people were now calling out Bridget for bullying someone differently abled. And the best part? She was expelled from school, and a year after graduation, Ethan published a groundbreaking paper that got published in a very prestigious science journal. When it came out, he left a copy for me at the breakfast table. As my eyes fell on the first page, I started to cry, dedicated to my best friend and the love of my life, Tiara, the girl who saw me when I was invisible. And that night when he came home, I had a little scrapbook I'd made waiting for him at the table. When he saw it, his eyes started to well up. Inside the scrapbook was every note we'd ever written to each other. Ever since that first day in the library, I'd saved them all. He turned to me and I went down on one knee. I knew you were someone special from the very first moment I saw you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, Ethan. Will you marry me? He said yes and made me feel like the luckiest girl in the world. Months later, I invited Mom to the wedding and she did come. And she actually apologized to both me and Ethan. I thought life might be hard for you with a differently abled person, but I was wrong. I'm so happy to see how happy he makes you. And when we signed our vows, Mom almost ruined our perfect moment by crying the loudest. We have 2 lovely kids now who are perfectly fluent in sign language, of course. I hope having Ethan for a dad makes them even more compassionate towards anyone who is differently abled. Many children's first words are mama or dada, but mine was action! Mom is a famous actress, so I grew up in the showbiz, like literally into it. Hi, my name is Phoebe, and before I tell you more about my life under the spotlight, please hit like and subscribe. My parents divorced early, but instead of leaving me with the nanny or grandpa all the time, Mom brought me to the set of the new King Kong vs. SpongeBob remake.
Mom, I'm tired. Do we really have to go on set today too?
Great actors are never tired.
But I want to go to Grandpa's place. He's always got some great stories about his time as a cop. Did you know he stopped 10 robberies?
So, his stories are fun, but not my movies? Fine. This small acting job here, and then I'll drop you off at Grandpa's place, all right?
A few years later, Grandpa was gone, and I missed him terribly. When I turned 13, Mom got a lead role in a cop show, and this time, I was more than happy to be dragged to that set. On the first day, I was utterly starstruck. I snuck into the costume department and tried on uniforms pretending I was fighting crime. But then, I heard someone shouting from the cafeteria.
Someone needs me!
I sprinted there and my phone, it was right there. You took it.
I haven't.
This right here is my detective moment.
Before I could step in, an older man with a donut in his hand swooped in like an eagle.
Why don't you check under the bananas?
I raised the fruit basket and Mom's phone was right there.
Whoa, how did you know it?
She's got banana residue on her fingers, combined with the slightly tilted angle of the basket. Also, I saw her drop it in there by accident. By the way, I'm Tom, the police consultant on the show.
So, you're a real cop? That's amazing! Can I see handcuffs?
When he did, I snatched them and tied them around his wrists.
Aha! I knew you were an extra, pretending to be a cop like me. A real cop wouldn't have fallen for that.
Which is why these are fake. Those, however, are not.
Is this guy a cop or a magician? So cool. I want to be like him one day. Phoebe, the super cop.
I started following Tom around, asking him a million questions.
Can I see your car sirens? Do you have a dog cop? Is Terminator a good guy or a bad guy?
Tom was more than happy to answer me.
And he even shared his secret to success. Food.
Never solve a crime on an empty stomach.
So he ordered food to show me how to eat like a cop.
The best Chinese in all of LA.
Come to Mama.
But as I was about to dig in, Mom pushed Tom away and what's this? Ugh, where's the chef's lunch?
This? It's like ants' food. I'm a human.
Mom dragged me home, and that night I only had soup for dinner. The next few days, I could feel her watching Tom and me, until one evening when I was changing for bed.
Eek! There! What? Where? Get it off me!
But it wasn't a spider or a mouse, because Mom grabbed my belly and pinched it.
Fat! At your age?
Gosh, Mom, I thought it was something serious. It is serious. It's because of that cop. I've seen him stuffing you up. Do you know how hard I have to work to keep this body in shape?
It's literally your job. But I want to be a cop when I grow up, like Tom.
What? I just blurted it out, but it was a fact. Mom blamed Tom for my fat attack, so she made a big stink with the director who fired him the next day.
Please, Mom, Tom has done nothing wrong. He takes care of me and makes me laugh. Please don't make him go away.
Little Nugget, it's fine. She's your mom. She's looking out for you, in her own way.
Ugh, why does everyone always do what Mom wants?
Tom left, and I decided that the only way I could be free of her meddling was to run away. So I got into a cab, but I realized I didn't have any money to pay.
Ugh, I forgot my card.
Please get out.
Phoebe, come on. Think. But this is an emergency. My poor parrot caught parrotitis, and only my loving touch can save him. And if I don't get there in time, he might start squawking, and it could lead to an epidemic of
man flu. You know, where guys are pooping like birds.
Ew, no time to waste. Let's go.
But when I stepped out of the cab near Grandpa's house, Mom was waiting for me.
You didn't really think that would work, did you?
I'll run away again until you won't catch me. Mom looked at me all seriously, and even her curls seemed to deflate. She wasn't the superstar, just my mom.
I'm sorry about Tom. I'll ask the director to hire him back.
And what about acting? It's your dream, not mine.
Fine, no more acting for you. But promise never to run away from me again. You really scared me.
Wow, I was wrong about her. She really cares. To show me she was serious, Mom organized a lunch at this 10 Michelin star restaurant the next day. But as we were on our way, the car banged, stopped, and started smoking.
I played a mechanic once, and I'll have it fixed in no time.
That's not even where the engine is. Since Mom was useless, I called Tom, but when he arrived, he wasn't alone. This god just stepped out of the car and...
This is Robbie, my son. He's only 15, but there isn't a car he can't fix.
How can this make that? Robbie was way hotter than any actor I'd ever met, and I'd had a mani-pedi with Timothy Chalamet. Hi, I'm Phoebe, and...
You're beautiful.
Am I? OMG, he's walking to me. What do I do? What? But Robbie just passed by me and went straight for Mom's car.
What happened to you, beautiful?
Yeah, he's a teeny tiny bit obsessed with cars.
Okay, Phoebe, don't get a crush on the hot guy who ignores you. Don't get a crush. Then he used his shirt to rinse dry his face and... Oh, right, too late. I forgot everything and spent the next couple of years finding any excuse to hang out with Robbie. But he stayed completely oblivious. Even when I gave him chocolates on St. Valentine, he thought they were for his mom's birthday.
Oh, you saved me. I'd completely forgotten about it.
After I enrolled in the same high school as him, we became friends. So I decided to confess at my 16th birthday party. Robbie, I like you.
I like you too.
So, will you be my boyfriend? Worst timing ever! Wait, Mom's agent? He never calls unless...
I'm sorry, but there's been an accident during rehearsals.
Oh no! As Robbie was driving me to the hospital, I didn't care that we were together alone. I was just worried about Mom because she insisted on doing her own stunts. But I was relieved to see only her leg and arm were in a cast. Everything else seemed fine. Mom, you're okay.
Okay, I can't act anymore.
Can't they cast someone else? The show hasn't even started. For the first time ever, Mom looked a bit unsure.
They can't. The producer convinced me to put a lot of money into this show. If the investors realize I'm not on set, the show will be canceled and...
How much?
We'll lose everything. I'm sorry, Phoebe.
It's okay, Mom. I don't care about the money. I'm just happy you're fine. I thought the scary part was over, but the next morning, Robbie told me he was going to Europe for his auto project. As if that wasn't enough, Mom's hospital bed was empty.
We're higher.
No, not like that. I looked out the window, and Mom had convinced all the nurses to be her extras. She tried to do a high kick and just fell down. But even if she was clearly in pain, she got up and tried again. She'll never give up. I have to help her. That's enough, Mom. I'll do it.
What?
We already look alike, and with a bit of makeup, I can age myself. I'll pretend to be you. The production will continue.
Doing my stunts is not easy.
You taught me when I was little. It will all come back to me, I'm sure. And so, Operation Double began. Mom had me learn all the names of her friends, copy her, move her voice, even brush my teeth with the same toothpaste. Come on, who's gonna smell my breath? The art is in the details. But it wasn't enough. For the first couple of shooting days, everything went fine until...
The next scene is the roof jump. We're so lucky to have you. You've done this a million times.
Sure. But as I looked down the roof, everything went woozy, and I slipped. Help! Get me down!
Are you sure you're okay? You don't look like, yourself.
Oh, no. No, I just had a bad day. I'll do better next time. But I could see the suspicion in his eyes.
This is too much. Let's call it off and...
No, I said I'll help you, and I will. That night, I went online and found
Mrs. Krugel, Coach to the Stars. Will it be horrible? Yes. But it will be worth it.
She seems like a lot, but I don't really have any other choice if I want to help Mom. So I sent Coach a text, and the next morning, I was woken up by Coach playing a full set of drums in my room. How the devil did you get in here? Do you want to give me a heart attack?
No time for it. You've got laps to run.
And push-ups and high kicks, and, of course, jumping from a 6-story building onto a net. I want a parachute! But the worst was the food. Coach had me on this crazy strict diet, and she weighed every bite of food before I put it in my mouth. I started stashing snacks under my mattress and bribing the staff for candies, but she was always a step ahead of me.
We can't afford anything less than perfection.
Can't you hear my stomach? It growls so much it sounds like a lion.
And as with any wild animal, we tame it.
I had pizza delivered through the bathroom window, then chicken nuggets hidden inside my gym shoes, but she found it all. Nothing ever worked. As the days passed, I also noted another change. Whenever I got out, boys tripped over themselves to look at me, and I even had a couple of talent agents ask for my number. In the shops, people always smiled, and I got discounted clothes and gifts. I guess pretty privilege is a real thing. The only one who didn't seem to like my new look was Tom.
Just a salad for lunch? How about a nice burger?
Shh, don't let Coach hear you.
Coach? What coach?
She's like a ninja, always knows what I eat, even when she's not there. Soon, the shooting was over, and Mom was well enough to come to the wrap party, just in time to get all the praise for my hard work.
You moved like you were 10 years younger.
Only 10? Seeing Mom back in her element made me really happy.
Darling, thank you. You really saved my career.
But now, I've got my own life waiting for me. Robbie was back, and I hadn't been able to see him during filming, but I hadn't forgotten his words.
I like you too.
The next day, as I walked to my locker, I saw Robbie kissing another girl. What in the holy cake frosting is happening? I pushed the girl away and slammed Robbie against the locker in one of my superstar film moves. I'm away for a couple of months, and suddenly you have a girlfriend? You said you liked me.
Phoebe, I do like you, but like a little sister.
You could have said it on my birthday.
With your mom in the hospital, I didn't want to give you any more bad news.
I was really angry, but as I watched Robbie check on his girlfriend, I realized he never looked at me like that. Before I could make things worse, I ran back home. I spent the next few days eating chocolate, watching MSA, and wallowing in self-pity. The first heartbreak is always the hardest. It will pass.
You don't know that! Pass me the cookies!
But even after Robbie texted me to apologize, I couldn't get out of my funk. I'm not angry at him. I'm angry at myself for wasting all that time chasing after him. And just as I was about to turn into a slime monster, Tom came to my rescue.
Come on, get up. I got a surprise for you.
Robbie has a secret twin.
No, and there's more to life than boys. Even my own. Here.
He handed me a flyer. Police Academy early admission?
It's in 3 weeks. Didn't you want to become a cop?
In focusing on other people, I had forgotten my dream. But it's not too late. I can still become the best cop ever. But after eating my feelings, I was completely out of shape. I would never pass the selection unless...
Rise and shine, you useless slob!
Great. Can't you go a little easier this time?
Easy is for losers!
I guess. I mean, I'm the one who called her, right? This time, Coach was even more stern than before. Everything was counted. How many steps, how many calories, how many push-ups. My beloved cake, I miss you so much, but we'll be reunited soon. Sometimes she was so intense, I couldn't do it anymore, and I tried hiding.
Phoebe, what are you doing under the couch?
I don't think she can see me here. Really? Ah! Coach's method worked, and I lost all the weight I had gained. When I woke up on admission day, I followed the smell of bacon down to the kitchen, where Tom and Robbie were having breakfast with Mom. Robbie handed me a massive bouquet of flowers.
I know I can't be who you want me to be, but I'm here to support you. Can we still be friends?
Bacon and flowers? How can I say no? Robbie hugged me, and I was surprised that I didn't feel any butterflies in my stomach, except for those in anticipation of the test. I guess I'm over him, finally. But I still didn't touch breakfast, and by the time we got to the police academy, I felt weak.
Are you sure you're okay? You look pale.
No, I can do this. The first test of the day was an obstacle course. I'd done so many of them with Coach, I could run them in my sleep. But as the whistle rang, I felt my legs turn to jelly and my vision go black. When I woke up, I was in the stands with Mom and Tom.
You fainted. Robbie's gone to fetch you some water, but in the meantime, eat this.
No, I can't. Coach said that's too many calories.
Right, the mysterious Coach. Where is she? I've been meaning to have a chat with her. She's been filling your head with all this nonsense about skipping meals and looking fit.
What Coach? Mrs. Krugel. They looked at me in confusion, so I took out my phone to show them Coach's website, but when I Googled it, nothing came up. I don't understand. I've hired her to help me train for Mom's role.
I trained you, no one else.
But Coach, does it mean I made her up? The next day, Mom took me to a psychiatrist, and after I told her everything, she confirmed Coach did not really exist.
She came to you every time you felt insecure, right? It's clear you created her as a defense mechanism, but I'm afraid you developed an eating disorder.
Doctor was right. I'd used food as a tool to make me feel better and more secure with myself, but it became very unhealthy. And how do I get better?
With time and therapy, but mostly being kind to yourself.
Coach wasn't easy. She kept visiting me over the years, pushing me to make the wrong choices, but Mom was with me every step of the way. She recognized the part she had in giving me the wrong ideas about food and changing her own way of seeing herself. I was okay now, but I wanted to help others. I studied psychology at the university and worked with charities to teach young girls about body image and food.
And what about becoming a cop?
I'm still helping people. In my case, can't put the bad guys behind bars. And Robbie, well, I was the bride of honor at his wedding, and it turned out his girlfriend's brother was just my type. The crowd erupted as I struck the final chord, and I looked up as the fireworks lit up the sky. They danced across the night, vibrant and full of promise, yet they also carried with them the shadows of a nightmare I couldn't escape. As we finished our song, Zane, the main vocalist, immediately approached me backstage.
You are absolutely on fire tonight, Raven! Why don't you join us? For real. The band needs you, you know. And so do I.
Tempting. But if I do, my grandma will kill me. I'm only filling in because your guitarist got sick. Zane was a popular senior at school, and he'd been flirting with me for the past few months, but I just wasn't in the mood to date anyone yet.
I'll keep asking then. Maybe I'll survive your grandma's wrath.
I laughed, but the thought of Grandma's face if she found out I was in a rock band? Yikes. Grandma was a billionaire socialite who adopted me and raised me alone after I got separated from my parents when I was just a kid due to an accident. She was overprotective, but always busy. She gave me everything I needed, but I still felt empty whenever I thought about my parents, and how fireworks were my last memory of them. Whenever I saw kids my age with their families, I couldn't help but feel jealous. Being Grandma's heir came with great responsibility, so I had to study hard to manage her empire one day. My routine usually involved going to the school library after classes, but everything changed when the resident librarian decided to take her vacation. Miss Mavi was just her temporary replacement, yet she made my dull life 1,000 times more interesting for the past few weeks. Instead of studying, I always ended up observing her. She wore a beanie indoors 24/7, and I was dying of curiosity about what she was hiding under there. Snakes, a bird's nest, a really bad haircut, or, plot twist, what if she was actually bald? Aside from being a little clumsy, she was also silent most of the time, almost like a shadow. Anytime I asked for help finding a book, she'd guide me to it without saying a single word. One day, I dropped my books, and a bunch of my origami animals spilled out. I was about to bend down when someone suddenly started picking them up for me. It was her, and she was holding the dove one.
You did this?
Yeah? Oh, so she can actually speak.
Where do you learn these?
I learned it from YouTube. I find it fun, and they actually make good bookmarks, you know? Why? She just gave me a soft look that sent my curiosity through the roof, then walked away before I could say more. What was that all about? Later that night, I had to swing by school because I forgot some notes. It was late, the gates were locked, and the place looked deserted, except for a mysterious motorcycle parked outside. Before long, a familiar figure emerged and hopped onto the bike. That unmistakable beanie gave her away instantly. There was no doubt who it was, but this time, she was rocking a sleek black leather jacket. Whoa. A mysterious librarian by day, a badass biker by night? Interesting. I decided to follow her at a distance, and we ended up in a vacant lot where a group of thugs was bullying a guy. I parked my car nearby and hid behind a tree. Suddenly, Miss Mavi whipped off her beanie, finally exposing her hair, and my jaw nearly hit the ground at the blazing sight. I rubbed my eyes to confirm what I was seeing, but her hair indeed looked like a dancing flame.
What's up, bros? Having fun terrorizing a helpless bystander, or are we just compensating for something?
Who are you supposed to be, sweetheart? The fire department?
Well, I'm just here to warm things up.
Just then, her hair erupted into full blazing flames, crackling like wildfire as she fired up her bike. The engine roared, and in a flash, she took off, moving so fast it was like a fiery show. She zoomed around the gang in a blur of heat and light. Before they could even react, she circled them with lightning-fast moves, trapping them like prey in a ring of fire. What kind of sorcery is this? Am I dreaming? The thugs charged at her, but she flipped off the bike, flames dancing around her hair. One wave of her hand, and they scrambled back and fled like scared rabbits. I ran back to my car as she reassured the victim, and soon I just found myself tailing her through the city. For the next few hours, I watched her in action, saving people and solving crimes like an actual superhero. I barely slept that night, replaying the flaming hair in my mind. First thing the next morning, I went straight to the library to get the truth out of her. I saw you last night. The motorcycle, the fire in your hair, those powers. You saved those people.
Sounds like you had quite a dream. You sure you didn't doze off while studying?
I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. She just shrugged and continued doing her business quietly. Ugh, she was driving me crazy. That night, I staked out again. And sure enough, there she was, riding that flaming motorcycle, hair blazing, acting like a neighborhood guardian again. I finally cornered her in the far aisle of the library the next day. Stop it. Quit pretending you're normal. I know you're some kind of superhero. Who are you? She put the book she was holding aside and then looked at me with a seriousness I'd never seen before.
You're such a stubborn little girl, aren't you?
She was about to press her fingers against my forehead, but stopped and sighed.
All right, if you want answers, meet me at the abandoned pier on Saturday at sunset.
Oh, I'll be there for sure. The weekend rolled around, and when I arrived at our meeting place, she was already waiting for me while leaning against her motorcycle, her fiery hair shimmering in the sunset.
Hey there, how are you feeling?
I'm good. Obviously too excited for whatever bedtime stories you've got.
Lucky for you, I'm actually quite fond of telling stories. For starters, my real name's Mavwika, and I'm not exactly from around here.
Wait, are we talking outer space? You're an alien?
I'm a pyro-archon, and the world I'm from is Tevat, specifically Natlan. And I'm here to fulfill my duty as a leader and protect my people, wherever they are.
I was probably just stuck in a long, vivid dream, because there was no way this could be real. But honestly, I didn't care. I was loving every second of this. So, what are you doing posing as a librarian at our school?
Hey, the best place to stay on the down low is behind a desk full of books. Nobody suspects the quiet and clumsy librarian, right? Easier to keep an eye on things, sniff out danger, and mask the fireworks up here.
I was surprised at how talkative she actually was. So, your hair, it's on fire but not burning anything. How does that work?
Don't worry, these are friendly flames. They won't burn you or incinerate anything. Although I think my enemies will find that it's a bad idea to play with fire. Anyway, weather like this is perfect for enjoying the outdoors. Let's go for a spin. Here, hop on.
I hesitated at first, but deep inside, I had always yearned for some adventures. So I did, and we tore through the city at speeds that made my stomach flip. You're overspeeding!
Don't worry, we'll be fine.
Before I knew it, the cops were tailing us. Sirens blared, but Mavwika expertly weaved through traffic, leaving them behind.
See you later, officers.
With a flick of her wrist, the bike darted through narrow alleyways, dodging traffic and even slipping past a semi-truck like it was nothing. Then, the wheels started glowing fiery orange. Before I knew it, we shot off the ground, soaring above the city. My jaw dropped as rooftops shrank beneath us. Holy mother of smokes! Are we flying?
Gliding. But flying sounds better, doesn't it?
We landed with a burst of sparks, but Mavwika wasn't stopping. She steered toward the mountains without hesitation. Wait! There's no road!
Oh, girl, who needs roads anyway? Rev the engines!
With a fiery leap, we launched off a rocky incline and soared through the sky like a blazing comet, hopping from one mountain peak to the next.
You're insane!
Told you it'd be fun.
Terrifying, but yeah, maybe a little fun. The next few days were a blur of adventures. By day, Mavwika and I bonded in the library over books and her endless stories about her homeland and her late sister, Hine, who also loved creating origami, just like I did. By night and over the weekends, she'd drag me along as she did her superhero duties.
Light of the blazing sun! Wrath from the skies! Pyroclastic surge!
One day, I took her to the mall for a change, and she looked fascinated.
What kind of magical refrigeration chamber is this? We don't have this in Natland.
This is called a mall, and the extra cold you're feeling is because of the air conditioning.
Interesting. I can't believe people wander around here for hours, like they're on a quest, but with no real treasure.
The treasure is buy one, get one free, actually. I couldn't help but laugh along at her reactions. After cooling off, we headed back out to patrol the city. But later that night, our fun took a serious turn when we encountered a building engulfed in flames. Fire trucks were there, but the fire was raging out of control.
My mom and dad, they're still in there. Please save them.
The sight of the little girl desperately crying made something twist inside me. I remembered being little, lost, terrified. Please, you have to save them. She's just a kid. She can't lose her family.
I promise, she won't lose them.
Mavwika walked straight into the burning building and redirected the flames with what she called her pyro elemental power, creating fiery pathways to rescue those stuck inside. She even blasted through debris with her flame attacks, and everyone just couldn't believe what they were seeing. Within minutes, she emerged from the smoke, carrying the girls' coughing parents. The firefighters rushed to help, and I wanted to cry with relief. The little girl threw her arms around them, and they hugged tight. Before the police and media could finally corner the fiery superhero in town, Mavwika whisked me away and brought me to an abandoned park.
What happened back there must have stirred something inside you. It's okay, you can tell me. I'm here to listen.
I was 3. I don't remember much. Just being on a yacht with my parents. They were celebrating something. There were beautiful fireworks, and I was so happy. But then, the waves got rough. The boat rocked. My mom screamed, and my dad held me tight. Then, we went under. Everything went dark. I woke up on a shore. My grandma found me and took me in, raising me like her own. She tried everything to find them. Hired search teams, investigators, but nothing. No trace of them. Everyone told me they were gone, but I don't believe it. I can't. I feel it in my heart. They're still out there somewhere.
That feeling, it's powerful. Hold on to it, but don't let it hold you back either. Your story isn't over yet. Maybe the light is leading you somewhere you're meant to go.
Just then, a burst of fireworks from the horizon distracted us. It was coming from the nearby harbor.
In my world, it's nearly lantern night. People from Liu celebrate with lights, fireworks, music. It honors wishes and memories of everyone in Tiavat.
That sounds awesome. I wish I could experience that right now.
You can. We can bring a bit of that celebration here.
How? To answer my question, she led me to the harbor and told me to close my eyes.
Don't open them until I say so.
Okay. Just then, everything just sounded so loud and busy.
Now open your eyes.
I turned to see some strangers who looked like video game characters, just like her. You made all of this happen?
Everything just seemed possible with Mavwika. Soon enough, people from the city, curious about our impromptu festival, drifted in to join us. The next moment, the electrifying sound of rock music filled the air.
Let your flame burn brighter. Can't you see it's now or never? This is our moment, now is our time. So follow me to the finish line.
There was she extended her hand toward me, her fiery hair glowing like an invitation I couldn't resist. Before I knew it, I was on stage, shredding my electric guitar like a true rock star, completely swept up in the moment. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Grandma in the crowd. My heart stopped for a second. I was sure I was in trouble, but when she smiled with pride, my chest swelled with joy. When the performance ended, Mavwika led me to the water, where countless floating lanterns shimmered like stars on the surface, and handed me one.
Make a wish. Lantern Rite is about sending hope into the sky. Believe, and maybe it'll come true.
I wish to finally find her. A glowing portal shimmered like a magical doorway. What's happening? You're leaving?
Natlan needs me. It's time for me to go back. My people need me to light their way forward.
I felt a lump in my throat. Thank you for everything. You made my wish come true.
It's been an honor and truly my pleasure.
I will miss you, you know. She then took my phone and with a quick tap, installed a game called Genshin Impact.
Rev the engines!
Play this whenever you miss me. My spirit is there. My flame, my hope. And maybe someday you'll come to Tevat yourself and will stay in my place, the beautiful Natlan.
Her words made me teary-eyed all over again, so I hugged her tight.
Remember, the sunset always comes after the darkest hour. Keep the flame alive. Never lose hope.
Wait, just a little souvenir from me. You know, you might need another bookmark.
Oh, trust me, I will. Thank you, Raven. I'll see you again next time.
As she finally disappeared into the portal, fireworks sparked across the sky. And for the first time, those sparks felt like home, like my lost puzzle piece finally sliding into place. Embark on an epic adventure in Genshin Impact with the latest update. Unlock new characters like the Pyro Archon, Mavwika, Mystical Sitlali, and the skilled Lan Yan. Plus, if you log in during the Lantern Rite Festival, you can get 20 free pulls, a free 4-star character, and essential upgrade materials. Download now using the code in the description to power up your adventures. You won't want to miss this epic update.
Bonjour, my name is Andrea from Paris. Please like and...
Nah, I'm just kidding, guys. It's me again.
Gotcha.
You didn't know I spoke multiple languages, Verdado. So, where were we? Oh yeah, my band almost broke up. My manager tried to take control of my life. My father was in an accident. My boyfriend was keeping a huge secret from me. And my mom had come back into my life after almost 10 years. Am I forgetting some other misery? Yeah, I'm also really hungry. Oh right, I hadn't eaten anything since before the concert. But at that time, we had
more important things on our plate. Alice, I told you to get away from him. Who does she think she is to tell me what to do? No. First, you owe me an explanation. Why have you left? Where have you been all these 10 years? Why have you never called? Why are you coming back now? Why? Well, I guess she owed more than one explanation. Maybe we should leave.
And miss the showdown?
Yeah, let's give them some privacy.
Yes, better. What are you even doing here in the first place?
We'll wait outside.
No, nobody leaves. And you better start talking before we start improvising a bad cop, good cop scene. And no, Luke, you can't be the good cop. But Alice, no excuses. Just spill the beans. My mom took a seat and a deep breath, then remained in silence for a few minutes. I couldn't wait to know the truth. I was impatient, nervous, stressed, and hungry too. But most of all, I was tired. Then she started talking about her life, you know, blah, blah, blah. Some really revealing stuff and other things. And then the end. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just exhausted. It's not that easy to narrate 4 parts in a row. The life of an MSA star is harder than it looks. You know what, guys? Let's mix things up a little. I know you're probably tired of hearing my voice. At least I am. So let's hear my mom's story told by herself. See you later, alligators. Hi, kids. I'm Carrie, Alice's mom. I know most of you must hate me, but hold off until you hear my side of the story. If you still hate me later, well, don't put it in the comments. I don't think I can handle having my own haters. Let's start from the beginning. After I got married and had Alice, my life was practically perfect. Lovely family, a career climbing. Life was looking up. When Alice was finishing elementary school, my big shot arrived.
Carrie, we want you to lead the case against the Siri clan.
Oh, yes, I'll do it. Their time has come. Justice will be served. The Siri clan was one of the largest and most dangerous criminal groups in the country. They were the worst of the worst, fixing sports events, moving narcotics, blackmailing politicians, and even kidnapping kittens in their spare time. You name it, they did it.
Get ready. This is gonna change your life.
And boy, it did. I couldn't imagine at the time how much it would cost me. I couldn't tell anyone about my involvement with the case, not even my family. Still, the clan found out pretty much everything about me. I soon started receiving threatening phone calls, menacing letters, and gifts of dubious taste. The prosecution put security on us. The Sioux guys followed us all around without Alice and her father knowing. But that didn't stop the Siri clan. Oh no. A few days before the trial, I received an envelope in my office. Inside, there were pictures of Alice at school, in the park, coming in and out of the house, everywhere. I thought about calling the police, but it was too dangerous. I had to do something. So, I went to see the head of the clan, ready to put my career aside and my principles in exchange for the safety of my family. But he was a tough negotiator.
I have a counteroffer.
They not only forced me to sabotage the lawsuit against them, but also made me work for them as their legal counsel for years. They never stopped following Alice. They had no choice but to stay and help them grow their criminal empire even further. So that's why I left, because now I'm a criminal and I can't even look at you in the eyes knowing everything I did.
And why did you come back?
After I left, I blocked your numbers, but I never changed mine. The hospital called me saying there had been an accident and I had to come and make sure you were okay. I guess I'm still your emergency contact.
Of course. There's no other person I want to see in an emergency.
He's such a flirt. Is that so?
It is, and not only in emergencies.
I think Alice's dad has the hots for Alice's mom.
You don't say.
I'm just glad I get to see you again.
Oh my god, Dad, stop flirting with her. Have you forgotten that she abandoned us for like 10 years? Are you sure you don't have a concussion? Let's call the doctors to do more tests.
I'm fine, Alice. I guess old habits die hard.
He smiled at me, and even after all these years, just like the first time I saw him playing in the subway, I felt fireworks inside. How could I help it? Look at him. He is as attractive as he was 10 years ago, maybe even more. You can tell he's been hitting the gym. Check out his arms, his shoulders, his... Okay, that's enough. This is still a family channel. I'll take it from here. As you can imagine, my mom's story was like a roller coaster for me, and by the end, I was pretty dizzy. I didn't know what to say, but at the same time, I had hundreds of questions to ask. At first, I needed some air, like a lot of air, and something to eat. So I walked out of the hospital, and then I saw it. That was really love at first sight. Thank God. I ran to it, and I ordered half a dozen hot dogs. What? Lady has to eat too, you know. Besides, can't think with an empty stomach, right? Bon appetit. Note from the MSA producers. Due to the disgusting nature of the following images, we have decided to censor the next part. Ugh, I so needed that. Now I can think straight. Let's get this over with. I walked back to the hospital, but stopped dead in my tracks when I saw Mom and Camillo talking at the entrance.
We should try to be friends. After all, we are family.
family.
You don't scare me. And why should he? Oh, let me guess. He probably is the son of the boss of that clan, and he's just dating me because he has a secret agenda, right? No, not at all. So why should I get away from him? Maybe I got carried away. To be honest, I don't think you guys are really a match. I mean, you are a Cancer and he is a Capricorn. Those are the least compatible signs in the horoscope.
I'm actually a Scorpio.
Oh, then it's okay. You have my blessing.
Great! Thanks, Mom.
Camillo hugged my mom. Their performance was as believable as a bunch of elementary school kids acting out Shakespeare for the end of the year play. Of course I knew there was something wrong. I'm not an idiot, guys. I asked Camillo about it like 1,000 times. Why does my mother hate you so much? What did you do? But he always came up with different excuses.
It's because I'm Italian. She hates poets. She doesn't like my cologne. I think she must be in love with me.
Eventually, I stopped asking. I know it sounds crazy, but after so much time, things were somehow in order and part of me didn't want anything to change. Sure, I knew that things sooner or later were gonna bite me, and trust me, when they did, it hurt like a dog bite. The next few days were truly bizarre. My mom came back into our lives as suddenly as she had left. Every time I went to visit my dad, she was there, and the two of them together were absolutely unbearable. You guys know I'm a sucker for love, but they were too much even for me.
Here comes the plane.
Can I have a bite of the pilot too?
Oh, don't start. Last time things got out of hand.
Yikes! When my dad was discharged, she took care of him at home. They even urged me to come back and live with them so we could be a happy family. Before saying no, I actually considered it for like half a millisecond. But Mom was determined to get back into my life, by hook or by crook. Like some regular mom and her teenage daughter, we spent all of our time together fighting. The thing was that I was not a teenager anymore, and she wasn't like a regular mom, which made things really weird.
Where are you going? With whom? What time will you be back?
I want my lawyer here.
I am your lawyer. Talk.
To a club with Moon and Luke around 2.
That's too late. You can go till 12.
But Mom!
No buts, Missy. It was kind of fun to make up for lost time.
You're so mean. I hate you.
I always wanted to yell at my mom that I hate her for some stupid thing, like a normal teenager.
Although I would never admit it then, having Mom back was amazing. But still, she really had it in for Camillo. And it wasn't, of course, just because of our zodiac signs. She started playing detective, attempting to sabotage our relationship. She tailed us in secret to our dates. Remind you of anyone? I guess the apple doesn't fall that far from the tree. Of course, she didn't know about my successful career as a matchmaker. Table 5 said you would take care of their check.
Since when is bread so expensive?
After that, she sent me flowers and gifts from a mysterious secret admirer. Free chocolate. But that was nothing. It got to the point where she tried to kill Camillo.
I didn't know he was allergic to nuts.
I told you like yesterday.
It must have slipped my mind.
Then she went all in and planned a blind date for me and Kwan, who was a few days away from returning to Korea. I had to admit that it was a beautiful date, and Kwan looked so attractive. But I had a boyfriend and he had a girlfriend. I'm so sorry my mom put you up to this.
Don't worry, it's always nice to spend some time with you.
Won't your girlfriend mind?
I don't have a girlfriend anymore. She left me. She said my heart was still entangled with something here.
And what is that something here?
I think you already know.
Kwan smiled at me, and I blushed so much that I could have become a stunt double for Poe. You know, the red Teletubby. Change the subject, Alice. This could get out of hand. I don't know what my mom has against Camillo. She hates his guts with a passion, but he didn't do anything.
I think you should trust your mom. I know you two have a complicated history, but she must be doing this for a very good reason, and you can't keep ignoring it.
At first, I thought Kwan was only saying this because he was jealous. But then I started to think he had a point. Turns out, his words were absolutely right on target. When I got home that same night, I did what I promised I would never do. I went through my boyfriend's computer. Guys, this is me not setting a good example. Don't follow my lead on this one. Remember how I said things would come back to bite me in the butt? Well, they did. More than a dog bite. It was a crocodile bite. Among Camillo's files, I found a book about me. Yes, you heard right. Camillo was writing a book about my life behind my back. Actually, no, he wasn't writing it. It was already finished. What the? To no one's surprise, it turns out that behind it all was Trevor. He had signed over my image rights from our contract to Camillo to write a bestseller airing all my dirty laundry. For the next few hours, I read the entire book. Not only did it expose my deepest fears and desires, those I had confided in him, but it also detailed my mother's criminal history with the Siri clan. If this gets out, she will go to jail. And the worst part of it all, the book was due out in 2 days.
Yes, just as my world was collapsing, the collapser opened the door.
Hi, honey.
I was more than ready to use my drumsticks to turn him into a human skewer, but I didn't. I understood that my only advantage at that moment was that he didn't know that I knew. So I pretended that everything was fine and took the first opportunity to get the hell out of there. We're out of milk. I'm gonna go buy some.
We have milk.
But not almond milk.
Since when do you like almond milk?
Since forever? You don't know every single detail about me. Well, maybe I lost it for a moment. Once I escaped from there, I met with my mother. She confessed to me that she knew about Camillo's book. A few weeks ago, my boss told me that someone was snooping about my past and the trial. They thought they were the prosecutors, but when I saw the photo, I recognized Camillo immediately. I'd seen him in every photo and interview of you two. You follow my career? Of course I do. I'm your biggest fan. My mom found out he was writing a book, but when she tried to warn me, he threatened to reveal another big secret. My mother was betraying the clan. She was preparing a case with the prosecution, taking advantage of her inside knowledge to bring down the Siri clan once and for all. If that came out, not only would the case collapse, but we would be in grave danger. The release of the book would have the same result, so we soon regrouped with my dad, Moon, Luke, and Quan to shut down the release of my unauthorized biography. That's a sentence I never thought I'd say. We split up and went to different districts to buy all the copies of the book that were ready to circulate. Yeah, we spent a lot of money on books. In the meantime, my mom managed to get a legal order to stop the printing of new copies, arguing that they did not have my authorization. Amazingly, we managed to stop the book from coming out. We gathered all the copies and made a huge campfire. Not great for the environment, I know. Again, don't follow my lead on this one, guys.
Anyone want a marshmallow?
You're still leaving tomorrow? Maybe you can stick around for a bit.
I'd love to, but I have to go home. But you should visit me.
Maybe I will. Sadly, our victory was short-lived. Feeling defeated, Trevor and Camillo leaked the book virtually, and it soon went viral. What ensued was absolute chaos. My name became a trending topic, and the news went crazy with my mother's criminal story. Soon, reporters were swarming my house and my parents' house looking for a comment. My phone literally exploded from the number of calls and messages it received. To make matters worse, Camillo went on TV to present the book, badmouth me, and reveal that my mom was a double agent for the government. You will pay for this. From that moment on, we became the #1 target of the Siri clan. Things were completely out of hand, and for the first time, I feared for my life and the safety of the people around me. I had to do something, but I didn't know what. Alice, there's no time for discussions. Get in the car. We have to go to the witness protection program now. We are in danger. I can't do it, Mom. You two go.
Alice, this isn't up for discussion.
No, it's not, Dad. I'm sorry. I ran between the cars until I lost them. It's not that I didn't want to go with them, but I was a public figure. The reporters and paparazzi would be after me like hounds. I knew that if I went with them, I would put them in even more danger. I needed to go somewhere where no one knew me. Oh, that's it. Quan, is it too soon to visit?
Not at all. I'm glad you're here.
I held Quan's hand as we waited for the plane to take us to Korea. I took a deep breath. It felt like walking away from a fire. Who said you can't run away from your problems?
Hi, everybody. Welcome to a new Where Are They Now episode. So let's uncover the latest on the Cupid Secrets crew. Alice's parents, Luke and Moon. They just disappeared faster than my motivation on a Monday. But what everybody really wants to know is where is Alice herself, the villain of her own story? Some say she became a Buddhist monk. Others that she had facial surgery to look unrecognizable. But something went wrong and she became a circus freak. Some even claim that she was seen living in the middle of the snowy forest, like the Yeti. But still, the mystery remains unsolved. Where is Alice?
I'll give you a where are they now, you gossip-mongering, face-twisting, snitch-ditch-twitch character hack. This villain is right here, crafting a comeback that'll knock your ratings into the next ice age. And talk about facial surgery? You should check yourself first, wicked witch of the bargain bin Botox, duck lips meeting frog eyes, and a meme gone wrong disaster. No surgeon could fix that.
Calm down. She's not even here.
No, don't shut it off. I want to hear more of her nonsense. Great, now the power cuts out on me. As if everything else wasn't enough, the electricity there had a mind of its own. It always went out with the worst possible timing. Okay. You know, I'm not usually the nagging type. More like a silent ninja. Until someone turns on that spotlight of lies, you might think we stepped out of a time machine into the past. Well, almost. So this is where Alice is, in the middle of nowhere, picking up cow dung. I know, gross. I should give you a recap of the last year, but I don't really feel like it. Okay, don't leave. I will, but just because you've been putting up with me since episode 1. Before I start, like and subscribe, and don't forget to never watch MSA on TikTok. Real ones know that YouTube is way cooler. So, after Camillo's book, Kwan and I escaped to a small rural town in South Korea where no one knew or cared who I was. This is nice. It was not.
At least no one will find us here.
Yeah, because no one knows this place exists. Seriously, I tried searching it on Google Maps and it just showed a shrugging emoji. Still, Kwan absolutely fell in love with our new rural life. He put together his own farm, and it was like he had found his place on Earth. For me, it wasn't that easy.
Alice, collect the cow dung so we could use this for fire.
Not this again. That day, I shouldn't have worn red because it made the bull crazy mad, and he chased me all over the farm until I fell head first into the cow poop pile. Ugh, I hate this.
Look on the bright side. It's good for your skin.
Oh, really? Then come here. I'll make you a good hydrating mask. Stop running! Living with Kwan was awesome, but it never felt like my real life. I just wasn't myself there. To make me feel better, Kwan once took me to a nice restaurant in the city, but I felt so paranoid that I went with a full disguise. Maybe that wasn't the best option to keep the attention away from me. Everybody kept looking at me, especially one strange guy with a big ginger afro and sunglasses. That guy keeps staring at us.
Can you blame him with those drumsticks in your hair? And this dress looks like you committed a fashion crime.
Duh, I can't leave them out. And this outfit took hours of careful consideration and about 5 outfit changes. As Kwan went to pay the bill, I turned to that creep and he vanished into thin air. After that, I decided to stay in the village and never return to the city. Eventually, I kinda got used to living there. But then, a letter arrived and changed everything. It was an invitation to Moon and Luke's wedding. I hadn't talked to anyone from home since I left. I thought they'd eventually forget about me. But turns out, Kwan used to drive out of town to call Moon, and she wanted me to be her maid of honor. Still, I wasn't ready to come back yet.
Sooner or later, you'll have to face your fears.
I'll do it later then.
I have to go. She's my baby sister.
Of course. We said our goodbyes and Kwan left, so I had some alone time. After a few days, I started to get really worried. Kwan wasn't answering my calls or responding to any of my texts. I waited and waited, but no news. Finally, I called Moon, but she didn't know anything about him either. Nobody did. Before I could think about it, I was already on a plane crossing the world to save my boyfriend. As soon as I landed, I did a complete makeover to avoid being recognized. I had more important things to do than deal with the paparazzi. After that, I went straight to the police station. I knew who was behind it all. The Siri clan kidnapped my boyfriend.
Do you have any proof?
I have a strong feeling. Does that count as proof?
Maybe he just ran away from you after reading the book.
The whole police station laughed at me. I wanted to throw all their donuts into the garbage, but I didn't. I just stole a few for later.
Besides, we already captured Siri Clan's leader.
What? After I left the police station, I had so many questions in my head. Just then, I saw Trevor drive by in a cool Porsche and stop not too far away. My heart was beating super fast, and I decided to follow him. I hid in an alley where it was kind of dark. I couldn't see much, but then I heard him talking on the phone.
Keep a low profile. We can't afford any slip-ups right now. I had planned this all along. I even made that foolish Camillo reveal the clan's secrets in his book to have the leader in prison so I could take over the empty throne of the Siri clan. I did a lot for him, and that thankless man never recognized me. Now, see who the boss is? Me, Trevor, only Trevor.
The terror! He went inside, and I crept closer to the building's window and peeked inside. There he was, stood before a group of exhausted kids.
Kids, if you don't do it my way, you'll be swimming with the fish. Yes, you heard me right. You'll be forced to clean my aquarium again. Get ready. 1, 2, 3, go! Come on! Don't make me get the snorkel gear.
Trevor not only carried on with the clan's illegal affairs, but also used his power to create an academy for young talents to build his own musical empire. The police weren't helpful, so it was up to me to stop him and save Kwan. Time to bring down his criminal empire. Still, I needed help with that. I needed my friends back. I'm sorry for leaving and ghosting you guys, but I really need you. It's okay. We understand. And we've got to find Kwan.
And destroy Trevor. Don't forget about that.
They told me that over the last year, Trevor blocked all their contracts and concerts, sending his army of little singing robots to replace them. He kidnapped my boyfriend and also ruined my band? This time, it's personal. Yeah, I know. That sounded so cool. Like an action movie star. So, I told Moon and Luke about my master plan. So, your plan is to just break into the headquarters of a criminal group and steal illegal stuff? stuff. Yeah, pretty much it.
Great, sounds bulletproof.
That night, we snuck over to their lair. At the entrance, there were 2 security guards.
Okay, we made it pretty far. Call it a night?
No, we have to take them out. So, Alice, you do it. What? Why me? They won't recognize you with your new makeover. Distract them while we try to find another way in. Before I could protest, Luke and Moon threw me towards them. First, I thought I could use my Riz to win them over. Content warning, guys. This might turn into a cringe fest. I walked to them, flirtatious, but I looked like I was just learning to walk for the first time. Excuse me, guys. Do you have names, or can I call you mine?
I'm Frederick.
Mike.
No, I meant I thought your names were Google because you two have everything I've been searching for. Well, that one bombed even harder than my first pickup line. I need to work on my flirting game. In a desperate distraction attempt, I twisted swiftly, aiming for a masterstroke. Fate intervened. My wig slipped off. Uh-oh.
You!
So, time for plan B. What was plan B again?
Stop her!
They jumped on me, but at that exact moment, their radio started playing my favorite song. I went full John Wick mode for real. I grabbed the 2 drumsticks that I always carry around and turned them into lethal weapons. Oh, I forgot to mention that during my time in Korea, I became a black belt in Taekwondo. Silly me. After beating up those 2, I tried to find Moon and Luke, but I got to Trevor's office. I turned it inside out, but found nothing about Quan. I was about to give up when I came across something mind-blowing. A manuscript from Camillo, Cupid's Secrets Part 2. A sequel to my story. Yeah, my head exploded. Quite literally. It detailed with amazing precision my life in that little town in Korea. Every little part of it. How the heck did he know all this? Then, as James Bond's villains, they appeared.
Oh, look who's here. So good to see you, babe. I love your new style, but ew, you smell like cow poop.
Trevor and Camillo were at the door of the studio. I lunged at them. You fuck! But an army of guards appeared out of nowhere and held me.
No dear, this is not a kung fu movie. Guards, just take this little rat away.
Trevor, wait. Don't be so hard. She is my ex after all. Alice, I know what you must be thinking. How did I know all that? Just take a look at the notes.
I looked at the notes. It was some kind of daily report, a really complete one. Then my heart stopped. The name that signed all the notes was Quan. It isn't true. Quan would never betray me like that. You're lying. Tell me where he is.
Well, you thought the same about Camillo, and look where that got you. You see, Alice, everyone's playing their own game. Quan, in this case, is playing hide and seek. Hide until the book is out and seeking a fortune.
He's gonna be rich, and he just had to sell us his relationship with you. A bargain, if you ask me.
Tears began to roll down my cheeks. Once again, my boyfriend stabbed me in the back.
I told you it was a mistake to fire me, kid. Now leave with your dumb friends. And Luke, just a piece of advice. Next time, don't yell when trying to sneak in somewhere.
Oh yeah? I was caught in a half-open window. What should I have done?
Probably not screaming like a maniac. Push my butt up! Push my butt up! I was completely defeated. I didn't even fight back when his goons kicked us out.
Don't go too far this time. I need good material for our next book. Remember, all good things come in threes.
Luke and Moon kept asking me what happened inside, but I didn't say a word. I just said goodbye and went straight to the airport to disappear once again, and this time for good. Just as I was about to board the plane, I got an audio message from Moon. So, remember that our wedding was supposed to take place today, but got canceled after Quan disappeared? Well, surprise, it's happening, because Quan is back. What? We couldn't find another date available for over a month, so we're gonna get married now. We're just waiting for you. Hurry! Furiously, I rushed out of the airport to confront him. Still, I did a quick pit stop at the hairdresser. Then I did my makeup and put on my dress. What? I was still furious, but it was a wedding. I had to look great, and I did. I burst into the ceremony, and I saw him next to Luke, who was waiting for Moon at the altar. I dashed toward him like lightning.
Alice, you look
Wonderful? Beautiful? Yeah, I know.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Are you for real? Let's see. Where should I begin? Maybe by the fact that you disappeared from the face of the planet for days?
You told me to do that!
I did what? Yeah, we were being really loud in a church, and everybody was staring at us.
Guys, maybe we can discuss this later.
When did I tell you to disappear?
You sent me a message saying that I should hide and get rid of my phone because the Siri clan was after me. So stayed locked in a hotel all this time. It was quite boring, by the way. I even learned how to walk on walls. I'll show you later. But I couldn't miss Moon's wedding, so I'm here. I'm so glad you're here today too, by the way.
That didn't make any sense. I hadn't sent any message. She was lying again. What about the book? Yeah, I found your little report notes.
But how?
You wrote everything! All our private moments and secrets just to sell them to Trevor and Camillo?
Wait, what? I did write all of that, but I didn't sell anything. I lost them at the airport.
Like I'm gonna believe that.
I would never sell that. I just took notes of everything because, well, it's quite embarrassing.
More embarrassing than getting your butt kicked in a church by the bridesmaid?
Okay. The truth is, I wanted to write my own book about you. To show the world how nice and cute and wonderful you truly are.
Yeah, this is the part where you go, aww. Still, at that moment, I was confused and shocked. I didn't want to believe him, but when I looked into his eyes, I saw that he was telling the truth. I felt so embarrassed. But then I saw him hiding among the rest of the guests. That weird-looking ginger afro guy that used to spy on us in Korea. Stop that guy! He ran, and I chased after him. Just when he was about to escape, Moon appeared, rocking her wedding dress and blocking his way. He turned around, and I hit him with a crazy taekwondo kick that sent his afro and glasses flying. He was Camillo. He had followed us to Korea to spy on us, and when he found out about Kwan's notes, he stole them from him at the airport. As if that wasn't enough, he and Trevor sent the message pretending to be me and telling Kwan to hide. Why the heck are you here?
I needed to see the showdown. It's the ending of my sequel.
You and your freaking sequel. I'm gonna kill you right now.
Let me.
Kwan stepped forward and headed for Camillo. He grabbed him and shoved him, ready to punch his lights out, but I stopped him.
He deserves it.
But he's not worth it.
Yeah, the last thing I need is to get punched by a farmer.
I turned around and slapped Camillo so hard he spun like a startled ballerina. When he finally stopped twirling, Moon gave him another slap, sending him into another whirlwind. But I wasn't done with him. Listen to me good, you hack of a writer. I'm about to end your whole career. First, I took care of Trevor. I sent Luke, disguised and armed with a camera, to his music academy. Turns out, Trevor had those poor kids rehearsing day and night, like a twisted version of School of Rock. He got arrested for child abuse, and the Siri clan vanished. My family was finally free, so I went to get them out of the witness protection program. When my dad opened the door, he had the longest beard ever. Gandalf, is that you?
Alice!
Dad hugged me tightly. Soon Mom joined in. I can't breathe, guys! My parents moved back to Rochester and got re-engaged. Another wedding on the way. With my mother's help, I sued Camillo for the rights to my own story. During the trial, it came to light that he had plagiarized other writers. Camillo lost all profits from the book, sequel rights, and his reputation. Last I heard, he was working as a waiter again. I said cappuccino, not macchiato, you spaghetti brain. Finally, I was free. I had my voice back. Eventually, I found the perfect place to tell my story. So, thanks MSA. They don't pay as much as Hollywood, but they are way cooler. Oh, and the rest of Luke and Moon's wedding was awesome. Our band even got together for a quick reunion show. Then we partied like there was no tomorrow. But there was. I could have never done this without you.
Of course you could have. So, what now?
My real life is here. My family, my friends, my music.
But mine isn't.
We both started crying because we knew that despite that we loved each other, we had to follow our own path. Sometimes love is about letting the other one go. Don't worry, guys. I'm not gonna end this 5-part story with such a downer. You know your girl Alice better than that. So, Kwan returned to that little town life that he loved so much. As for me, the bands got back together and we traveled the world playing our music. Many years later, my music took me to a familiar country. I took a trip to the countryside and reached a lovely farm. Then I saw him. Kwan looked so handsome. I remember the first time we met. He was acting like a tough guy and I was dressed as a goth. Safe to say, we've both had quite the glow up since then. When he saw me, he smiled, and then everything. Silence, time stood still, electricity, heart racing, and of course, the famous fireworks. I ran to him, and that was it, guys. The end of my crazy and long journey. I guess love always finds its way in the end.
Hi friends, I'm Winter from Scotland. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I was a little girl, I noticed that I was a bit different from the other kids. And a lot different than my older sister Vinny. Whenever we went to the doctor, Vinny would throw the worst fit seeing a needle. But me? I was always calm. I didn't like getting shots, but I didn't feel afraid of them either. While Vinny would scream at the sight of most animals, I had a pet iguana named Santa Claus. I was totally fearless. But no matter how different we were, we loved each other to bits. On my 4th birthday, Mom took me and Vinny to the park. I was busy doing cartwheels when suddenly I saw something shiny and green slithering on the ground. I picked it up, totally mesmerized by the creature.
Wow, you look like a mermaid. I'll keep you and love you and feed you. You can sleep with Santa Claus.
Just then, Mom grabbed it from me with a loud scream and threw it away in the bushes.
Oh my God, what were you holding? A snake?
What, Mom? It was so cute.
Mom and Vinny looked at me in horror, and from that day, they were on a mission to protect me from myself. Since Mom was mostly busy with work, it was Vinny who was always with me, and she wouldn't let me do anything fun. Once in 6th grade, I was feeling really bored one afternoon when I spotted some ripe mangoes on our tree. I immediately ran out and started climbing it, but moments later, Vinny came running.
Winter, no! Come down, please, it's too dangerous.
Just one more mango, Vinny. Oops, almost slipped. I'm fine. Just relax. But Vinny wouldn't listen and started climbing the tree to get me down. The moment she got close to me, the branch below her feet broke and Vinny went crashing down. It was the first time I felt truly scared. Vinny had a concussion and was rushed to the hospital where she got stitches on her forehead. When she came back home after a few days and saw her face, she screamed.
No, Mom, what's this? Oh my God, I'm ugly.
What? Of course not. Vinny, it's just a scar. It'll go away. You promise? Yes, I'm sure. But it never went away completely, and Vinny was so self-conscious about it that she started wearing her hair over it, and I could tell she was still mad at me. I apologized to her like a million times, and she said she was fine, but she'd barely talk to me or play with me, and nothing was the same. But one day I went up to her room with some ice cream, and she said she didn't want any and slammed the door in my face. I'd had enough, so I kicked the door in. Look, Vinny, I'm so sorry and I should have listened to you, but it was an accident, and well, just get over it. You can't just ignore me and not talk to me. And your new hairstyle, it sucks. It's just a dumb scar, and you're still the prettiest girl I know. I tried hugging Vinny, but she shoved me away. You're just so full of yourself, Winter.
Can't ignore me, not talking to me.
Everything isn't about you. I'm tired of being your babysitter. You're old enough to be on your own and not be reckless and stupid. And even if you are, why should that be my problem? Just go away. Saying that, Vinny pushed me out of her room. After that day, I felt so alone at home. Mom was always busy and Vinny ignored my existence. She had this new boyfriend and it seemed all her time was for him. One time in 8th grade, I was bored when I spotted the gardener's bicycle outside, and I decided to try out cycling. Thanks to Mom's overprotectiveness, I'd never been allowed to ride one. I fell so many times, but I kept on trying. And just when I thought I'd gotten the hang of it, I went crashing into a bush. That was awesome. Do it again. It was like watching an idiot run into a glass window. God, it was my annoying next-door neighbor and classmate, Aaron. Ha 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 ha, so funny. Not. And you're calling me an idiot? Aren't you the guy who posts stupid videos on his YouTube channel? Says the girl who can't ride a bike. The guy was really getting on my nerves. I picked up a shoe and hurled it at him and ran inside while he kept laughing. He was weird and had a YouTube channel that had stupid, pointless videos. And after that day, he even kept annoying me in school, but I just tried to ignore him. Once when I was in 9th grade, Mom was away for a business trip and Vinny announced that she was going to the movies with her boyfriend. I'm not babysitting you. You're a grown-up, so please, act like one while I'm gone and stay out of trouble. Can you do that? Yeah, duh. Go, do whatever you want. It's not like I asked you to babysit me. A few hours later, I was just studying peacefully when I noticed something odd. Santa Claus was not in his glass case. I looked for him everywhere and found him on the frickin' roof. I quickly climbed over and grabbed him, but suddenly I slipped. I went sliding down the roof and barely managed to cling onto a drain pipe. As I was hanging, I spotted Aaron recording me on his phone. Wow, I know you have a habit of getting into trouble, but this is epic. Hey, help me down, idiot! Before he could, I felt my hand slip and I decided to make a jump for it. Right when I landed, I saw Mom standing by the gate, glaring at me furiously. And when Vinny returned, She got the yelling of a lifetime in front of her boyfriend. It was the most intense drama I had ever seen with the two of them, screaming at each other, and her boyfriend ran away. First, I got this ugly scar because of her, and now you insulted me in front of my boyfriend and chased him away. She's not my daughter. You gave birth to her, so watch her yourself. Mom, please, stop it. It's not her fault. Vinny, listen, I'm sorry. Just get away from me, Winter. Let me breathe. I can't wait to be done with high school so I can get away from you. Vinny pushed me out of her way and I landed on my butt. She had never been so mean to me, and it broke my heart. After that crazy night, I was grounded too, and Mom kept a strict eye on me. I wished Mom and Vinny could get that I knew the difference between stupid and fun. But one night, I heard a knock on my window and found Aaron outside.
Your room is really high up.
Yeah. Who told you to climb up?
It's not like your mom would have let me come at night to take you out. Want to go somewhere fun?
Take me out for fun? Oh my God, yes? I feel like I could die from boredom. That night, Aaron and I sneaked out, and he took me to a skate park on his bicycle. There were so many kids there doing awesome stunts with their skateboards, and I was dying to learn some. They were willing to teach me, and I picked up the moves really fast. Gosh, the rush I felt, it was amazing. Aaron even recorded my stunts for me to watch later, and was all praises. Later when he dropped me home, I was still feeling so pumped. I just impulsively turned to him and kissed him. I had a great time, and I've been wanting to do that all night.
Wow, me too.
Saying that, he kissed me again. The night was magical, but when I got in through my window, I nearly fell down when I saw Vinny on my bed. Unbelievable. You just never learn, do you? Hey, look, I'm old enough, and I'm none of your business. You've made that clear enough. Winter, that boy is trouble. He has such a bad reputation at school. He's known for playing pranks and getting others in trouble. Look, I know I've been hard on you, but just trust me on this. He's a jerk, and you need to start making better decisions. Save the big sister lecture for someone else, Vinny. Nothing I do would ever seem like a good idea to you, and I think you just resent me, and I don't trust your advice anymore. You wanted to ignore me? Well, I'm okay with it now. So get out of my room, please. That didn't feel great, but what did she expect? Vinny left for college soon, and it was just me and Mom. But thank God I had Aaron. He was everything I ever wanted in a boyfriend. For Valentine's Day, he took me bungee jumping. OMG, this was my dream.
I knew it. It's like we're the same.
Aaron and I soon became the hottest couple in school. And every afternoon, I'd go to the skate park with Aaron and practice skateboard stunts. I was acing it, and Aaron was my biggest supporter. One day, Aaron came to me with some big news. A huge YouTube stunt performer wanted us to collaborate and shoot with me. He had a huge following, and he'd post videos of us performing together. It was right during finals week, but how could I possibly say no? I tried studying, but I was way too excited and would end up going to the park with Aaron and practicing like crazy. And when the day came for the stunt performer to meet me, he was really impressed.
Kid, you are 1 in a million. I know you're gonna go far. Don't let nobody dim your spark.
Whoa, his words meant the world to me. Sometime later, the exam results came, and it turned out I had failed miserably. But to my surprise, Aaron had straight A's. How? You were with me the whole week.
Yeah. My dad kind of pulled some strings and I took all the exams later, so I got more time to study. So, you want to hit the park? I have some stunts I want you to try.
You couldn't have pulled some strings for me?